Chapter 747. Could breaking the crystal ball destroy the mage tower of the great wizard Valeglia? Definitely not. What if the entire mage tower collapsed? It was possible. For example, 2 floors of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island had been destroyed by the Allied forces, and the crystal ball had also been destroyed. However, the magic pump of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island was on the B10 basement level. It could not be destroyed even if all the buildings were demolished. Black Girl Larissa brought a top-grade magic diamond that Dragon Queen had casually picked up from Soros for Dragonstone Island. She and Marvin worked together to reinstall the magic crystal in the lower level of the mage tower, and the mage tower resumed operation. In other words, the foundation of the mage tower was the magic pump connected to the magma pool. Only by destroying it would the mage tower be completely destroyed. If one were to compare it to an electrical system, the magic crystal ball would be equivalent to an electrical socket with an AI system, while the magic pump would be a generator. Half of the Holy Church of Orlos was floating above the sea, so naturally, the mana pump would not be in the basement. Thus, after Big Black destroyed the mana crystal, Danny prepared to summon Ursa and the others who were watching the battle from afar. She wanted them to go downstairs and completely destroy the magic tower. After all, Dragonstone Island's magic network was very useful for long-distance communication, especially after the collapse of the Great Wall and the successful invasion of the otherworldly demons. Danny's need for real-time information was even more urgent. Looking for Jenny was one of the reasons she had come to Orlos this time, but the Mana Tower was an even more important goal. As for Sheep Egg, she already knew that he was in the Smoke Sea Abyss, but she did not have any means to deal with him. However, something unexpected happened. Danny had just absorbed the weak divinity in Sheep Egg's mind. She jumped on a Blackie's back and prepared to summon her underlings. Suddenly, the magic pump overclocked, and a terrifying amount of magic power was extracted from the underwater volcano. Even the Holy Cathedral was shaking from the intense magic waves. Obviously, there were more than 8 white-cloaked priests in the Holy Cathedral. Sheep Egg must have sent another thought to a devout believer and reactivated the Mage Tower. Unlike Dragonstone Island, which only had 1 magic crystal ball, the Holy Cathedral's Mage Tower structure was more complex, and there were many secondary control hubs. In fact, it was not just a thought, but a part of his soul, because a thought and divine power of a thought was not enough to control the Mage Tower overclocked. In order to get Danny, young Dan had put in a lot of effort this time. In the blink of an eye, the magical flux of a large-scale spell being activated came from the bottom of the tower. A circle of red, transparent light rose from the base of the tower, forming a gigantic tower-shaped protective barrier that enveloped the 50-meter-tall Holy Church. Yep, the Templar Tower will be wearing a layer of imitation Susa. Before Dahe could take off, it was also covered. A red, transparent film appeared above the open-air platform on the top floor. Sheep Egg? Are you crazy? Danny was shocked and angry. Sheep Egg's goal was not hard to guess. He wanted to raise a fire barrier to prevent Danny from escaping. However, a spell of this scale could be considered a forbidden spell. It required an extremely large amount of earth-fire magic power. The magic power in the underwater volcano was almost limitless, but the magic power in the magma had its own pattern. If you lived in Yellowstone Park and used the boiling volcanic lake to cook eggs, it wouldn't affect the operation of the volcano at all. If you threw a nuclear bomb at the Yellowstone volcano, 2012 would definitely not be just a movie. The effect of wantonly extracting earth-fire magic power was similar to the effect of detonating a nuclear bomb. It would break the stable energy cycle of the underground magma. Therefore, the magic tower on Dragonstone Island did not extract any additional magic power. The magic tower only replaced the original hot spring. In other words, the magic pump was extracting the natural fire magic power from the hot springs. It didn't cause any damage to the volcano below Dragonstone Island, nor did it affect it. Previously, Sheep Egg and Danny were in the same situation. The fire magic power from the underwater volcano was constantly evaporating the sea. Sheep Egg collected the dissipated magic power and did not affect the normal operation of the underwater volcano. Of course, The amount of dissipated magic power was limited, which caused the magic tower's efficiency to be lower. Therefore, Danny used a little trick to break Sheep Egg's magic shield. Now, Sheep Egg seemed to be flustered and exasperated and wanted to perish together with her. Sheep Egg, you're crazy. If the volcano erupts, you'll be punished on top of your crimes. You're dead meat, Danny shouted angrily. Well, Sheep Egg was now a prisoner of the NC. If a prisoner committed a crime, wouldn't he be punished even more? Haha, are you afraid? Danny's exasperation seemed to have pleased Sheep Egg. He was very proud and confident. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control. Before the volcano erupts, I'll kill you No, suddenly, Sheep Egg howled in anger and despair. Then, Danny noticed that the translucent magic shield above her was rapidly turning red and the aura was getting stronger. If Danny was still confident that she could break the magic shield with her newly created Wind Wound spell, now she was really trapped on the top of the Black Tower. Plop, plop! The Black Tower of the Holy Synod slowly tilted toward the sea. The sea below was boiling, and steam rose into the air, forming a milky white column of air that supported the sky. There was also a thick black smell of sulfur mixed in the air like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion. In the deep sea below, there seemed to be a flaming monster that could tear the earth apart, rapidly awakening. Looking at the fire outside the balcony that reflected the red sky, Danny understood there was no stopping it. The volcano would erupt, because the magic pump was out of control. Lahi Luo, Sheep Egg roared with hatred. The roar shook the entire Black Tower of the Holy Synod. Lalo? Danny was a little confused. What did this have to do with Lalo? But in the next moment, when she and Blackie entered the dragon spirit, her perception followed the energy transmission channel created by the dragon crystal of the magic power tower and extended infinitely downward. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. About 5 kilometers deep into the magma at the bottom of the sea, a powerful and familiar aura flashed in her spiritual sense. Lalo, that guy tricked Sheep Egg. No, Sheep Egg's main body was not here, but Lalo's target is me. The long night fell, the laws of the world changed, and the power of the gods and demons became active. My retribution seems to be coming. Danny's face turned green and white. The Dragon Queen was not surprised that Lalo tricked her. She could even find countless reasons for him. She broke the fate that he had arranged 6,000 years ago, Asha's prophecy. Her talent of creating life from fire was coveted. The three-eyed crow blinded joined hands with her and tricked the Savior's physical body, John. She even destroyed his consciousness when he snatched Aegon's pterodactyl. He also wanted to snatch the door god's treasure before the long night. Lalo was too far away from the material world, and he could not take revenge on her. But now, the long night was full of gods and demons. The true gods who could only look down on the world from the astral world also descended to the mortal world. It seems that the enemies I have to be careful of are not limited to Sheep Egg and deviant ghosts. Danny realized that her enemies had leveled up, and the true gods were no longer legends. She would have to face them directly. Blackie, let's go. Danny bent down and grabbed the bone spur on Blackie's neck tightly. Go? Where can you go? Sheep Egg's faint voice came from the stairs, and a huge amount of magic power surged, enveloping Danny and Blackie's surroundings, almost freezing the space. Although the magic tower's rampage would trigger a volcanic eruption and even a cataclysm on the level of a continent, before the eruption, the endless magic power would also allow the magic tower to be at its strongest. The power of the magic power pump has exceeded 3 belly. No matter what, you can't break the outer magic barrier. Danny knew about belly. It was the unit of measurement of the output power of Valeglia's magic tower. The so-called 1-0 belly was the maximum magic power that Balerion could unleash at his peak. According to the book Magic Net Construction, the magic power of an ordinary true god was only 0.8 belly. Yes, Sheep Egg was not a true god, but his power surpassed most true gods. The magic tower built on the 14th Fire Peak had an output power of at least 10 belly. That was why there was the saying, "The great wizard of Valeglia on the magic tower is invincible." Danny's expression changed, and she patted Blackie lightly to let him continue to condense magic power. She turned to look at Sheep Egg, who was wearing a black hood, and asked curiously, "Why is Lalo here? Could it be that he predicted what would happen today?" "You're not worried? Of course, I can open the magic barrier. But you should know that even if Lalo made a fool of me, I can't let you go." Sheep Egg's pupils, which were emitting a faint golden light, suddenly contracted. Feeling the terrifying fire magic power around Blackie, Danny's heart trembled, but her face was full of confidence. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm not so naive as to expect you to be humane. But have you ever thought that if I didn't have a trump card, why would I come here to fight you to the death?" "What trump card?" Sheep Egg glanced at the black dragon, whose aura was gradually increasing, and sneered. "Your black dragon is very strong, but here and now, it can't hurt a single hair of mine. Actually, you're very ignorant. You don't understand what's going to happen next. Even if you destroy my divine soul, you won't be able to escape. One question for you, and one for me. How about that?" Danny sat on Blackie's back and looked down at him. Sheep Egg hesitated. Perhaps she really did have a trump card? Then he should wait for the volcano to continue to erupt, and the magic tower's power would continue to increase. Then, whatever trump card she had would be useless. Thinking of this, he gave up on the idea of immediately starting a fight, and he first answered Danny's question. The 14th Fire Peak is Lalo's home. He was originally a flame in the heart of the 14th Fire Peak. Moreover, the Light King's divine kingdom in the astral plane is connected to the material world through the 14th Fire Peak. If he returns to the prime material world, his main body usually stays in the depths of the 14th Fire Peak. What appears in the mortal world is only a part of his consciousness. I'm not sure if he predicted today's events, or if he sensed Orlos's change and came up with an idea to kill you and me in one fell swoop. "I see." Danny frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I received a gift from the ancient god of wind. Your magic barrier isn't a problem for me." "The ancient god of wind? The weirwood of the Westeros?" Sheep Egg muttered in confusion. "Yes." "What gift?" Sheep Egg asked in surprise. Blackie's magic power circulated even faster. Danny didn't answer, and instead asked, "Is Lalo's main body the first flame?" Sheep Egg was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was the second round. "You actually know about the first flame?" He was shocked. He once lied to me and said that he was the first flame, but he wasn't. He was the first mortal flame in the world, the most ordinary flame. When he said this, Sheep Egg seemed to be gnashing his teeth, and his face was twisted with obvious hatred. "I receive his divine kingdom from the weirwood." Danny also answered his question. "What's in the divine kingdom?" Sheep Egg was confused. "What's with the Valeglia Cataclysm?" Chapter 748. Sheep Egg looked at her deeply and said, "After singing the complete Song of Fire, my power surpassed that of a true god, but I still couldn't ascend to a true god. If I want to break through the last step, I have to perfect my Song of Fire. Thus, I thought of the first flame that created the world hides the mystery of creation. If I can get a first flame, I can even become a divine king, let alone a true god. Since Lalo is the first flame, as his birthplace, there is a high possibility of a second first flame being dug out from the 14th Fire Peak." Digging out the first flame was indeed more suitable for Sheep Egg's identity than digging for gold. Strictly speaking, this fellow could be considered a determined Tao seeker. Unfortunately, not long after the world was born, the first flame was completely exhausted. Danny sighed. "After digging for 2,000 years, I accidentally found out about this secret from a dark demon god." Sheep Egg's eyes flashed with surprise. "Did Yu Liangmu tell you? You're lucky to have met such a good teacher." Danny was deep in thought. The story between Sheep Egg and Lalo must be very interesting. "Good people will be rewarded," she said proudly. "Good people? Childish." Sheep Egg sneered. "The definition of good people by humans has no meaning to the will of the world. As long as you can sing a more perfect song of law, even if you exterminate the human race, you will still be blessed by the heavens and be the favorite of the world." People of different paths cannot work together. Let's first explain the Great Cataclysm. Feeling the increasingly intense energy waves in the sea below, Danny's eyes flashed with urgency. Sheepegg sneered and said lightly, "After that, I settled for the second best. I only wanted the remains of the first flame. If Lalo is the first flame, the place where he was born must have been soaked in the first flame for countless years. There must be remains of the first flame." Speaking of this, he sighed dejectedly. Unfortunately, he is not. Thousands of years of digging caused the crust outside the volcano to become thinner and thinner, and in the end, disaster came. I thought that a true god was involved in the Great Cataclysm. Danny was inexplicably disappointed the melon was not big enough. Of course there was a true god. Sheepegg broke her disappointment. Just like today, at least Lalo did something. The incident was too sudden, and he wasn't sure if there were other gods involved. But in the end, the source of the catastrophe is still me. If I don't activate the high-power magic pump, no one will be able to plot against me. At least he had some self-awareness. Are you regretting it? I regret it. Sheepegg sighed. I should have spent a few thousand years to settle down and create a more perfect magic tower technology so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Danny's lips twitched. You know that Lalo lied to you. There is no first flame under the 14 fire peaks. Why don't you wake up now? Who said there is no first flame below the 14 fire peaks? Young Dan's gaze became strange. He stared at Danny and sized her up. The greed in his eyes was deeply suppressed. Recently, I discovered that my understanding of the first flame had deviated. The first flame is the flame that creates the world. Naturally, it can take any form. For example, it can be reincarnated into a human. For example, it can merge with a person's soul and become their talent. I may not have dug out the first flame back then, but after the catastrophe, the 14 fire peaks erupted together. The power that was enough to reshape the world erupted, and one of them was the first flame. Sheepegg gradually became fanatical, and the greed in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. You guessed wrong. I have nothing to do with the first flame. Egg-faced stare made Danny very uncomfortable. I'm not wrong. Danny Alice, you can't escape. Sheepegg licked his lips and said excitedly, "This time, I don't just have a thought. This body has 1/5 of my soul power. In terms of divine power, divinity, and the total amount of soul, I am now 3 times stronger than you. Not to mention, I have the magic tower. Even if I don't do anything and only lock your spiritual power, you won't have a chance to use spatial witchcraft. Also, haven't you noticed? The magic power of the underwater volcano has been expanding, and the magic tower's power has been increasing rapidly. Now that the space around you has been frozen, even if you obtain the Weirwood space-time witchcraft, you won't be able to open a spatial door under the defensive barrier of Six Belly. After all, it hasn't even been a day since you obtained that old devil's talent. You must not be familiar with it, and because you are too unfamiliar with it, every time you use a spatial door, you will need to consume a large amount of magic power. If the magic power in your body is not enough to break through my spatial seal, no matter how powerful and mysterious your spatial magic is, what use is it? You know? Danny was surprised. I didn't know at first, but just now, Lalo sent a message to the magic tower and told me everything. Sheepegg said proudly, "You guys really love and hate each other." Danny said a strange word with a strange expression. "That bastard just doesn't want you to escape. So he used me to tie you up and even kill you." And then, Sheepegg's expression suddenly became venomous. According to the plot of the legendary hero story, you two demons have such a huge grudge against each other, so you should fight to the death in front of me, and then let me reap the benefits. Why is it that now, it's me, the great hero, who is risking my life against you, the great demon, and in the end, another wretched demon reaps the benefits? Danny complained. The legendary story isn't wrong, but who is the hero will be decided by the one who survives in the end. After all, the legendary story can only be spread from the mouth of the living. Sheepegg sneered. Since you are so clear-headed, why don't you open the defensive barrier, and we shake hands and make peace? It's obvious that Lalo, who is hiding and watching the show, has the highest chance of becoming the great hero. Danny suggested. Don't be delusional. Sheep Egg sneered. Who can eat the duck is a matter of the future. But before the duck is cooked, we will reach a tacit agreement to ensure that the duck can't fly away. On the duck, you should have this awareness long ago. The sheep egg let out a long sigh and said with an extremely sincere expression, Daenerys, merge with me. It's not a simple plunder. You have me. I have you. You are me. I am you. Let's sing the most beautiful song of fire together, and the world will sublimate under our song. Don't disgust me. Danny shuddered and said in disgust, I'd rather have my physical body destroyed and my soul returned to the body of the Megalosaurus than with you. Fuck, saying that word is blasphemy to me. Don't be stubborn. Do you think that after you die, Lalo will allow the white dragon and green dragon to take your soul and leave? Danny howled. I'll teach you a lesson today. A cooked duck is not only stubborn, it can also fly. As soon as she finished speaking, Blackie bent down, opened its mouth toward Sheep Egg, and spewed out the magic that it had been accumulating for a long time. Childish. Sheep Egg's face was full of sarcasm, trying to hurt a god of fire and Megalosaurus with dragon flames in the wizard tower. Boom! The next moment, Blackie spat out a strange, mosaic fireball, which was bright red, like an irregular large crystal formed by the condensation of countless polyhedral red crystals. At first glance, it seemed that the dragon flame fireball was pixelated. Sheep Egg saw such a fireball, but his expression changed drastically. No, this is impossible. The mosaic fireball landed on Sheep Egg's chest like a cannonball. Sheep Egg's subconscious use of fire control to shift the fireball was completely ineffective. However, Sheep Egg was neither blown away by the cannonball, nor did he melt in the dragon flame. Buzz, 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 the mosaic fireball trembled rapidly a few times, and then like a lump of paste, it landed on a completely transparent iron plate and spread out like a pancake. The pancake slashed across Sheep Egg's chest as if nothing was there, and then it slashed on the immortal and indestructible black stone wall behind him, making a teeth-aching cutting sound. Finally, the pancake met resistance on the red magic barrier outside the wall. At the place where they met, magic surged as if a thick faucet pipe had been opened, spewing out flames and fire magic. Space and time were blurred there. Sheep Egg lowered his head, but he did not see his lower body, nor the floor of the Black Tower. He actually saw a reddish-brown barren land, 2 Megalosaurus, 1 white and 1 green, 3 pterosaurs carrying iron knights, and 5 dragons flying close to the ground. You actually gave the gift of a true god to a stupid dragon. Sheep Egg raised his head, his face distorted, and roared in disbelief. Do you understand what you have done? Recklessly wasting natural resources is not enough to describe your stupidity. His roar was getting farther and farther away, and his torso, above his chest, fell into another space. It was a long story, but in fact it happened in an instant. While Sheep Egg was still roaring, Blackie retracted his wings, jumped down with Danny, and jumped into the red mirror the size of a swimming pool below. Blackie opened the space door, not Danny. Sheep Egg was wary of many things, but he was wary of the wrong person. The demigod Megalosaurus had almost unlimited magic, and he also had the faith pool of the 7 gods. No matter how much magic Sheep Egg used to solidify space, it was useless, unless Sheep Egg also understood the law of space. Danny, Blackie, and Little Green were all dragon spirits, so she helped Blackie locate the exit of the space door above Little Green's head. Yep, Little Green, Little White, and Cora were watching the show around the Black Tower of the Holy Church. But after Sheep Egg's second god's descent and the underwater volcano went out of control, Danny immediately told them to leave. However, they did not go too far away from Orlos. After all, it had only been a few minutes. Whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. Big Bear, Garth, and the others looked up and saw an oval-shaped red circle of light in the air, and large amounts of magic sparks fell from the other side of the circle of light. 7 gods. What is this? Big Bear was inexplicably shocked when he saw another half of a corpse with a neck and shoulder fall down. Yep, although the head wearing the cloak was roaring in a sorry state. His eyes were shining with golden light, and he was emitting a powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe. Just as Big Bear, Garth, and the other warriors resisted the pressure on their souls and raised their crossbows, preparing to attack the corpse, the sky darkened again, and Blackie jumped out of the circle of light with his shoulders shrunk. The black dragon opened his mouth, and golden red runes appeared between his upper and lower jaw, arranging themselves. They formed a brilliant sealing circle. Sheep Egg felt the golden light above his head grow brighter, and before his roaring stopped, he fell into Blackie's mouth. He fell into the sealing circle. As if he had put on a tight suit, the circle stuck to every inch of his skin and flesh, and then burned him. Crackle, the cloaked believer, who acted as the carrier, was burned to ashes, leaving only a brilliant divine soul in the sealing circle. He struggled and cursed. Unfortunately, Danny was unprepared and did not even give him a chance to escape back to his main body through the dragon spirit. Whoosh, Sheep Egg's divine soul entered the divine kingdom of the seven gods and was sealed in the abyss of the divine kingdom. He would never be able to rise again. Chapter 749. Your Majesty, why did you come out of the circle of light? What is a circle of light? Seeing Blackie and Danny, Big Bear heaved a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. I'll tell you later. Let's get out of here first. Danny's expression was serious. She was multitasking. She fully activated her senses and was wary of Lalo, who might suddenly appear. At the same time, she urged Blackie to quickly open another space portal. They were less than 5 kilometers away from the Orlos Holy Church. The terrifying volcanic power was like the bottom of a snail's shoe. Danny felt like she and the others were the snail, running with all her might. The stench of dog poop on the soles of her shoes had already rushed into her nose. It was too late. Perhaps in the next moment, the soles of her shoes would fall with a smack. Blackie, space portal. Go east, maximum distance. Her voice was a little distorted. Roar, Blackie roared. The 9-colored vortex in his mind spun rapidly. His thick neck made a swallowing motion and opened his mouth. Whoosh, a mosaic fireball crystal the size of a basketball shot out and landed 30 meters in front of Blackie. Without the magic tower's space freezing, the fireball crystal instantly expanded into a mirror with a diameter of 30 meters. Blackie didn't slow down and rushed forward. Follow me, quick. With that, Danny passed through the mirror with a whoosh and arrived at another reddish-brown wasteland. Her expression was terrible because they had only moved about 8 kilometers. They were only about 10 kilometers away from the edge of Orlos City. It was far from enough to leave the land of long summer. Whoosh, 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 little green and little white passed through one after another, followed by 3 more pterosaurs. Buzz pop! The space portal flickered a few times and disappeared without a trace. Wow, this we left Orlos City? What was that portal just now? It's so magical. Danny was worried. Her followers, on the other hand, were all amazed after experiencing the space portal for the first time. They were all shouting, Blackie, can you still do it? Danny asked a pointless question. She and Blackie were both dragon spirits. In fact, she was the one who constructed the space portal runes in Blackie's mind. The first time Blackie broke through the magic tower space, he used up too much energy. Blackie's spirit power was only enough to use the space portal once more. But she couldn't let him risk his life. Because Big Black would not die after exhausting the power of the divine soul, but it would fall into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Suddenly, the sky behind them lit up with an incandescent light. In the next moment, the white light turned dark red like blood clots. The earth began to shake, and there was the crisp sound of the earth's crust cracking. What's going on? Ursa turned around in surprise before shouting in shock. Fire, 7 gods, Orlos. Behind him, Orlos was almost completely engulfed in a mixture of red flames, white lava, and black storms. There was no mushroom cloud. All the space between heaven and earth was filled with light, fire, and smoke. Don't look back. Tell your pterosaurs to fly faster, Danny shouted. Although she said that, she also understood that the pterosaur's speed had already reached its limit. Boom! Half a minute later, the sound of explosions rang out. It sounded like the sound of 100 million warhorses galloping together. Everywhere it went, the earth trembled, the air trembled, and the grass, trees, and rocks shook. Everything in sight was shaking. A powerful shockwave was about to arrive. Suddenly, Danny's expression changed drastically. She could sense that the storm behind them was approaching. The shockwave was mixed with a large amount of fire magic, magma, sparks, black smoke, and hurricanes. These were not fatal to them, so she was not worried. However, there was also a special type of magic within the shockwave that Danny was very familiar with, and also very wary of chaotic high-energy magic particles. That was the fog of curses. The land of long summer was filled with the fog of curses, but the density was limited. As long as one did not live in the fog of curses for a long period of time, there might be a risk of having a deformed child, but there would usually be no fatal injuries. However, if the density was too high, Danny had a feeling that Big Black and herself would be heavily injured under such a dense high-energy magic shockwave. However, they would definitely be able to survive. Little Green and Little White would have their scales, wings, and eyes burned, just like what the high-energy radiation magic had done to the Valeglia megalosaurus during the Great Calamity. Even Little White and Little Green might not be able to survive, let alone the other 3 pterosaurs. Danny began to regret. If she had known earlier, she would not have let Little White and the rest come along. Alright, it was a little belated. She had only wanted to destroy Jenny's magic tower on the way to the Westeros. She did not expect to cause such a huge commotion. Big Black prepared to overclocking and fusion. Sighing secretly, Danny decided to use her ultimate move. Her main soul merged with the 9-colored vortex in her mind. The next moment, the 9-colored vortex flashed into Big Black's mind space. Compared to Big Black's 9-colored vortex, her 9-colored vortex was like a small kettle on the side of a water tower. However, when the small kettle merged seamlessly into the huge water tower, Big Black's dark red vertical pupils directly turned into a blood-red flame, and a layer of bright red magic film appeared on the surface of its body. From afar, Big Black had turned into a ray of light, a tracer bullet with a red fiery tail. The most direct change was from flying. Big Black was originally flying forward at its maximum speed. The moment it entered overclocking, it did not have time to slow down, and subconsciously, it was still at its maximum output power. Big Black suddenly rushed forward like a rocket, its tail and flesh wings dragging a long red trail in the air, and then broke through the sound barrier. Boom! A circle of milky white airwaves spread around the megalosaurus, and a half-meter-deep gully was scraped out in the reddish-brown wasteland 20 meters below. The turbulent air and the ear-piercing sonic boom even made Little White and Little Green behind it lose their stability. Their huge bodies actually somersaulted a few times in the airflow. Fortunately, the pterosaurs were slow and were a little far from Big Black. Otherwise, they would definitely crash into the ground like a passenger plane that lost its momentum. Danny's soul power plus Big Black's endless magic power. How terrifying! Ugh, in contrast to Big Black's exploding momentum, Danny seemed to have lost the breath of a living person in an instant. Her spiritual fluctuations were so low that they stopped. Her whole body trembled, her face was pale, and blood flowed out of her orifices, especially her nostrils, which were like open faucets, gushing out. If she did not have the ring of wind to carry her second soul, she would have fallen down and fainted. This was indeed an overclocking state. However, it was not Big Black offering its own 9-colored vortex. Instead, it was a reverse overclocking. Danny had given all of her mana, divine soul power, and even her talent in understanding the fire creation power to Big Black. The Megalosaurus flight relied 80% on magic power and 20% on aerodynamics. After receiving all of Danny's soul power, Big Black suddenly became godly and broke through the sound barrier. When Big Black swooped down from the sky, It could reach 450 kilometers per hour, but now it was about twice as fast. Whoosh, the black dragon did not slow down, but it quickly spat out a fire crystal that seemed to have been pixelated. The fire crystal was not affected by air resistance. It drew a laser-like light shadow in the air and landed 50 meters in front of Big Black, the effective killing range of the dragon flame. Buzz, a circle of space doors opened instantly, and Big Black passed through with a violent air wave. Splash on the other side. The sonic boom rolled up a 100-meter-high wave on the sea surface. Wherever Big Black passed, a huge white water vapor belt like the Megalosaurus was dragged out. Seeing the sea, Danny, whose internal organs were crushed by the G-power, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, Big Black took the initiative to cancel the overclocking state and returned her 9-colored vortex that was full of holes and dim light. Cough, Danny's face looked better after her main soul and meditation foundation returned, but she still kept coughing out pieces of her internal organs. Whoosh, after a few breaths, little green, little white, and the 3 pterosaurs jumped out of the space door one after another. Boom! The moment the space door closed, the shock wave from behind had already hit the half-closed space door, making the water ripple. The air wave, which was mixed with high-energy radiation magic, let out a ghostly howl in the space between the gaps. However, it only lasted for a few tenths of a second before everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the obvious chaotic high-energy magic particles in the air above the sea surface, Danny would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. That was close, Danny said with lingering fear. Ah, Your Majesty, you're injured? Garth exclaimed. Danny was wearing a helmet and had pulled down her visor, but her silver-white breastplate was stained with bright red blood. Your Majesty, are you all right? When did you get injured? What happened to Orlas? Who injured you? You've vomited so much blood. I'm afraid you can't go to the north anymore. Go back to Myrene and rest for a while. That's right. Just a few of us will be enough. Gar's subordinates all started talking at once. We'll take a detour and go through the plains. Danny waved her hand and didn't explain much. She just leaned on the dragon's saddle and closed her eyes to rest. Although everyone's hearts were filled with worry and doubt, seeing that Blackie had already taken the lead and was flying towards the north, they could only helplessly follow. Danny's condition was terrible. The best choice was actually to go back and rest for a few days. After all, she wasn't going to the Great Wall to enjoy the scenery of the north. It was inevitable that she would encounter powerful enemies while investigating the movements of the other ghosts. However, she had a cooked duck with her that could be used to replenish her energy. Blackie flew in the sky, and Danny's consciousness entered the faith space. She saw the original appearance of the cooked duck. Blasphemy, blasphemy. I am your ancestor god. The silver-haired man who was emitting a holy golden light roared angrily and struggled with all his might. The white chains around his wrists, ankles, and neck rattled. I'm heavily injured, and I have no interest or time to talk nonsense with you. Now, you have 2 choices in front of you. Either follow the tradition and surrender to me, then pay the ransom, and I'll let you go. Or, you'd rather die than submit, and I'll immediately let you die with regrets, Danny said coldly. Sheepegg stopped shouting and struggling and looked over. Actually, he was using his senses to observe. He saw that the Dragon Queen's aura was weak, and her soul was weak and chaotic. She indeed looked like she was heavily injured. Haha, I understand now. The Black Dragon's teleportation distance is limited, and you couldn't escape the explosion. Is your physical body destroyed? Sheepegg laughed heartily. Your Megalosaurus are all dead, right? Ha ha ha. Before you leave the land of long summer, my main body will find you. Even if my main body didn't survive the explosion, you definitely won't be able to escape Lalo's pursuit. Danny looked at him in disdain and said calmly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. None of us died, but your Orlas was turned into a sea of fire in the calamity. Your direct descendant, Belarus, was annihilated. Your believers are all dead. Your main body is definitely 10 times more pitiful than me. If I were Lalo, I would definitely pick the weaker one. Sheepegg, you're finished. Sheep Egg's expression changed, and he said hatefully, "I don't believe it. You were clearly heavily injured, and even your soul has withered. This means that the Black Dragon's teleportation didn't allow you to escape the shockwave of the explosion." Chapter 750. Danny smiled and nodded. "You're right. Dahe has just received the Wind God Spacetime talent and can't even open a portal on its own. Even with my help to condense witchcraft runes, it can only teleport less than 10 kilometers at a time. Moreover, breaking through your space-time freeze earlier exhausted the power of its soul." Sheep Egg seemed to have thought of something, and its golden pupils contracted for a moment. Then it shook its head and said in an ethereal voice, "If that's the case, how did you escape? You're the ancestor of the Megalosaurus. Can't you guess the trump card of the Dragon Spirit Knight?" No. Sheep Egg's crazy guess was confirmed, and it was even more unbelievable. "You're crazy. Isn't it just reverse overclocking? How is it crazy?" Danny asked curiously. "You gave the talent of a true god to the Megalosaurus, and you reverse overclocked the Megalosaurus. You're crazy." Sheep Egg roared emotionally. "I don't understand what you're saying," Danny said disapprovingly. "Don't you know the relationship between the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Spirit Knight? Moreover, my relationship with Dahe is beyond that of a dragon and a knight. He's my child. The human and dragon are one, and their souls are intertwined. What's mine is his, and what's his is mine. I already have my own talent ability, but Dahe has nothing and is so stupid. How can I not help him?" Danny's words were not a lie, but there was still some exaggeration. Door God's inheritance was too rich, and he was so good to her for no reason, which made Danny feel uneasy. A person with a complicated mind would always think of things in a complicated way. There was no doubt that Danny was not a pure White Lotus. Instead, she had the vigilance and dark character that one must have in order to live in the celestial empire on Earth. Helping an old lady cross the road had become the standard to measure one's wealth. How could Danny trust someone to be good to her without any bottom line? Even the savages beyond the Great Wall would not believe it. Of course, Dorgod's character was relatively strong, and Danny was only 30% suspicious. However, 30% suspicion was still suspicion. Then she thought of Dahe. What was the difference between hers and his? Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, even though Blackie was one of the seven gods, Danny played the role of the Holy Mother and used the clergy of the seven gods with just a thought. If the Door God space-time talent was given to Blackie, if the Door God was really a vicious person, Danny and the other four dragons could teach him a lesson that good people live a peaceful life, bad people die a horrible death. On the other hand, if Danny was the one who was ambushed, the five stupid Megalosaurus would probably not be able to do anything except worry. As it turned out, there might not be love without a reason in this world, but there were still people with the spirit of fearless sacrifice. Door God did not leave any backup plan behind. His soul power and divine power had completely dried up. Even his life imprint was broken and quickly disintegrating. The life imprint was the foundation of a creature. When the life imprint disappeared, it meant that the creature had completely returned to heaven and earth. Not even a trace of soul would be left behind. Danny was embarrassed for a moment, ashamed for a while, and regretted for a long time. Finally, she let go of the grudge in her heart. If she encountered a similar situation next time, she would still make the same choice. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable, and the world was dangerous. Those who thought more could live longer. After all, the meat was in the pot. As long as she entered the dragon spirit state, Danny could also use Dahe's space-time talent to understand the space-time law. Just like how she used Dahe's eyes to see the world, his ears to hear, his sixth sense to judge the immediate danger, his electromagnetic field to sense the direction, and what's the use of you giving the space-time talent to the Megalosaurus? You're a holy spirit, so you're naturally closer to the law. With your extraordinary talent and the understanding of the Holy Spirit, you're like a tiger with wings. The Megalosaurus is dull and has no ability to understand the law. It will only waste your talent. Sheep Egg was exasperated. as if Danny had wasted his talent. Danny thought for a while and asked, "After you became a demigod, did you rarely rely on the red dragon Balerian's powers?" This question came out of nowhere, and Sheepegg thought for a while. Indeed, when he was weak, the red dragon was his greatest help. When he became a demigod, actually, there was no need for him to become a demigod. When he completed the initial optimization of the Great Wizard Meditation technique, based on the Megalosaurus principle of absorbing the universe's force and spitting out dragon flames, Sheepegg would be stripped of the title of number one of the younger generation and become one of the strongest fire wizards in the world. Do you still want to grow together with the Megalosaurus? Sure. Stop cultivating and wait for him slowly. Sheepegg mocked. You only have this bit of intelligence. You only want to stop cultivating and slowly climb together with the dragon. You've never thought of giving him a hand. You want to fly together with the Megalosaurus? Danny said calmly. I want it too, but how is it possible at this point? Sheepegg's expression changed and stopped abruptly. Danny laughed. See, this is where the problem lies. On one hand, you think it's impossible, but on the other hand, you think that you should take all the benefits for yourself. You don't know anything. Sheepegg shook his head lightly. Do you think that nothing will happen to the dragon spirit? Why do you think the dragon slayer horn was created? Danny frowned and said, Is there a Megalosaurus that betrayed the dragon spirit knights in Valeglia before? Sheepegg looked at her strangely and said eerily, The talent of the dragon spirit was very rare in a certain period of time, but in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been hundreds of people with the talent of the dragon spirit. You're not the first dragon spirit knight to reverse overclocking. At least 30 great wizards have done the same thing. Do you know what happened to them? Among the 30, 25 of them died from exhaustion because their Megalosaurus partners refused to return their meditation foundation. Impossible. Danny's expression changed, and she immediately denied it loudly. It was as if Sheepegg had insulted her child. Sheepegg's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. The other 5 people also begged and cried 1,000 times. Only then did their Megalosaurus wake up from the madness of the sudden increase in power and unwillingly deactivate the overclocking state. Danny was silent. You've tried overclocking yourself. When the knight and Megalosaurus spirit and magic power are combined, there's a feeling of omnipotence, as if the world is in the palm of your hand. Have you ever hesitated whether or not you want to maintain this state forever? Young Dan laughed loudly. Danny's expression was calm and unmoved. No matter how deep the feelings are, there will be a price that will make them disappear. And power is the most tempting treasure in the world. Even rational wizards can be tempted, let alone the stupid Megalosaurus. So, you were tempted by power and forced to kill your red dragons? Danny said calmly. The relationship between us is not something you can imagine. Sheepegg seemed to have been greatly humiliated and was extremely furious. What's so unimaginable about it? Danny mocked. She has always been the one giving everything for you, but you accept it as a matter of course. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't know anything at all. Sheepegg closed his eyes. You think I want to talk nonsense with you? Danny was slightly angered. A prisoner dares to put on airs in front of me. I'll ask you one last time. Surrender and pay the ransom, or disappear. What do you want? If I give it to you, you'll let me go? Sheepegg opened his eyes. There was no hope in his eyes, only endless mockery. I want your witchcraft, the technique to forge steel and immortal stone. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. Danny was not embarrassed at all. Her expression was very serious, as if she would definitely let him go if he paid the ransom. I won't believe you. Sheepegg mocked loudly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you think your intelligence is the same as a 3-year-old child's? 2 choices. Do you want to live or die? Danny said calmly. You'll never get any of my witchcraft art. Before he could finish his sentence, Sheepegg let out a miserable howl. The milky white chains burned with platinum flames, igniting his entire spirit. A huge amount of spirituality and divinity fell into Danny's mind. The withered and broken 9-colored whirlpool quickly recovered and was full of vitality again. Unexpectedly, after absorbing 1/3 of Sheepegg's spirit, Not only did Dani recover, because she absorbed a large amount of Sheep Egg's Song of Fire divinity, she seemed to have stolen some of Sheep Egg's special traits that had nothing to do with spiritual bestowment. Just like how Sheep Egg desired Dani's bloodline and talent, Sheep Egg's own talent and soul traits were also a great supplement for Dani. To put it simply, the two of them could complement each other. No matter who swallowed who, they would become the final and most perfect representative of Valeglia's dragon and magic civilization. Previously, Sheep Egg had always wanted to swallow Dani. Now, Dani swallowed him. Suddenly, Cora and the others who had been following behind Blackie and looking at Dragon Queen's back worriedly saw a blur in front of their eyes. The air around Dragon Queen's body was distorted. It was like a summer afternoon, standing on the road and looking forward. One could see the scenery in front of them being distorted in the air. It was not an illusion. They could feel the heat waves emitted from her body, even though they were dozens of meters away. The invisible flame distorted the air around her. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, what happened?" Big Bear shouted worriedly. "Don't be noisy. Dani is cultivating." Blackie roared in a muffled voice. Big Bear, Garth, and the others immediately stopped talking. They just opened their eyes wide and looked at her. About 2 hours later, when they passed by the Free Young Girls Island's Nanban town, they saw the distorted air around Dragon Queen gradually extinguish. The scorching heat and inexplicable pressure emitted from her body also disappeared. The 9-colored whirlpool that was rotating at high speed finally broke through the limit and emitted a pale, golden holy light. Dani had become a fire demigod. Sheep Egg, it's so nutritious. Dani woke up from her meditation and licked her lips. She was not satisfied yet. She wanted to swallow the remaining 2/3 of Sheep Egg's soul immediately. But considering Blackie's unreliable door of time and space, she had to leave a backup plan for reverse overclocking. Sheep Egg's remnant soul is only 1/5 of his original body. 1/3 of 1/5. 1/15 is enough for me to become a demigod easily. Even the fire demigod's divinity surpasses the wind demigod's. Dani's eyes shone. If she swallowed Sheep Egg completely, she could at least reach the threshold of a true god. If she was more prepared, she could completely chant the Song of Fire. Then she could very well reach the realm that Sheep Egg had always desired, the fire god. Shaking her head, Dani threw away the fanciful thoughts in her mind. She immediately split out a spirit projection and landed beside Old Barton in Meereen City. She warned, "Sir, a catastrophe has occurred in Orlos. The winged dragon army should not fly to the land of long summer." After that, she sent a message to the Free Young Girls Islands Nand and Town in New York Town. "Do not go out to sea. Go ashore immediately and enter the Highlands. Be careful of the tsunami from the Smoke Sea." Chapter 751. Freedom Maiden Island had such a good geographical location. It could be said to be the Hawaii of Slaver's Bay. Why had it always been barren? Actually, before the Cataclysm, there were already 2 cities built on the pistol-shaped island. They were Guzai, today's Southam Town, and Vanos, today's New York Town. During the Cataclysm of Valeglia, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks, the sinking of the land, and a huge amount of volcanic ash containing high-energy magic elements should have covered the entire world, causing the world to enter an eternal winter for the mutated creatures. However, the gods interfered. They sealed the entire land of long summer. All the fog of curses was blocked within the broken continent. The neighboring Slaver's Bay was not affected at all. The seal of the gods only blocked the volcanic ash and smoke from the high-energy magic elements. It did not block the storms and tsunamis under the laws of physics. The ocean 1,000 kilometers around Valeglia was attacked by the tsunamis that were 100 meters tall. Even the continent of Sasrith was no exception. Freedom Maiden Island, which was 300 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide, was completely submerged under the waves. None of the residents survived. Dani knew this history, which was why she was worried that the same thing would happen again. Reality proved that her worries were not groundless. At around 3 in the morning the next day, a 15-meter-tall wave surged from the southwest and swallowed half of New York town. The other half was used as a military base and was built on the tall cliffs by the sea. Even Gwyn Island, New Guise, in the east and Volantis in the west were struck by the squall of the next evening. In the fierce wind, waves that were 4 to 5 meters tall crashed against the pier. This was a cataclysm. Yes, the monkey version of Valeglia's cataclysm. Orlos is finished. 20 kilometers southeast of Myrine City, deep underground, Jenny's eyes were filled with tears of blood. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. The dwarf who was meditating with his eyes closed dispersed the fireball in his palm. He asked curiously, "Did the Dragon Queen attack Orlos?" "It must be because of the magic tower. Your magic tower suppressed her communication system. The entire Orlos is gone. It was destroyed in the underground fire and sunk into the sea of smoke. My people are all dead," Jenny said in despair. "How did the Dragon Queen do it? Could it be that big turtle, the old man in the river? Did he summon the flood just like last time?" The dwarf asked in shock. "If the old man in the river dares to step into the smoke sea, His Majesty Balerion will immediately turn him into a pot of turtle soup. It's Lalo? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." Jenny shook her head in disappointment. "Lalo?" The dwarf was inexplicably astonished. What was going on recently? Deities were appearing one after another. Could this be the legendary circle? Have I also unknowingly joined the circle of top-class superhumans? Orlos has sunk into the ocean. This is practically a repeat of the Great Calamity. I wonder if His Majesty Balerion is safe? The dwarf asked with concern. "Your Majesty," thinking about her identity as the successor of the dwarf high priest, Jenny hesitated for a moment before deciding not to hide it anymore. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. Not only did he have 1/5 of his spirit sealed by Danny Rise, but he also suffered a backlash from the laws of the universe due to the Orlos cataclysm. After that, Lalo took advantage of the situation and attacked him. Sigh. The dwarf was shocked and regretful. The battle between gods and demons that shocked Orlos and regretted that Balerion did not die. "What do you mean by backlash from the laws of the universe?" And again, he asked in confusion. Jenny frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Just like the backlash from magic after a spell fails, the backlash from the laws of the universe is a higher level of magic backlash." Seeing the dwarf's blank expression and opening mouth as if he was about to ask another question, Jenny waved her hand and sighed. "It's hard to explain if you don't experience it yourself. If you really can't, just treat it as if you caused damage to the world and then be punished by the world's consciousness. 400 years ago, the great calamity of Valeglia caused His Majesty to suffer heavy losses and sleep for 100 years. The dwarf's large nose twitched a few times as he asked nervously, "Did Danny Rise suffer any backlash?" No. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was regretful and angry. "I was the one who built the Mage Tower. It has nothing to do with her," Jenny said bitterly. "What about Lalo? You said he was the one behind it." "His methods were ingenious. Even if there was a backlash, it would be very weak." Sigh. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. "We're in big trouble," the dwarf lamented. "We should overcome all the troubles and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly," Jenny said in a low voice. "How should we work hard?" The dwarf said helplessly. "If we only attack the villages near Myrine, we won't be able to harm Danny Rise's foundation. It's even more impossible for His Majesty Balerion to gain any substantial benefits. Why don't we launch a decisive battle while we still have a few hundred elephant soldiers? I'll be the vanguard. I swear I won't be like my uncle. I'll charge at the front. Even if I die, I'll die on the front lines. That old turtle is lying in the river beside Myrine. We can't force our way into Myrine." Jenny shook her head, hatred flashing in her eyes. "The long night has come. I'll drag the entire slave bay down with Orlos. Myrine has the river and the old turtle. We'll shift our position to the dry and warm Yuankai plains. I want to engage in tunnel warfare with Danny Rise. I want to destroy all of her farmlands, pastures, and granaries before the temperature drops and the dragon worm freezes to death. "Ah!" the dwarf exclaimed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Actually, he had always known that in Jenny's current situation, the best choice was to give up on the extravagant hope of a direct battle and stay away from the river that posed a threat to the dragon worm. Hence, he had always pretended to be hot-blooded and encouraged Jenny to fight the Dragon Queen head-on. Tyrion wasn't the hand of the king of Slave Bay. Naturally, he wouldn't be worried about the people of Slave Bay. However, Jenny had angered the Dragon Queen. Would the Dragon Queen not vent her anger on him? He was still hoping that she would remove Balerian's thoughts from his mind. No, he had to warn the Dragon Queen. He didn't care if she had the means to deal with Jenny. He just wanted to get himself out of the range of the Dragon Queen's fury. He couldn't get away, but he could send a messenger. Fortunately, he had gotten rid of his cheap father during the chaos. Now that he was in charge of the elephant soldiers, he might be able to make Cadillac lose contact. "What are you thinking about?" Jenny's shout interrupted the dwarf's reverie. "I'm thinking about how to serve His Majesty Balerion," the dwarf blurted out. Jenny smiled charmingly. Like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pressed the dwarf onto the soft couch. "Just work hard like this." The Great Wall had really collapsed. After becoming a wind and fire dual-element demigod, Dany left the 3 winged dragons behind and only pounced on the East Sea Guardian. The Great Wall collapsed in the afternoon. When it was close to evening, the Door God opened the space door and handed his god's kingdom to Dany. Without much delay, she immediately appointed Barristan as the commander-in-chief of the volunteer army. That night, she started preparing to form the Winged Dragon Army and rush to Dragonstone Island. After dinner, Dany immediately set off for the north. In the end, she stayed in Orlos for most of the night. Hence, on the afternoon of the second day, around 4 o'clock, Dany arrived late. The sky was dark, as if it was a rainy day. There were also 100 layers of thick gray quilts covering the sky. There was no clear boundary between day and night. Perhaps the moisture in the air yesterday had all turned into ice and snow that fell to the ground. There was no heavy snow today. Other than the howling northern wind, the sky of the East Sea Guardian was quiet and clean. The Great Wall was 200 meters tall and tens of meters thick. The inner layer was made of rocks, and the outer layer was artificially covered with a layer of glaciers. At this moment, the Great Wall was like a martial artist whose spine had been broken by a peerless expert. It collapsed on the ground like mud. Its originally majestic body had become a long and low grave. It was a grave of the night watchers mixed with stones and snow. It was also like a long piece of dough on a chopping board waiting to be cut into steam buns. Dany brought 3 megalosaurus with her. Little Green was the first to leave the team. His mission was to patrol the Seal Bay in the east to look for the East Sea Guardian. After arriving at the East Sea Guardian, Blackie and Dany stayed behind. Little White continued to head west along the Great Wall, looking for traces of the Night Watchers and deviant ghosts. "I am the Great Guardian of Light. Where are the Night Watchers?" Blackie shouted at the snow-covered grave below. "Where are the Night Watchers?" Hovering above the East Sea Guardian, Blackie shouted continuously for 5 minutes, but there was no response. Dany was not crazy. She hoped to summon the ghosts of the Night Watchers. Deviant ghosts. She knew that the Night Watchers lived in the towers above the ground in the summer and would go into the underground worm tunnels in the winter. The worm tunnels had a history of thousands of years. The thick soil on the upper layer was frozen hard like iron. The collapse of the Great Wall would not crush all the worm tunnels. Therefore, Dany guessed that there were Night Watchers hiding in the worm tunnels and escaping. "The Mother of Dragons has arrived. Are there any Night Watchers lucky enough to survive?" Blackie lowered its altitude to 150 meters. Its voice was louder and louder. It even used the power of the soul. The huge draconic aura was enough to penetrate the ground for tens of meters. If there was a mage with strong spiritual power, even if he was deaf, he could hear Blackie's voice. Ordinary people could not distinguish the information in the spiritual power, but they should know that the Megalosaurus was calling them if they had come in contact with the draconic aura before. Woo-woo-woo this time, there was finally a response. Under the grave mound, where the East Sea Guardian Castle was, There was a low sound of a horn that sounded like the crying of ghosts. Danny was about to ride the dragon and land at the sound of the horn when she suddenly had a thought. She turned to the west. Little White had an unexpected discovery. At this time, Little White flew about 30 kilometers to the west and came to the edge of the collapsed Great Wall. The Great Wall has not completely collapsed. Danny was surprised and happy. This meant that more than 80% of the Great Wall's sentry towers could be preserved. The Great Wall was 500 kilometers long, and 30 kilometers was less than one-tenth of it. This meant that there were still a lot of night watchers alive, which meant that they might be besieged by deviant ghosts now. Thinking of this, Danny became anxious again. Night watchers, listen up. The Great Wall has not completely collapsed. The Dragon Queen wants to go to the West Sentry Tower first. Woo woo woo. It was unknown whether the people underground understood Blackie's words. The sound of the horn suddenly became urgent. But Danny had made up her mind, and she would not change it easily. What's more, there were priorities. It was more urgent to save the Dark Castle than to stay in the East Sea Guardian and dig a hole. Blackie spread its wings and sped up to the west. 4 kilometers to the west of the East Sea Guardian was the shipyard of the Night Watcher's Greenguard Castle. It was located by a river south of the Great Wall, so it was not buried by the glaciers and rocks of the Great Wall. Blackie roared, but no one answered. Continuing to the west, Danny saw the half-collapsed Great Wall in a castle called Beacon Tower. The towers of the Beacon Tower were smashed by the glaciers, but 2 stone towers were still intact. Still, no one was there. Looking at the Great Wall that was broken by the glaciers and cracked by the inner layer of the rock, Danny had the idea that came to her when she first came to the Great Wall. She wanted to see if the dragon flame could collapse the Great Wall, just like what the zombie ghost dragon did in the finale of Wandering Power. Chapter 752. Boom! Blackie didn't enter the Seven Gods state. It only used its own magic power to spit out a red dragon flame that was as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long. Like a welding torch, the dragon flame slowly swept through the cracks of the Great Wall. The scorching flame evaporated the remaining ice on the surface of the wall, and a large amount of white steam rose into a huge black cloud. However, except for a street-wide scorch mark on the surface of the huge stone wall, there was no extra harm. Even someone as powerful as the Black Death god Balerion could only roast the people in the castle and not destroy the walls when he breathed fire to burn the fragile Helen Castle. Danny patted Blackie's neck to stop it from doing useless work. She complained, "That's nonsense. The scriptwriter should be fed to the deviant ghosts." But the next moment, Danny's pupil shrank. The surface of the scorched stone that was sprayed by the dragon flame lit up with dark red magic patterns. If it was during the day before the long night, Danny would probably ignore the faint fluorescent dark red runes. But now, the sky was dark, and the faint glow was very conspicuous, like a firefly in the summer night. The dragon flame activated the magic circle in the Great Wall. Danny jumped down from Blackie's back and landed lightly on the top of the cracked Great Wall. She closed her eyes and released her spiritual power to sense the magic circle in the Great Wall. Gradually, the confusion on her face turned into realization. So it's because I repaired the magic circle of the Great Wall and charged it. When Danny came to the Great Wall for the first time, she accidentally met the Black Gate and accidentally got the wind song of the Gate God. She also went through the test of the Gate God. The test of the Gate God was like this. The wind song had no owner. Whoever touched it and injected their spiritual power into it would automatically control it. At the same time, the wind song was the core of the magic circle of the Great Wall. Without the wind song, the Great Wall would begin to collapse. Then, could the person who got the wind song give up the true God-level power that was in control of the world? Danny was very thirsty for power, but she only struggled for a moment and immediately handed over the wind song. Door God was very satisfied with her performance. Considering that she was a holy spirit and had the talent to understand the embryonic form of the Song of Ice and Fire, Door God had secretly chosen her as the heir of his legacy. It was just that Danny herself didn't know. At that time, she also used her own power to repair the broken magic circles in the Great Wall. Dani listened to the song of wind of the door god, and her consciousness traveled back to 8,000 years ago. She witnessed the entire process of the construction of the Great Wall, so she knew all the magic circles in the Great Wall and how they operated. After that, he contributed all of his Big Black's and Little White's magic power to repair the cracks on the surface of the Great Wall and recharge the magic array under the Great Wall. Since then, the magic array inside the Great Wall was maintained by two kinds of magic power. One came from the door god, and the other came from Dani, Dahe, and Little White. The Winter Horn targeted the door gods, just like how an antivirus patch targeted a virus. When the horn was blown, the door god perished, and the array formed by the door god's godly power was naturally destroyed. However, the magic array that Dani repaired, and the magic array that relied on her and the Megalosaurus magic power to operate, remained. More than a year had passed, and Dani's magic power must not be much left. After the Great Wall collapsed, her magic power was depleted even faster. Perhaps in a few days, she would not be able to sense any trace of her own magic power in the Great Wall. However, the Great Wall had only collapsed yesterday, and there should still be some of her magic power left. That magic power was maintaining the operation of the broken magic array inside the Great Wall, so it could absorb the magic power of the same origin as the Great Black Dragon's flames. It seems like it can be repaired. Dani touched the stone wall with her right hand. Her spirit power sensed the operation of the magic array inside the Great Wall, and her expression was hesitant. If the Great Wall had not collapsed, she would not hesitate to repair the magic array immediately. She might even have to recharge the magic array regularly to maintain its normal operation. However, now that the Great Wall had collapsed for more than 30 kilometers and the deviant ghosts had already crossed over, was there still a need to repair the Great Wall? There's no need. Dani sighed. She stood up and leaped. The flame wings behind her flashed and retracted, and she landed on the back of Blackie, who was flying slowly below them. Maybe there'll be a different effect this time. Dani tilted her head and glanced at the cracked Great Wall. Her lips curled into a strange smile. Hiss-boom! Blackie circled around and faced the Great Wall again. The dragon flames were like a welding torch in the hands of a god, cutting through the largest steel plate in the world. This time, Dani merged her spirit power into the dragon flames. The dragon flames' form did not change, and neither did their might. However, the magic power in the dragon flames started to wildly destroy the magic array inside the Great Wall. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the dragon flames swept past, the walls cracked, and huge chunks of ice and rocks fell to the ground. Does this count as a perfect cosplay of the Night King in Game of Thrones, who delivered his head on a silver platter? Ha! When she thought of this, Dani felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She threw her head back and laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of fleshy wings flapping in the air came from the west, mixed with the screams of many humans. Dani looked up and saw a group of pterosaurs flying over from the west, sticking close to the inner wall of the Great Wall. The pterosaur knights were all wearing wind helmets, so she could not see their faces clearly. However, each of the knights had a large and eye-catching flame heart pattern on their chests. Was this Erlu's pterosaur knight group? TSK. There were a total of 30 pterosaurs. The Ragged Princess Peach was really big. Dani was wondering why Erlu was here when she heard Erlu's teeth-grinding roar from the leading shadow dragon. So you were the one who burned down the Great Wall. You're the deviant ghost king with a noble heart shrouded in sin. Line up. Richard, who was on Erlu's left, ordered loudly. Raise the altitude and surround the deviant ghost king. Then, a group of pterosaur knights hurriedly drove their pterosaurs to climb up and formed a messy encirclement that was full of holes. Scram, the dragon's soul entered her body, and the shadow of a bright sword flashed across the dragon queen's eyes. In the next moment, 30 pterosaurs cried out mournfully. 29 pterosaur knights held their heads and wailed. The encirclement became more and more chaotic. Some pterosaurs even slammed into the collapsed Great Wall. Erlu's brain felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely painful, but his willpower was strong. He forced himself to endure the pain and even took part of the damage from the Divine Sword's soul suppressor for his pterosaur. Deviant Ghost King Danny Leezy, I'll kill you. With a howl, he pulled out the hero's red sword from his waist and drove the shadow pterosaur, which was much smaller than Blackie, to dive towards Danny. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I've already reminded you to bring Melisandre with you when you go out. Danny muttered, and then her eyes flashed again. The pterosaur, which was resisting the fear and rushing towards Blackie, let out a wail and slid to the ground like a plane that had lost its momentum. Boom chi chi, the thick snow greatly reduced the impact of the landing. The pterosaur dragged out a 20-meter-long ditch in the snow and stopped with a wail. Erlu was dizzy from the fall, and the red sword in his hand fell off. Looking at the pterosaur in the sky that was afraid to move forward, Danny smiled faintly and let Blackie land on a huge rock beside Erlu. Didn't you notice? Since you met the red-robed woman, your fate has been tied to her. As long as you don't have her by your side, you will almost certainly lose every battle. If you brought Melisandre with you today, at least you wouldn't be wiped out by a simple soul shock from me. She said to Erlu, who was shaking as he stood up, Are you the king of deviant ghosts? He shouted angrily. Is there something wrong with your brain? Danny laughed. Erlu waved his hand towards the sky and stopped the pterosaur that was eager to throw bombs at Danny. Well, in Erlu's pterosaur army, some pterosaurs were carrying kerosene bombs, while others piled a bundle of green wildfire bombs on their backs. It was also because of the equipment of the pterosaur army that Danny didn't kill them. It was obvious that Erlu wasn't here to ambush her, but to hunt down the king of deviant ghosts. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing crazily. Erlu glared at Danny and gritted his teeth. So? Danny was a little embarrassed. I thought you were the king of deviant ghosts. Are you, or are you not? Erlu's eyes were spitting fire. Did you cause the Great Wall to collapse? Or are you working with the king of deviant ghosts? Sigh. That's why I said that you should have brought Melisandre here. Danny sighed and felt sad for Erlu. He didn't even know the king of deviant ghosts, but he was so anxious to bring a group of minions to hunt him down. Erlu stumbled across the waist-deep snow. With great difficulty, he finally managed to pick up his red sword. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing proudly. With the red sword in his hand, Erlu inexplicably felt more confident. The prophecy said that he would defeat the king of deviant ghosts with the red sword in his hand. I wasn't laughing. The wind is strong here. You heard wrong. Danny firmly denied. Erlu was skeptical. Indeed, outside the Great Wall, the north wind whistled like a ghost. Just now it seemed to be a ghost like this. You rode a dragon and burned down the Great Wall, he said again. That's why you should have brought Melisandre here. Erlu gritted his teeth. Don't change the topic. Are you working with the king of deviant ghosts because of the Iron Throne? Danny waved her hand in disgust. Let the king of deviant ghosts sit on the Iron Throne. You muggle. You can't sense the magic waves and can't recognize the glow of the magic runes. You didn't know that I was checking the incomplete magic circle inside the Great Wall. Checking the magic circle? The Great Wall has collapsed. How can you check the magic circle inside? Erlu's tone was suspicious. I can kill you, and all of you like killing chickens. Would you lie to a chicken that you can kill easily? Danny sneered without holding back. Erlu's face was livid. He almost chewed through his gums. But at the same time, he dispelled most of his doubts about Danny. He wouldn't lie to a chicken. Danny's tone softened, and she asked curiously, Why are you here? Erlu stared at her for a long time before he said dejectedly, Yesterday, the Great Wall collapsed. Melisandre sensed it. She told me that the king of deviant ghosts had already brought his army into the north. A calamity is coming. So, she asked you to challenge the king of deviant ghosts and end the long night? Danny asked strangely. Erlu shook his head and said with a complicated tone, I'm the legal king of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the entire realm. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. No matter what, I can't let the deviant ghosts enter the Seven Kingdoms. The best choice is to end the king of deviant ghosts before he causes great suffering in the Seven Kingdoms. Actually, Aunt May had encouraged him to sacrifice Shireen to revive the demon dragon Vargal. Erlu had a big fight with her. When he brought the winged dragon army out, he didn't bring the red-robed woman. You should have brought the red-robed woman. Dany's tone became gentler. With her around, even if you unfortunately encounter the king of deviant ghosts, you can at least cause some damage to the king of deviant ghosts before the whole army is wiped out. Then, your sacrifice won't be in vain. Erlu clenched his jaw, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. His widened eyes seemed to shoot out death rays. Chapter 7:53. Hearing the sound of teeth grinding that even the howling north wind could not suppress, Dany shrugged. Although my words are a little unpleasant, they are words of gold and jade. Even I am not sure if I can kill the Ghoul King. You guys are useless except for adding 30 Ghoul Dragons and 30 Ghoul Winged Dragon Knights. We're flying in the sky. As long as we stay above 400 meters, the Dragon Slayer crossbow will not be able to hit a single scale of the Winged Dragon. Against the Ghoul King, we will definitely win. A knight beside Erlu shouted. After Erlu landed, a few knights immediately came to protect him. I don't talk to reserve duty ghouls. Dany waved her hand. You guys continue. I will leave first. Reserve duty. Ghoul. Erlu's knight learned from his boss. He glared and gritted his teeth. Don't look down on us. We are. Blackie flapped its wings, and the violent airflow made the knight stagger. His words were interrupted. Dany was not in the mood to argue with a minion. Hiss, the black dragon rolled up a curtain of snow and jumped into the sky, flying toward Dark Castle in the west. If she met Erlu somewhere else, Dany might take revenge on him. She hadn't forgotten that not long ago, he had burned her fake nephew and thrown a steel dagger at her. But when the Great Wall collapsed, Erlu rushed to help. Whether he was fulfilling his duty as the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, or brainwashed by the red-robed woman, thinking that he could kill the Ghoul King with a red sword as the prophecy said, his actions could be considered as a responsible performance. Well, just like Dany now, didn't she rush over as soon as she heard the news? More than 100 kilometers to Dark Castle, the Great Wall became more and more intact. Although the ice on the surface cracked enough to bury Erlu, it did not fall off. The stone wall inside the Great Wall was still stable. They passed by several Night Watcher castles, but they were all empty. But on the walkway on the Great Wall, there were many migrants. The Night Watchers in each castle rushed to Dark Castle through the Great Wall. Dany did not delay and flew directly to Dark Castle. Ugh, Dragon Queen is here. Her Majesty Dany Lilith is here to save the Great Wall. Dark Castle was unexpectedly lively. It was brightly lit, and there was a hubbub of voices. From the walls on the ground to the high tower in the courtyard, and then all the way up to the summit of the Great Wall, there were many lit oil lamps and torches, and men in black standing under the torches. Not only the Night Watchers, but also many northern region civilians and gorgeously dressed women. Dahe hovered half a circle above the castle and was discovered by the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers blew the horn, and the whole castle fell into a fanatical and joyful atmosphere. It was as if they had been choked to death underwater and had finally grabbed the straw rope that could save their lives. Then they surfaced and took deep breaths. The castle, the insect path, the stable, the sentry tower. There were people scrambling to get out. The Great Wall to the north of Dark Castle was also full of cracks, and large chunks of ice had fallen. Dany only let Little White land on the Great Wall to monitor the surroundings, while Dahe took her to land on the outer wall. Yes, it was the wall that she had asked the giants and barbarians to build. It surrounded the buildings of Dark Castle in a semicircle. Your Majesty, you're finally here. Chief Commander Elise's eyes were red, and he was so excited that tears almost fell. Along with him to welcome the Dragon Queen were One-Armed Tanner, Red-Nosed Paris, and Pomegranate-like Bowen Maxey, and more than 20 noble knights of all ages. Sir Elisa, who was over 50 years old, looked even older than last time. His body was still as lean and strong as before, but his thick black and white hair was all white and bald. "Did the other ghosts attack you?" After exchanging a few pleasantries with the night watchers, Dani asked directly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she already knew the answer. The wall was full of stains from the battle. There were blood stains, the stench of burning corpses, and the burnt oil. "Thank goodness you helped us build this wall." Elisa patted the battlements and said with a complicated expression, "Last night, the ghouls came like a tide. If it wasn't for the wall, Dark Castle would have fallen like the other castles." Galen, who had been promoted to the captain of the cavalry, grinned and said, "There's also the dragon-tooth dagger. The wooden dragon crystal dagger that looks like or is very useful. It can clear a large area with a sweep of the blade. It's very effective in defending a castle. I killed about 50 ghouls by myself. If it wasn't for the fact that wielding the dragon-tooth dagger was too tiring, I could have killed even more. Those dead people didn't have weapons or armor, so they weren't hard to deal with. They were bought by us like scarecrows." Paristan said in annoyance, "If the Great Wall didn't collapse, the 15,000 night watchers would all be equipped with dragon-tooth daggers. The other ghosts wouldn't even be able to step into the north." Red Pomegranate looked around and said, "The wall isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the hall." The main hall of Dark Castle was both a meeting room and a dining room for the night watchers to eat. In the past, due to limited manpower, the night watchers didn't have the energy to clear the 10-meter-thick snow in the yard. They would have abandoned the buildings on the ground and hid in the underground tunnel for the winter. But this winter, everyone knew that the night was coming. Everyone was on guard against the other ghosts. In order to quickly get into battle and train, the snow in the yard was cleared every day. The buildings on the ground weren't abandoned either. In fact, they couldn't be abandoned either. The number of night watchers was 10 times more than in the past. The tunnel couldn't fit that many people. "We're not afraid of the normal ghouls. The night watchers with dragon crystal daggers can deal with them as easily as a knight in full armor dealing with a farmer with a hoe. But there are other ghosts hidden among the ghouls. The other ghosts can deal with the night watchers as easily as a knight dealing with a farmer. If Stannis hadn't come in time, Dark Castle would have suffered heavy casualties." Sir Elisa said with a complicated expression. "He personally went to fight the other ghosts?" Dani asked in surprise. "No, but he has 30 winged dragons that can throw wildfire bombs and kerosene bombs." Following that, the night watchers spoke one after another, explaining to the Dragon Queen the process of fighting the deviant ghosts from last night to this afternoon from various angles. There were more than 50,000 ghouls attacking Dark Castle. There were at least 10 other ghosts hidden among them. The ghouls were like a tide, endless and endless. But Dark Castle was the main camp of the Night Watchers. There were more than 3,000 Night Watchers stationed there, including 200 knights. If there were 50,000 zombies, the Night Watchers would definitely be defeated. But the ghouls weren't zombies. Being scratched or bitten by a ghoul was no different from being scratched or bitten by a normal crazy woman. Well, the ghouls didn't carry viruses. If the Night Watchers didn't have dragon crystal daggers, the ghouls would still be alive and Dark Castle would have fallen long ago. But the Night Watchers had been preparing for the other ghosts for a year or two. They had at least one dragon tooth dagger or dragon crystal spear. One slash was more effective than a knight using a normal sword to cut down a peasant. So, even if the other ghosts threw ice swords at them, the Night Watchers still held the line. With the 15-meter-tall wall, they blocked wave after wave of ghouls. Then, the other ghosts personally went to attack the wall. In fact, before Elu came, the Night Watchers had already killed 3 other ghosts. Or rather, those 3 other ghosts tried to cross the wall, but were killed by the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers held on until morning. Erlu led 30 winged dragons to the wall and only threw 2 waves of kerosene bombs. They didn't even know if they killed the other ghosts in the ghoul forest. There were about 35,000 ghouls left, and they all retreated. Dani was surprised. The winged dragon's bombs might be very effective against small soldiers, But the ghouls aren't afraid of death, and the other ghosts aren't afraid of exhaustion. There's no need for them to retreat so early. Maybe they can't see any hope of victory, but they're not stupid. They won't waste their forces for nothing, Erlu's uncle said. Danny glanced at the old green turtle and asked, Count Ismond, do you think the other ghosts will lack forces? Maybe they don't, but there's no need to waste their forces, the old man said with certainty. Danny looked around and asked, I just looked over from the Eastern Sea. It's empty. There's not a single other ghost. Do you know how many ghouls crossed the wall? Where's their main force now? I don't know. We received the last messenger crow from the Eastern Sea. There was a line of scribbled words on it. The other ghosts are attacking. There's no end to them. Be careful. Endless is an adjective. Maybe only the king of the other ghosts knows how many people died. Anyway, in my opinion, the 50,000 ghouls that surrounded Dark Castle last night were also endless. Professor Peristu smiled bitterly. His Majesty Stannis took his winged dragon knights to find the main force of the other ghosts. When he comes back, we'll know the details of the other ghosts. The old green turtle laughed. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Danny shook her head. Stannis did indeed return disappointed. 3 hours after Danny landed in Dark Castle, Erlu took his winged dragon knights back to the top of the wall. They were far away from Whitey, and the winged dragons didn't dare to get close. I went to the Eastern Sea and didn't find the king of the other ghosts. In the main hall of Dark Castle, Erlu turned to look at Danny. If Danny Rise isn't the king of the other ghosts. At the head of the hall, there was a long table. Danny and Erlu sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen had the Megalosaurus. Her reputation, power, and popularity on the wall were all better than Erlu's. Therefore, the commander-in-chief put her seat in the middle, and Erlu sat on her right. The others were divided into 4 rows according to their status. Before Danny could say anything, Commander Orissa, a loyal subject of the dragon family, was angry. Your Majesty Stannis, now that the other ghosts have crossed the wall, the 7 kingdoms are in danger. What's the point of playing this game of power? Yes, we should defend Her Majesty Danny Rise's united ghost resistance front, Red Pomegranate said. A red-eyed crow flew over silently and landed on a window near the roof. Except for Danny, no one noticed it. She's really burning the wall. Erlu's face was pale. Erlu's uncle couldn't stand it anymore. Your Majesty, the Dragon Queen is examining the magic circle in the wall. You don't understand magic, so you might not understand. Erlu glared at the old turtle. I don't understand. Do you? The old turtle nodded. The Dragon Queen showed us that the Megalosaurus magic can repair the cracks in the wall. We all saw it. Her Majesty Danny Rise can indeed activate the magic circle in the wall. The knights and barons nodded. Before Erlu came back, Danny had already cleared her crime of burning the wall. Glancing at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth again, Danny asked, 50,000 ghouls besieged Dark Castle. More than 30,000 ghouls retreated this afternoon. Didn't you 30 pterosaurs follow the retreating ghouls to the main group? Chapter 754. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with anticipation, Erlu sighed regretfully and shook his head. The deviant ghosts are smarter than we thought. They split into dozens of small teams and spread out in all directions. Then they entered the snow forest and the mountains. I didn't dare to let the pterosaur lower its altitude. Soon, we lost all traces of the deviant ghost teams. After that, I wondered if the deviant ghosts could find traces of the deviant ghost army from the EC Watch. Sigh, in the end, I didn't find anything. Why is that? The deviant ghosts have already crossed the Great Wall. The sun has already been extinguished. Why are they still so cautious? Peristan was puzzled. I think that the army of corpses surrounding Dark Castle is just a side army. Erlu's expression became very serious. After crossing the Great Wall, the Night Watchers are no longer the main focus of the deviant ghosts. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers all had ugly expressions, but no one refuted because Erlu's words could not be refuted. Where do you think the deviant ghost's main force went? Danny asked. Erlu said in a low voice. The group of dead people scattered their main force not because they were cautious, but because they had their own strategic plan. The deviant ghost army's target is the castle of the Duke of the North. That place has the most people. Kill all the living and turn them into an army of dead people. There are many castles. Naturally, it's more efficient to split up and attack from multiple directions. That's why they don't have a main force. If I were the deviant ghost king, I would choose this strategy. Danny smiled bitterly. This was also the situation she was most worried about. I saw many villagers in Dark Castle. Did they all escape from the deviant ghost village? She asked. Those are the villagers, merchants, and prostitutes from Mole Village. The Great Wall collapsed, and we received the EC Watch Crow. While we strengthened our defenses, we also sent someone to inform the people of Mole Village. Some came, some didn't. Those who didn't come have all become part of the deviant ghost army. Chief Commander Orissa said. Danny was silent. Erlu was silent. Other than the crackling sound of the fire in the fireplace, there was silence in the hall. After a while, Professor Peresdan rubbed his face and said tiredly, Your Majesties, I wonder what plan you have for the current situation. It's difficult. Danny sighed. What's the situation at Slaves Bay now? Is the war over? Erlu glanced at her and asked softly. The alliance is now history. Danny's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled, while the knights and knights of Erlu below all exclaimed in unison, looking at the Dragon Queen with eyes full of shock and admiration. With a complicated expression, Erlu asked, How much power do you plan to invest in the Westeros? Sir Barristan has formed a volunteer army at Slave Bay. The first batch of 400 elite unsullied equipped with tile armor and tile weapons have been airlifted to Dragonstone Island by Pterosaur in recent days. Gods, 400 sets of tile armor and tile weapons. There are only 300 tile swords in the entire Westeros. Everyone exclaimed again, looking at Danny with eyes that seemed to emit endless golden, like the gold of a mountain of gold. Tile armor? Erlu looked down at the old black plate armor on his body and said hesitantly, Aegon, I have a set of tile armor and black fire with me. Do you want them? Sansa asked me for them last time, but I didn't give them to her. Black fire is the Targaryen clan's sword. I don't care about armor and swords. Do whatever you want. Danny's gaze turned sharp. But I will remember the matter of you burning Aegon to death. When the deviant ghosts are eliminated, I will settle the score with you. Erlu pursed his thin lips and said calmly, I hope we can live until that day. Cough, cough. Blacksmith Tanner coughed a few times to break the awkward silence. Your Majesty, 400 tile unsullied is a powerful force. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them on Dragonstone Island? That's where the problem lies, Danny said in a low voice. The deviant ghosts are heading south. As long as the Seven Kingdoms aren't stupid, they will know that it's time to go all out. But if the Great Wall collapses, where should we put our forces? One-armed Tanner opened his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, the Great Wall, as the first line of defense, is useless. We should build a second, third, and even fourth line of defense. Perisdan was deep in thought. Where should we build a second line of defense? Winterfell? A knight frowned and asked. Winterfell is undefended, and the castle is too small. Perisdan gritted his teeth. I suggest we give up on the Northern Territory and put all our forces into the valley. We should strive to build the second Great Wall through the Blood Gate. Gods! Bowen Marcy exclaimed. Professor Perisdan, has your brain been eaten by the deviant ghosts? How can you say such disgraceful and stupid words? A northern knight was filled with righteous indignation and cursed loudly. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. How can we give up? The rest of the knights expressed their dissatisfaction. Caw, caw, caw. The large red-eyed crow by the window flapped its wings and cawed loudly. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Pereston's nose was as red as a lamp. He pressed his hands down repeatedly. When I said we should give up on the Northern Territory, I didn't mean we should give up on the people of the Northern Territory. I don't know the reason for this unprecedented calamity. But it's obvious that between us and the deviant ghosts, between the living and the dead, only one side can survive. The one who survives in the end will win. So, we are not fighting for territory with the deviant ghosts. We are competing to see who can last longer. Everyone stopped cursing and cursing. They were all deep in thought. Danny smiled and said, "If the land exists and the people are lost, the people and the land are lost. If the people exist and the land is lost, the people and the land are lost." Professor Paris-Dan, you have seen through the nature of this war. Your Majesty praises me too much. Paris-Dan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is the most helpless choice. Of the 17 castles on the Great Wall, only Dark Castle remained intact due to its walls. The rest of the castles have all fallen. Only the Night Watchers who climbed up the Great Wall survived. The Night Watchers are the most elite and powerful force in the Northern Territory. You can imagine what will happen to the Northern Territory's vassals who have exhausted their strength in the recent years of war. The deviant ghosts have already passed the Great Wall. Is there enough time? There are so many people. Where can they move to? Sir Elisa frowned. Commander, have you studied the map of the Northern Territory carefully? Paris-Dan smiled proudly. 90% of the Northern Territory's nobles' castles are built by the river or the sea. Really? Sir Elisa doubted. It's true. Bowen Maxey was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize it before. Now that I think about it, Stark's Winterfell, Mandalay's White Harbor, the Bolton family's Terror Castle, even Savon City, Lonely Tomb Village, Torrance City, even the Amber family, which is closest to the Great Wall, is only a few kilometers away from Mahjong. Send a message to the Northern Territory's vassals to immediately take a ship south to the Valley and the Western Territory. Danny said to the red-nosed old professor. Forget about going to the Valley, but the Northern Territory and the Western Territory. Will Lannister take us in? A Northern Territory knight asked hesitantly. Moreover, the Northern vassals might not listen to us. Sir Elisa sighed. We have to let Stark know about this. I'll go to Winterfell later. Danny turned to Erlu. You haven't said anything. What do you think? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. It's impossible to move all of them. So many people will starve to death if they go to the Valley and the Western Territory empty-handed. Why don't we solve the problem from the root? Killing the Deviant Ghost King will end the long night. Erlu placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Danny with anticipation and hesitation. Perhaps if we find the Deviant Ghost King, we can kill it together. His Majesty Stannis has 30 pterosaurs, and Her Majesty the Queen has 2 megalosaurus. It's possible to kill the Deviant Ghost King. As long as we kill it, the long night will end. Everyone was excited. A smile appeared in Danny's large eyes. If we kill the Deviant Ghost King together, who will the Iron Throne belong to? Whoever puts in the most effort will get it. Erlu clenched his jaw and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Your Majesty, Danny, Liz, it's already like this. Paris-Dan smiled bitterly. It's already like this. Stop daydreaming. Danny waved her hand and looked at the eager crowd in the hall. Haven't you heard the story of the long night from Old Nan? The last long night lasted for an entire generation. This generation's Deviant Ghost King is even stronger. How can he be killed right after crossing the Great Wall? You're a barefoot princess. You didn't even have food when you were young. Where did Old Nan come from? Pockmarked Richard complained in his heart and pointed at the red sword at Erlu's waist. His Majesty Stannis has the red sword of heroes. The last long night lasted for an entire generation because Azor and Ahai failed to forge the red sword multiple times. Now, we don't need to waste time forging the sword. As long as we find the Deviant Ghost King, His Majesty Stannis can fulfill the ancient prophecy. Red Pomegranate, Red Nose, and the others nodded. That makes sense. We've all seen the power of the red sword. That sword, At the end, they were all stuck. After being stunned for a moment, they looked strangely between the Dragon Queen and the red sword. It seems that the red sword can only be used to its full potential in the hands of the Dragon Queen. His Majesty Stannis, you see, at this time, Dr. Paris-Dan muttered. Why don't we give the sword to the most capable person? Yes, yes. Elisa and the others nodded. Her Majesty Dany Rise has experience in fighting deviant ghosts alone. Let her. Shut up. Richard shouted angrily. The pockmarks on his face were shining because of his anger. His Majesty Stannis is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. He is the savior in the Red God's prophecy. Only he has the destiny to kill the deviant Ghost King. At a time like this, Peristan muttered softly. Looking at Erlu's gloomy face, his voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Since you have the confidence to end the long night with the red sword, why did you come to me? Dany asked curiously. Erlu's expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he said bitterly, Melisandre told me that I need a magic dragon to fulfill the Asha prophecy. I don't want your dragon. Even if I wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me. Cooperate with me and create a chance for me to challenge the deviant Ghost King. I will kill it myself. If I fail, you can pick up my sword and continue. Your Majesty, you are the child of prophecy. You will never fail. Richard's face turned red as he shouted. At this time, prepare for the worst. Erlu shook his head. Are you sure you want to do this? Dany looked at Erlu and reminded him. I can tell you clearly that with just the red sword, your chances of success are very low. I am Robert's only heir and the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. It is also the mission I have been waiting for all these years, Erlu said firmly. Dany looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, I agree. What? Erlu was in disbelief. I don't like you. This is the truth. But at this time, go back and bring Aegon's armor and Melisandre here. With them, your chances of winning will increase by 10 times. 10 times? Erlu gritted his teeth. Did I only have a 10% chance of defeating the deviant Ghost King before? No. With the tile steel armor and Melisandre fighting for you, you barely had a 10% chance of surviving. The idea is to survive, not to kill the deviant Ghost King. Crack, crack, crack. Erlu ground his teeth. Chapter 755. Under the witness of many night watchers, Dany and Erlu reached 3 basic agreements. 1. Immediately send out a warning to the northern warlords and remind them to prepare to cross the sea. 2. Inform the nobles in the south of the next swamp to prepare to build a second and third defense line. 3. Confirm the location of the strange Ghost King and then cooperate with the Dragon Queen and the Child of the Prophecy to try and kill him. Almost everyone believed that the strange Ghost King might not go to the northern warlord's castle, but when attacking Winterfell, he would definitely appear. Therefore, Erlu and Dany would meet in Winterfell. Winterfell would become the main battlefield of the first Strange Ghost King War. After the meeting ended, Dany went to Perestan's crow's nest. The sanctuary is destroyed. In the scholar's study, she saw the red-eyed crow again. It was the black crow that was eavesdropping on their conversation from the small window. It was also one of Bran's crow avatars. To cross the Great Wall, the sanctuary must be destroyed first. The Winter Horn is also effective against the sanctuary's defense circle. The tombs that have existed for millions of years have turned into scorched earth in the flames. There is nothing left there. The raven's eyes flashed with human-like sorrow. Why didn't you discover the Winter Horn earlier? I don't know. It seems to have the help of fate and has been hiding in my blind spot. Before the sanctuary was destroyed, I had never even seen the Winter Horn, the raven said. Hee. That's because you haven't merged with the Green Prophet seal, right? Now, you still have a large part of Bran Stark's humanity, Dany sneered. This has nothing to do with me. The Winter Horn had already appeared during the time of Blind and Riverwind. Great! A three-eyed crow that knows how to shirk responsibility. You are the only one in a million years. Dany continued to mock. Caw, 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 caw. The raven excitedly flapped its wings and cawed loudly. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I just want to tell you that if Blinding can't do it, I can't do it either. None of the three-eyed crows can be omniscient and omnipotent. We are still at the mercy of fate. The mockery on Danny's lips grew thicker. Normally, you people are omnipotent and do everything. You simply think of yourselves as God who arranges the fate of all living beings. At the critical moment, you suddenly become so useless, yet you still speak so confidently. The three-eyed crow never acts recklessly, Raven said. Danny nodded in agreement. That's right. You can define whether your actions are reckless or not. Of course, you haven't done anything reckless. The three-eyed crow didn't have any honor, and he didn't see the light of day. Yet, he shouldered a great responsibility, and he devoted his life selflessly. In fact, every decision he made and every thought he had wasn't his true thoughts. If possible, I would rather be Bran Stark for the rest of my life. Bran said sadly. Why did you look for me? Danny furrowed her brows and changed the topic. Bran was silent for a moment, and when he regained his composure, he said in a deep voice, You should repair the Great Wall and keep the spell formation in it working. The Great Wall has already collapsed, so what's the point of repairing the spell formation? You should block the cold wind from the north. Block the wind? You know that the shelter is the world's gate, right? Have you ever thought about what kind of world lies beyond the gate? Before Danny learned about the world's secrets, she would have said that the far north was the Arctic Circle, and if one went further north, one might reach the other end of the world. For example, Asia and the Barren Lands. You want to say that our world is like a house that isn't cold or hot, and it's only because of the cold wind from the north that the world's temperature drops? Then, the Great Wall is the house's gate, and it can block the cold wind and keep the house warm? The crow nodded and said, The long night has arrived, and the cold wind from the outside world is like an ice-cold flood. The Great Wall is the dam that blocks the flood. When the Great Wall was in good condition, it couldn't block all the ice and snow, let alone now that the Eastwatch section of the Great Wall has collapsed. Even if you repair the rest of the spell formation, the ice will still fill our world. But this process will be greatly delayed. Stannis might be able to kill the king of strange ghosts. Do you think it's possible? The Black Crow asked. It's not completely impossible. If you are willing to help, the hope will be even greater. Danny looked at it with shining eyes. The Black Crow was silent for a long time and sighed. After the long night, the River of Fate seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and I can't see Stannis' final outcome. But you are right. Since Stannis is willing to risk his life, there is always a glimmer of hope. I agree. As long as I find a chance, I will do my best to help him. If he can really kill the king of strange ghosts, the long night will definitely not end immediately, but the world will at least be able to escape the state of sliding into the ice abyss. Erlu's willingness to risk his life is the key. He volunteered to fight at the front, and if he succeeded, Danny and Bran would save a lot of effort. If Erlu failed and died, they would be able to find out some information about the king of strange ghosts through that battle. The two reached a consensus, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Danny asked again, Did you find any information about the Horn of Winter from the tree? Jon accidentally picked it up at the fist peak of the ancestors, and then he gave it to Sam. Bran was not omniscient, but he was the Green Prophet after all. The tree recorded everything, and as long as he searched with a purpose, he could always find the information he wanted. So the strange ghost at the bottom of the ship was after the horn, and not Manslade's son. I was puzzled at the time. The son of the former king of savages didn't even like Stannis, so why would the strange ghost target him? Danny was a little embarrassed, but more than that, she was annoyed. She shouldn't have listened to the fatty back then. What was the use of sending the strange ghost to the City of Scholars? All right, it was indeed a little useful. When those scholars saw the real strange ghost, they started to remind the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms to be on guard against the long night. But compared to the Great Wall, what was the use of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms being on guard? Three-eyed Crow, you failed in your duty. The strange ghost Raven flew back to the Great Wall with the horn, and you didn't even know about it. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Queen found another scapegoat. This is fate's arrangement, Bran said in a deep voice. Danny looked deeply at the crow, and the last bit of respect she had for the omniscient three-eyed crow dissipated from her subconscious mind. What do you think of Pereston's suggestion to abandon the Northern Territory? She asked calmly. Abandoning the Northern Territory is the best choice. Without the Great Wall, the Northern Territory will be defenseless, Bran said without hesitation, as if it was Lannister who lived in the Northern Territory and not Stark. Since this is the case, you should inform Jon Stark and ask the king of the Northern Territory to summon his subjects to move southward. I tried to persuade him, but he refused. Jon swore to live and die with Winterfell, Bran said in a complicated tone. Dany pouted and asked, the sanctuary has been destroyed. Where are you now? Are Leaf and the others still alive? The children of the forest are still alive. They are with me in Gorney's tunnel. From the sanctuary to the Great Wall, there are thousands of kilometers of underground caves. Do you plan to hide in the caves for the rest of your life? The Westeros are not friendly to shapeshifters. Only after experiencing the destruction of the strange ghosts will they understand the meaning of the three-eyed crow. At that time, I will naturally appear in front of them, Bran said honestly. What happened when the Green Prophet's seal shattered? The Green Prophet's seal is very strong, but also very weak, Bran said perfunctorily. Dany looked at him deeply and asked, You still have the will of Bran Stark. You did it on purpose, didn't you? How many Green Prophet seals have you fused and how many are left? That has nothing to do with you. Bran's tone became cold. He did it on purpose. When the Green Prophet's seal shattered, Dany only picked up 1% of the fragments. King of the Strange Ghosts only took 10%. Bran, Jon, and Arya worked together to expel them from the alliance of Will of Stark. If they caught Bran and turned him into a ghoul, King of the Strange Ghosts could follow the thought channel of Bran the Ghoul and steal all the Green Prophet seals. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill Bran last time. The reason why he was able to steal the fragments of the Green Prophet seal was thanks to Arya's mental connection. To put it bluntly, King of the Strange Ghosts was only indirectly stealing the fragments through Arya. He didn't really enter the Green Prophet's forest consciousness domain because the Green Prophet's seal was stored there. Even if there was only 90% of the Green Prophet seal left, it was enough to assimilate Bran into an emotionless AI, just like Blind and Rivertex back then. But the reason why the Green Prophet seal shattered was because Bran resisted being assimilated. Just like Bran said, the Green Prophet seal was very powerful and could increase a person's willpower by countless times. But at the same time, it couldn't leave the Green Prophet and couldn't work on its own. Otherwise, why would the three-eyed crows exist in every generation? They could just let the Green Prophet seal take care of everything. Actually, the fact that the Green Prophet seal shattered into countless fragments was a good thing for Bran, who had his own consciousness. He could fuse the tiny fragments piece by piece and ensure that his willpower wouldn't be destroyed by the Green Prophet seal. In other words, Dany's guess was right. Bran still had a large number of Green Prophet's fragments piled up in his warehouse that he hadn't used. Since you don't want to take responsibility, why don't you give it to me? For the sake of the world, no matter how tired or bitter it is, I'll gladly endure it, Dany said righteously, exuding a fearless and heroic aura. You're too greedy. You've already obtained Mother Goddess's kingdom, and you still want the Green Prophet's inheritance treasure. Bran was very angry. He flapped his wings and squawked angrily. I'm just brave. I'm 10,000 times better than you, Dany said righteously. One day, I'll fuse all the fragments together and reforge the Green Prophet seal, Bran said as if he was making an oath. Give me 1% as payment for repairing the Great Wall, Dany suggested. Isn't repairing the Great Wall your responsibility as the successor of Mother Goddess? Bran said angrily. Fine. As the successor of Mother Goddess, I can't just take the benefits without taking responsibility. Similarly, as the successor of Weirwood's Divine Kingdom, I have the right to ask for believers of the Divine Kingdom. You want me? You want us believers of the old gods? Bran said in disbelief. No, I'm not interested in you human believers. I only want the children of the forest. Dead or alive. I want them all. Dany's lips curled into a smile as she revealed her true goal. They won't go with you, Bran said hesitantly. Call the crows over first. I'll ask them one by one and convince them one by one. Danny smiled. They're my companions. Bran almost couldn't suppress his anger. They're not your slaves. They have the freedom to pursue a better future. Helping the three-eyed crows protect the Westeros is their pursuit. Danny looked at him disdainfully and said, It's because the three-eyed crows neglected their duty and lost the Winterhorn. It's also because you weren't willing to sacrifice yourself that the Green Prophet's seal was shattered. You didn't even notice that the deviant Ghost King came to the Great Wall. Now, you still have the face to call yourself a protector of the Westeros? I think that giving me the Green Prophet's seal and disbanding the three-eyed crows is the greatest protection for the Seven Kingdoms, the world, and the human race. Chapter 756. The 500-kilometer Great Wall had 19 castles. The 998th Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, used 17 of them. After Orisa Thorne took over, he only made some adjustments to the manpower and resources of the 17 castles. He didn't make any major changes. The Great Wall started to collapse from East Sea Castle and extended 30 kilometers to the west. It was well preserved. When it reached the Shadow Tower in the west, there were only a few large cracks on the wall, and a lake-sized glacier fell from the front and back. If the alternate Ghost Army didn't sweep along the Great Wall, the Night Watchmen would have preserved at least 80% of their manpower. Even if the alternate ghosts led the ghouls to clear the castles south of the Great Wall, thousands of Night Watchmen survived. They were either on duty at the Great Wall or were alerted by Dark Castle, or they retreated to the Great Wall after seeing the large number of alternate ghosts. In short, when the Dragon Queen arrived at Dark Castle again, thousands of Night Watchers on the western side of the Great Wall were struggling to move towards Dark Castle. Yes, there was a lot of space on the Great Wall, and it could be used to transport resources. It could also be used to transport large armies. However, there was a thick layer of ice on the Great Wall. Now that the ice surface was cracking, the ice would break and people would fall. Hence, the Night Watchmen were moving slowly and hesitantly. If Her Majesty can repair the Great Wall, it's best to inform the Night Watchmen walking on the Great Wall. They might be crawling through the cracks on the ice surface. If the cracks close, they might accidentally kill many Night Watchmen, Peristan suggested. This wasn't a groundless worry. If the Night Watchmen were walking through the cracks and the ice surface suddenly closed, they would be buried. Hence, while the Ravens were informing the Night Watchmen moving towards Dark Castle, Dany had a long period of free time. However, she didn't rest. Little Green finally found the Night Watchmen's ships in Seal Bay. There are survivors under the East Sea Worm Passage. Get the pterosaur to bring a group of people and dig them out, Dany said to Erlu. Even if we know that King Alternate Ghost will go to Winterfell, we can't give up the search. The Alternate Ghost army is scattered, and King Alternate Ghost's forces are the weakest. If we encounter him, we won't have to wait until the battle at Winterfell, Erlu said. Leave this mission to the others. You should rest up and prepare to challenge King Strange Ghost. Erlu hadn't rested much for the past 2 days. There were dark circles under his sunken eye sockets. His stored bones and square chin were particularly prominent under his thin skin. Oh, who did you ask to search for deviant ghosts? A glint flashed across his tired blue eyes. Could it be a shapeshifter? King of the shapeshifters. King of savages. You don't know about the three-eyed crow? Dany asked curiously. Seeing that he was really confused, she reminded him, Green Prophet. I know the Green Prophet. They are the servants of the Frost God. You are working with the Frost God? Erlu gritted his teeth. Stannis, let me tell you a secret. Dany pulled a long face and said seriously, Actually, you're not Theon's biological son. He picked you up from the garbage dump on the street. What? The topic changed too quickly. Erlu was stunned for a while before he reacted. Then he flew into a rage. Are you humiliating me? Dany shook her head. Do you believe me if I say so? Obviously you don't. Without waiting for him to answer, she continued, What I say might not be true. Why do you believe everything Melisandre says? Erlu was stunned for a while. He frowned and said, What are you trying to say? I want to say that Melisandre is not an omnipotent god. She might not know everything, She is also not a virtuous great knight who would never lie. Erlu said coldly, "You said before that I have to take her with me wherever I go. Sigh, you don't even know how to be an emperor. You only want to fight for the Iron Throne." Dany sighed and took a few steps closer to her cousin. She whispered, "A king should be suspicious of everyone, especially witches of unknown origins. At the same time, a king should know how to control all the power he can use. Witches are not trustworthy, but her power is real. You have to order her around like a dog, like an old ox, and guard against her like an ungrateful wretch. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and her?" Erlu's eyes flashed. He sneered as if he had understood something. "I understand. You are afraid of her power. I'm demonstrating to you how a true emperor deals with an enemy. Didn't I just say that? A king should know how to control all the power he can use. I'm using you to deal with her." Dany also smiled. Her smile was very arrogant. "You think I will be controlled by you?" Erlu looked as if he had been greatly insulted. His face was livid. "You are a fool if you don't listen. I am happy that you are a fool. I am happy that you are wise enough to listen to my advice. I am happy that Melisandre is unlucky. So, do you understand the difference between you and me? In your dreams." Erlu snorted and was about to leave. "Do you know the true meaning of Yasha's prophecy?" Dany asked slowly. Erlu stopped but did not look back. "Don't try to lie to me. Melisandre told me that Jon Stark was only the child of the false prophecy in the illusion. Do you know the secret of Jon Stark's resurrection?" Dany lowered her voice and told him everything about Jon being the vessel of Lalo's reincarnation. "You are lying to me." Erlu's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. "Why do you think that the King of Light would be selfless and help a mortal become the savior of the world? Or rather, would you help a pig become the king of the Seven Kingdoms? None of the deities were good. In their eyes, mortals are like pigs and dogs that can be toyed with, slaughtered, and sacrificed at will." Dany sighed. Erlu was in a trance for a moment. "I don't believe it." He gritted his teeth. "You can choose not to believe it, but you must remember to be alert. I was once Lalo's target. So, I really hope that you can escape the tragic fate that he designed." For heaven's sake, Dany had spoken the honest truth at last. East sea gazing. The sky was dark, the snow was gray, the north wind was howling, and the turbid waves were rolling. There were no birds in the mountains, no traces of people, and no traces of living creatures. Hiss, a loud dragon roar sounded from the western sky. Blackie, who was wearing a silver bellyband armor, flapped its wings and blew up a large amount of snow on the ground. It landed on a glacier that was 3 stories high in the ruins. Hiss, hiss, then another 10 pterosaurs landed on a piece of plain snow in front of Blackie. Woo, 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 the low, hurried sound of the horn passed through the thick soil and snow and entered the ears of the crowd. In the wild waves and raging winds, the sound could not be heard clearly. It was like an illusion. Olma hurriedly jumped down from the back of Big Bear's pterosaur and ran to the place where the sound came from. He pushed aside the snow and pressed his ear against the cold stones. After listening for a moment, he said in surprise, "It's the horn. Someone really survived." Well, a day had passed. Big Bear, Garth, and the rest had also arrived. They also picked up Olma on the ship 200 kilometers south of Donghai Wang Nan. Leaving Little Green and Little White in the sky as warning machines, Dany was not worried that there would be deviant ghosts surrounding them. So, her actions were very bold and unrestrained. She directly controlled a basketball-sized dragon flame fireball and burned the ice and snow on the ground with a sizzling sound. The original Donghai Wang Castle was completely covered by the collapsed Great Wall. The material of the Great Wall was 60% glacier and 40% rock. Besides Dany burning the ice and snow, someone had to dig the rocks and excavate the soil. Cora, Garth, the fat eunuch Beworth, and Quero surrounded Dany as guards. The 20 overnight watchmen transported by Erlu's pterosaurs started to get busy. Dany personally intervened because Donghai Wang stored 60% of the night watchman's supplies. This was a serious matter, so she had to come personally. She asked Geraldine to transport the rations, furs, iron ingots, and the goods transported by the Seven Dukes by sea. More than 80% of them were transported to Donghai Wang. Even John, after receiving a loan of 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury, bought the rations immediately. 70% of the rations were transported to Winterfell, and 30% was donated to the Night Watchman. The rations borrowed from the Night Watchman were not included in the 30% donation. Although John had betrayed the oath of the Night Watchman, he had not forgotten his promise to the Night Watchman after he took over Winterfell and became the king of the Northern Region. He would use the power of the Northern Region to support the Great Wall. How many ghouls are there? Behind a tall glacier that blocked the biting cold north wind, Dany chatted with Ulma while controlling the dragon flame fireball to burn the hole. Recalling the scene at the Great Wall, the old ranger could not help but shiver. He said in a trembling voice, "They are endless and densely packed. It's like a sea of corpses." "How many are there? Do you know how to estimate the number of troops on the battlefield?" Big Bear frowned. "At least 1,000,000, Ulma said. 1,000,000? Garth Hyder said in disbelief. "Are there so many people beyond the Great Wall? The skeletons buried in the ground have crawled out. There are also wild beasts." Ulma's old eyes reflected the red light of the fireball with fear. "Then it's more than 1,000,000, Dany said firmly. "The Northern Region is finished. We can't defend it. Winterfell can't defend against 1,000,000 ghouls." Big Bear's face was pale. Dany's eyes flashed. She asked again, "Other than the corpses, what else did you see that day?" "I saw a tornado, a sun that suddenly lit up, and a large group of crows. The strangest thing was King Stannis Jester. He was singing a strange song, as if there's treasure under the Great Wall. I know it. Everyone is coming to snatch it. I know it." Then he was stepping on the waves. He seemed to be able to control the waves. "Are you talking about Patchface? Are you kidding me? He's just a jester. How can he control the waves?" Richard, who was beside the hole, said in surprise. "That's right. It's him." The aura on his body at that time. Ulma frowned. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. "Is it like this?" Dany's divine power surged. Her purple eyes emitted a solid green light. Ulma shivered and nodded. "Yes, it's like this. Just one look at him, and he can make people feel fear and respect. A god who can control the waves. Shit, that jester is actually Inami." Dany was dumbfounded. She had seen Patchface before. When Jon was revived, Shireen and Celis, Erlu's wife, had already been transferred to the Dark Castle's King's Tower. Patchface, whose face looked like a mosaic tile, was right next to Shireen. He was jumping and jumping around. He was a complete clown. She did not notice anything unusual about him. She did not expect, however, to act like a clown in front of mortals. Would Inami be able to put down her pride? Chapter 757. Patchface is Inami? The Red God Knight was puzzled. "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. Why would Inami be Stannis' jester?" Cora asked with a strange expression. "Yes. Why would Inami be Stannis' jester?" Dany was also puzzled. What was so special about Stannis? 20 years ago, the drowning god had found him. 5 years ago, before Robert had died, the Lord of Light, R'hllor, had found him. Woo woo woo! Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from a pit, followed by the cheers of the Night Watchers. The soil of the collapsed Great Wall had been dug through. Dany walked to the edge of the pit and looked down with the help of the red light of the fireball. It looked like a sweet potato cellar, with a thin opening at the top and a big belly at the bottom. However, the belly was not dug out by the Night Watchers. This was a tower at the edge of Eastwatch. The belly was the thick wall of the first floor of the tower, which was covered by a layer of glacier. Yes, the Great Wall had collapsed and covered the tower. The Night Watchers' worm tunnels were connected to every building in the castle. The sound of the horn was made by the Night Watchers of Eastwatch, who had crawled out of the worm tunnel and bent over to blow the horn. Woo woo woo! Why did it take so long? I thought no one would care about us. A yellow-haired young man covered in dirt crawled out of the hole and started to wail loudly. 300 to 400 people crawled out of the pit one after another. Everyone was laughing and talking loudly, their faces full of joy after surviving a disaster. Only this handsome young man was crying. "Why are you crying? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was going to call for help?" Seeing the family emblem on his armor, Danny's eyes were filled with disdain. "With such guts, you came to the Great Wall to be a night watcher. Your father should have arranged for you to be a royal knight in the Red Castle. This is a green fruit in the summer." Ursa sighed. This baby didn't put on the black clothes of his own accord. Alma mocked loudly. As the instructor of the new recruits in Eastwatch, the old ranger knew everyone here. Wasn't Lord Ashuo a palace knight before? It was only because he committed adultery with Queen Margaret that he was sent to the Eastern Sea. "I was wrongly accused. I am Queen Margaret's bodyguard, but I don't have any dishonorable relationship with her." Xiaofu's face turned red as he loudly defended himself to the Dragon Queen. Later, in the trial of the church, even Margaret herself admitted the crime of adultery. "What are you still quibbling about? And I don't care who you're having an affair with, as long as you don't cry loudly and annoy people," Danny said impatiently. Shulf was still unwilling to give up. He looked around and grabbed a tall man with black hair, an aquiline nose, and 3 scratches on his face. "Onis, tell the Dragon Queen that I was framed by you and Queen Circe. This has nothing to do with me." The hook-nosed man angrily struggled to free his right arm. "How is it not related? Queen Circe used sleeping with you as a bargaining chip to seduce Queen Margaret. You didn't succeed, so you lied to the Archbishop and said that you had an affair with the Queen. You even dragged me into it," the yellow-haired man said loudly. His words were too shocking. Not only was Danny's attention attracted, but the night watchers who were discussing the construction of the Sentry Tower also quieted down and looked over. "I've already put on the black cloak. I don't want to have anything to do with the King's Landing anymore." The hook-nosed man blushed as he spoke to the Dragon Queen. "You are Brother Cape Blake?" Danny suddenly realized. The black-haired knight was a little embarrassed. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I am Oni's Cape Blake. I am willing to serve you. I don't need you to serve me. Guard the Great Wall well and kill a few more ghouls." Danny's eyes flashed with disdain as she said lightly. The night watchers around them chuckled maliciously. Oni's was even more embarrassed. He lowered his head and bowed hurriedly. He stood up and was about to leave quietly. "Oni's, make yourself clear." The yellow-haired man pulled the hook-nosed man again, walked past Mormont and Garth, and came 3 steps away from the Dragon Queen before the fat eunuch, Beworth, pushed him back with his big belly. "The Queen doesn't like you. Don't come so close," the fat eunuch said bluntly. Oni's looked at Beworth coldly, then turned to the yellow-haired man and growled, "Don't make a fool of yourself. Who here cares if you really have an affair with Margaret?" "I care." The yellow-haired man glared. "I could put on the black cloak, but I can't become a night watcher by insulting the reputation of the Clayton family." "What's wrong with you?" Oni's was anxious, angry, and confused. "What's wrong with you today?" Previously, when they asked you how Queen Margaret felt, you were extremely proud and spoke with assurance. When Danny heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed greatly. Be careful, there was another person whose complexion suddenly changed. Joseph Clafton's fair and handsome face grew a thin layer of barbed scales, and his eyes were green like 2 willow, the wisps hanging over the broken tombstones of a barren grave. His purple-black lips made a bubbling sound like a pot of cooked porridge. Before the others could react from the shock, he suddenly rushed forward. His mouth was as wide as a plate, and the black liquid was like a shadow tentacle, shooting out extremely fast. It split in midair and rushed to Beworth and the Dragon Queen behind the fat eunuch. "Piss off!" Danny reacted before anything could happen. Her 5-layered dragon spirit and soul-destroying strike were like 2 divine swords, slashing straight into the monster's eyes that were emitting green light. At the same time, she lowered her body and pressed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. A circle of green wind quickly wrapped around her body. When the pungent liquid shadow was in front of her, she suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. With a swish, the sharp sword was unsheathed. At this time, Zaya's soul was cut by the two divine sword-like attacks. He was covering his eyes and howling in pain. The dark red sword flashed. Danny dodged the liquid shadow and stabbed the big sword into Zaya's mouth. With a swish, it came out from the back of his head. "It hurts," Beworth wailed. He also reacted quickly, swinging his sword to cut the shadow tentacle that was attacking his face. The shadow was hit by the steel scimitar and immediately exploded into countless splashes of liquid. But the fat eunuch didn't want to wear armor, so he only wore a steel vest. His chest and waist were protected by steel scales, but his arms and face were only wearing ordinary clothes. As such, facing the splashes of black liquid, he subconsciously raised his empty left arm to block in front of his face. The place where the liquid shadow landed seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. His sweater was burned through, his skin was rotten, and a layer of boiling blisters appeared. A large amount of white gas was emitted, and a disgusting smell of rotten flesh was emitted. "Queen, be careful of the shadow." After being hit, Beworth still subconsciously reminded. "What the hell is this?" When Dragon Queen stabbed her sword into Zaya's mouth, Onis and the others on the side finally reacted. After being stabbed in the mouth, Zayaf didn't die. Instead, he clenched his teeth and firmly locked onto Danny's sword that was close to the width of a palm. His two palms that had grown a thick layer of black hair and long dagger-like nails quickly scratched Dragon Queen's face and chest 7 to 8 times. Yep, Zaya's speed was also very fast. In the short time it took for Dragon Queen to activate the magic sword rune in his mouth, he actually attacked 7 to 8 times consecutively. Sizzle, a string of dazzling sparks flashed on Danny's helmet and chest plate. The terrifying thing was that after the sparks, it was clear that there were more than 10 crisscrossing scratches on the smooth surface of the mirror-like armor. Although the scratches were very shallow, like an ordinary person scratching the surface of a wooden table, he had indeed used his bare hands to scratch through the steel tiles. It was so terrifying that even Danny was stunned for a moment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Cora, Garth, and the others also reacted. They unsheathed their sharp swords and stabbed into Zayaf's body like lightning. Moreover, they all stabbed his vital points. Bear's long sword slashed his neck, and dirty blood splattered. Half of his neck was broken, but because of the laryngeal armor, his strength was used up, and his head didn't fall off. Garth's sword pierced through Zayaf's back and pressed against the plate armor in front of his chest. Zayaf's strength wasn't too great, and he was wearing a fake full-body armor with weak back defense. Kue Luo's sword hit Zayaf's eye socket and went deep into his skull. It could be said that if Zayaf was a normal person, he would definitely die. However, he wasn't normal. "You're hurting me!" Zayaf let out a terrifying roar. His teeth that were biting onto Dragon Queen's sword began to grow. They were about the length of a finger and as sharp as a dagger. It bit on the blade of the sword, producing an ear-piercing sound of friction. "There's more to it," Danny sneered. Magic surged, and the dark red sword burned with blood-red flames. Flames shot out from the holes in Zayaf's nostrils and the back of his head. At that moment, his mouth seemed to have become a steel furnace filled with blood-red flames. His skull became transparent, as if countless cracks had opened, revealing blood-red light. A familiar taste. Unfortunately, the fake demon sword in your hand is far inferior to Yasuo and Yahai's. It's like a normal steel sword compared to a steel tile. Zayaf's green eyes were also ignited by the flames. A long string of flames flew out, and Kei Luo's right hand, which was holding the sword, began to feel hot. However, Zayaf was very calm. His voice was full of energy, and his soul waves didn't weaken. Instead, they became stronger. The power that had been suppressed before seemed to be gradually awakening. "Who are you?" Hearing these words and seeing this scene, Danny could not help but be shocked. "Who am I?" Zayaf laughed maniacally at the sky. "Huh, I am the world, forget it. I'm not interested in knowing who you were before." After all, You'll just be a corpse in the near future. Danny held the sword in her right hand, and her left hand pointed to the sky. Rumble, blazing white, warrior dragon flames shot out from Blackie's mouth. Then, they drew an arc above everyone's heads and poured down on Zayef's head like a waterfall. Roar! Zayef let out an ear-piercing howl that exceeded the limits of human hearing. His voice was like countless flying needles, piercing the souls of the people around him. I am the first deity born from the beginning of the world. Your dragon flames are useless against me. Zayef howled in pain as he laughed maniacally. At that moment, his flesh was melting and falling off in the dragon flames, burning fiercely like a piece of paper smeared with wax. However, as his flesh fell off, it was like the shackles on his body had been released. A huge monster drilled out from under Zayef's human flesh. It had goat horns, the head of an ox, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a ferocious tiger, and eyes that burned with green flames. It was 3 meters tall, and its skin was covered in layers of circular dark red scales. He bathed in the dragon flames and laughed heartily like a northeastern hero taking a bath in a bathhouse. Chapter 758. Boom. Ah, what kind of monster is this? How did Xiaofu become like this? He's not Xiaofu. He's a demon. The demon has taken over Xiaofu's body. Holy Mother, even the dragon flames can't burn it. The monster's transformation shocked Danny. The surrounding night watchers and Red God Knights also felt their scalps tingle as they screamed in fear. Walala, the bull-headed serpent monster, looked up at the sky and inhaled fiercely. The blazing white warrior dragon flames seemed to have met the smoke from a range hood. They left Danny's fire control and swirled into the monster's mouth. The monster's python body seemed to have been plugged into a power bank. Bright red light slowly filled its lower abdomen and then piled up. From its lower abdomen to its chest and then to its throat, it overflowed. In the end, every round scale on the monster's surface started to shine with golden light. The round scales were like small suns. In the center of the suns, there seemed to be flaming runes flickering. This ability to control fire, this resistance to dragon flames, and as mentioned before, it was born in the first flame. Danny was shocked. She suddenly guessed who the devil god was. Although its form was a bit strange, it was most likely the shadow devil Lalo of the true god Lalo. Lalo had indeed come to kill her. Boom! The monster suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth. Like a megalosaurus spitting dragon flames, it shot out a bloody flame that was 20 meters long and as thick as a thigh. Immediately, a few night watchers were hit and melted in the flames, howling in pain. That's right. The monster took away Danny and Blackie's control over the dragon flames. It absorbed them into its stomach and turned them into fire magic. Then it spat them out in the form of devil flames to the people around it. As the devil flames sprayed out, the bright, round scales slowly dimmed. Even though Big Bear, Garth, and Chui Luo saw the monster transform, they didn't forget their responsibilities. Plus, they were confident in their tile steel armor. When the black dragon flames were absorbed, they quickly stepped forward and stabbed with their swords. But other than creating sparks on the monster's scales, they didn't do any damage. Now that the monster was spitting devil flames, they were the first to bear the brunt. After burning a few night watchers to death, the monster changed its direction and spat at the white knights beside it. Boom! Amidst the horrified screams of the people around them, the black smoke that gave off the stench of rotting corpses and the flames that looked like blood plasma suddenly exploded just a few centimeters away from the monster's mouth. It was as if a firefighter had placed the muzzle of a fire extinguisher against a wall and sprayed foam everywhere. It was Dragon Queen who quickly stepped forward. Wearing a steel glove, a green tornado revolved around her left palm. Like a giant shield, she blocked the monster's mouth. At the same time, the magic sword in her right hand pierced forward at lightning speed, hitting the monster's throat where the magic fluctuation was the strongest, causing it to abruptly stop spitting fire. Ding! Unfortunately, even with the Dragon Queen's inhuman strength and speed, The sharp dark red blade only left a small spark on the round scales at the monster's Adam's apple. It was as if it had struck a steel plate. Danny's attack was fruitless. The monster grinned and clenched its black hairy hand into a fist as big as a rice cooker. It hit her head with lightning speed. Boom boom! Danny was like Tony, who was hit by Thanos during the battle on Titanstar. Her body leaned back uncontrollably, dragging a 10-meter-long ditch in the snow. Along the way, she killed 2 Night Watchers and only stopped when she crashed into a glacier. The monster ignored the attacks of Big Bear and the Night Watchers. It strode forward and waved its claws to cut the Night Watchers who swung their swords at it into pieces. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow to Dragon Queen, who was struggling to get up, a black shadow silently but swiftly darted out from behind. It stepped on its swaying tail and climbed up its back like a monkey on its shoulder. The monster's reaction was not slow. It immediately turned its head and opened its mouth, preparing to roar a sound wave that could attack the soul. Demon. Die 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 die. Level 5 Dragon Spirit plus Warrior Godhood plus Sword God's Divinity. Danny's face under the helmet was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. However, she endured it and continuously delivered a soul-destroying blow. If the soul attack was visible to the naked eye, everyone would be able to see that her eyes were like superhuman laser eyes, shooting out countless black, red, gold, white, and green sword streams. Roar! The monster hugged its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Airwaves spread from its body and rolled up a circle of whistling snow foam in the snow. The weak-willed Night Watchers knelt on the ground and hugged their heads as they howled. At this moment, the black shadow that had already leaped onto the monster's shoulder suddenly waved a silver lightning bolt. After the attack, the black shadow immediately jumped away from the monster's shoulder. Its thin body bounced back 4 to 5 meters in the strong wind. Ugh! The monster with the head of the bull god covered its left eye and cried out in pain. One of its pair of large green lantern-like eyes was extinguished. It was Danny C. The little assassin had been lurking. When the Dragon Queen was sent flying 10 meters away by a punch, she finally could not help but jump out. Danny also borrowed the vision of the Megalosaurus and saw everything. She understood that with the little assassin's assassination skills, facing the bull god alone would be suicide. So she endured the pain of her internal organs rupturing and used the level 5 dragon spirit to control the situation. The effect was not bad. The bull god's scales could even block Danny's counterfeit magic sword, but its eye was still pierced by Danny C's steel dagger. At this moment, the others also reacted from the shocking change and roared as they attacked the demon god. That's a demon, kill it. Ulma drew his bow and shot an arrow. The dragon crystal arrow flew more than 10 meters and exploded between the bull god's eyebrows. Kill, protect Her Majesty Danny C. For Unsullied with short swords and huge shields rushed towards the bull god. Kill the demon. Hundreds of Night Watchers also roared. Under De Xiong's command, 20 Night Watchers cooperated with the 4 Unsullied and used 4 huge shields to block the bull god. Behind them, hundreds of fierce men used their strength to block the bull god while using their iron swords and dragon teeth daggers to greet the monster through the gaps. Kill. This is the servant of the frost god. Even Erlu's 7 winged dragon knights joined the battle under the lead of Acne Face Richard. Under the strange gaze of the bull god's right eye, the knights of blazing red hearts shouted in unison, "For the King of Light, glory belongs to Lalo." The bull god was very tall, but it was only 3 meters tall. The bull god was very strong, but there were 4 huge steel shields around it. Behind the steel shields, there were hundreds of fierce men. No matter how strong it was definitely not as strong as hundreds of fierce men. If it was only these people, the bull god could use magic. Other than the armored knights and the Unsullied, no one could block the magic of flames and shadows. But every time it started to condense magic, Danny would continuously use 7 or 8 soul-extinguishing strikes. After using soul-extinguishing strikes continuously, Danny's head also hurt as if it was being torn apart, but her efforts also paid off. The soul-extinguishing strikes were not fatal to the bull god, but it interrupted its attempts to condense magic again and again. Whoosh! Danny used holy healing to slightly stop the injuries to her internal organs. Then she opened her flame wings and jumped up 30 to 40 meters. With her head down and feet up, she stabbed the bull god's head with her sword like a meteor. Ding! A string of sparks flew, but it did not work. She stepped on the night watcher's head and tried to attack the bull god's right eye and mouth. Unfortunately, it was alert. Its eyelids opened and closed, blocking every stab. Its teeth clenched, and it almost took her sword away. Its defense is so terrifying. Danny was shocked, and her face was full of disbelief. Even if this bull god was a true god of darkness, wasn't it too much? Just as Danny was considering whether to let Blackie join the battle, the bull god seemed to have suffered a fatal blow. It suddenly let out a shrill howl that had never been heard before. Ha! The bull god's skin is thick. Let's attack its steel door. In the crowd, acne-face Richard raised a blood-stained iron sword and laughed proudly. With a loud laugh, he stabbed the sword again. This time, the 2-meter-long blade only went into the sword guard. Richard was still laughing and stirring the hilt with all his might. Danny was dumbfounded. The bull god was in extreme pain. It struggled madly and exploded with unprecedented strength. It actually pushed the shield back 2 to 3 meters. Under the violent impact, the two unsullied and dozens of night watchers were seriously injured, and they spat out blood. Thus, after squeezing out a space for it to move, it used its tail to support itself on the ground and jumped up 4 to 5 meters. However, on the 2-meter-long scorpion tail, there were 2 red heart knights, and one of them was acne-face Richard. Yes, the bull god had a snake's body and a long scorpion tail. At a rough glance, it looked a little like the Niwa clan in China's Xinxia novels. Previously, dozens of night watchers were holding down the scorpion tail tightly, not allowing it to struggle. Richard was a knight who pursued glory fervently. The demon's appearance and strength were terrifying, but his blood was boiling. Regardless of whether it was the servant of the frost god or not, he had finally defeated the dragon queen. If he could kill it. Thus, when the night watchers were holding down the snake's tail, he kept swinging his sword and slashing at it, causing sparks to fly and the blade to curl. In his anger, he had a flash of inspiration. He bent down and touched the end of the tail with both hands. Finally, he touched a soft spot. Then, he was wild with joy and thrust the iron sword into it. Dirty blood splattered, corroding his armor into a putrid black smoke. However, he did not care. He only hugged the snake's tail tightly and used his sword to stab with all his might. He stabbed it until it was smashed to pieces. Big Black! The bull god leaped up. Danny immediately stabbed 2 soul-suppressing slashes into the minds of the 2 red heart knights on the scorpion tail. When they let go with a cry, they fell from the thick and long tail. Slash! A black thunderbolt flashed across the dark sky. Hiss! Boom! Big Black roared. Its tail was like lightning, hitting the demon that leaped into the air. The demon was like a missile that had lost its speed, crashing into the snow 20 meters away. It was too fast. Everyone only saw a black shadow flash, and a huge crater appeared in the snow. The snow and rocks that flew up were at least 10 meters high. The ground shook slightly. Danny's fire wings flapped gently. She leaped 20 meters and landed beside the crater. She raised her sword and was about to stab it down. Suddenly, Richard staggered to his feet. With a ferocious face, he roared at the Dragon Queen, "I killed the bull god. Don't steal my glory." After shouting, he raised his iron sword and rushed toward the crater beside Danny with a roar. "Use my sword, the Iron Demon Sword, to break the evil." The Dragon Queen seemed to be intimidated by his aura, and she actually took the initiative to hand over her sword. The pockmarked Richard was stunned, and his mind became clearer. "Why? This is your glory," Danny said sincerely. "What a pity. If only Erlu were here, she would definitely give him all the glory. Richard was hesitating. The demon at the bottom of the crater also struggled to get up. It roared at the Red Heart Knight. "Idiot, you are blaspheming the gods." Danny immediately said, "Sir Richard Hope, this is a dark demon. Only the Iron Demon Sword can kill gods." Kill gods? What a great glory! If the news spread, it would be enough to make all the people who laughed at me in the past respect me like a god. Thinking of this, the pockmarked knight no longer hesitated. He took the sword and solemnly bowed to Danny. "Thank you, your majesty. You are a great knight king with honor." "May honor be with you." Danny solemnly returned the salute. Chapter 759. Idiot, I'm Boom. The monster roared angrily, but before it could finish, Blackie's tail whipped the monster's head like lightning again. Danny immediately gave him a series of soul destruction slashes, only to make the monster stagger and unable to speak. "Come and hold the demon down." Sir Richard waved to his followers. The 6 blazing flame knights rushed over at the same time. "For glory! For Arla! For the King of Light! For glory!" Shouting a slogan, the blazing Red Heart Knight held his round shield tightly against the monster, immobilizing it. Then, Sir Richard laughed sinisterly and plunged his sword into the monster again. Roar boom. The tile steel sword was indeed more effective than an ordinary iron sword. The monster let out a shrill cry, and its divine power burst out again. The violent airwaves immediately blew away the 7 Red Heart Knights who were on top of it. Blasphemy! It roared at the sky, and its body was covered with a black shadow like a water curtain. The terrible divine power of shadow could not be suppressed even by Danny's soul destruction slash. But Danny was not afraid of its evil magic. She entered the dragon spirit state with the divine title of the Great Black Mother. The next moment, endless milky white holy light spread out from Danny's body and spread to more than 20 meters away. The Night Watchers and the Red Heart Knights nearby suddenly felt cool and warm water entering their bodies through their pores, washing away their fatigue and healing their wounds. Their minds were refreshed, and their minds were strengthened. For ordinary people, the large-scale holy healing was a positive buff. But when it fell on the monster's shadow, it burned fiercely. There was no doubt that the monster's body was stronger than Dragon Queen and Blackie. Its divine power level was higher, and its total divine power was not necessarily less than the 7 gods. But at this time, the monster was only a clone of the Shadow Demon. "Gods bless!" Danny shouted. "Destroy the Frost God's servant. 7 gods bless!" Ursa, Garth, and the Unsullied shouted and rushed forward. "Dragon God bless!" Centaur Kue Luo shouted. "Red God bless!" Sir Richard and the 6 Red Heart Knights were emotional. They shouted and rushed forward. Once again, the monster's claws scratched the surface of the steel shield. But because the shield was pressed against its body and hundreds of people exerted force, it could not move even if it wanted to. Once again, Sir Richard raised his magic sword with a grim smile. Once again, the Minotaur wailed in agony. This time, it was obviously much weaker than before. It struggled hard but could not break free from the hundreds of fierce men. "Ha ha ha! For the King of Light!" Sir Richard rode on the tail of the scorpion, stabbing again and again. Every time he stabbed, he laughed wildly and shouted, "For glory! For honor!" Finally, the Minotaur was emptied out. It lay weakly in a pool of blood, unable to struggle. The shield-bearers got up and left, but it could not get up. The Red Heart Knights could stab as much as they wanted, and the Night Watchers could happily swing their swords. His eyes were blinded, and his nostrils, mouth, and ears were also pierced through by steel swords. As his divine power was exhausted, a Night Watcher fiercely wielded his dragon-tooth knife and shattered the round scale armor for the first time. "Ah, the monster's scales are broken," he shouted in surprise. He slashed again and broke the skin. In a moment, the monster was cut into a bloody mess, just like the pot of beef used to make pissing meatballs. However, the 400 people took turns slashing and panting. The real damage was far less than the Red Heart Knight's rainbow piercing the sun. Their stomachs were empty. Okay, everyone get out of the way. Let me burn the monster to ashes. Before the monster was completely dead, the Dragon Queen came to clean up the battlefield. It's not completely dead yet. Richard wiped the sweat off his forehead and said unhappily, I still want to cut off its head and end the monster's life myself. You killed the monster. All the glory belongs to you. To all of you. I don't want any of it. You saved me from the monster, the Dragon Queen said emotionally. This is not very good. Your Majesty, you also helped a lot. Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Richard's pockmarked face showed some embarrassment. Danny looked around at the broken bodies of the soldiers in the snow and sighed. There's nothing bad about it. If you didn't find the monster's weak point, I don't know how many people would have died. Although the battle was short and the monster's movements were restricted many times, it was too strong, its claws were too sharp, and it used evil witchcraft one after another. In just a few breaths of time when it lost control, 40 to 50 Night Watchers died. If not for Danny's field control to suppress the monster's magic and movement, the 400 to 500 Night Watchers who had just crawled out of the worm tunnel would not have been enough to kill it. In a one-on-one battle, Danny might not be its opponent unless she was as sensitive as Sir Richard to detect the monster's weakness. Your Majesty, what's the matter with this monster? Alma asked curiously. As soon as he said that, the surrounding soldiers who were sitting on the ground and panting looked up. Their curious gazes fell on the Dragon Queen. Regardless of whether the monster was the shadow devil Lalo or not, Danny immediately determined its identity. That's the evil god from the land of eternal winter. It's the servant of the frost god. This is the common enemy of all humans, and this tragic battle did not happen because of me. Just 2 days ago, more than 10 demon gods' projections or clones were fighting over the door god's god kingdom. Then, the door god opened the space door, and all the demon gods knew that she had inherited his legacy. Therefore, Danny guessed that the monster with the monster head must be one of the demon gods. Considering that he was immune to dragon flames, and that his ability to control flames surpassed hers, there was only one candidate left, Lalo. Moreover, that fellow had just triggered a monkey version of the Great Cataclysm in Orlos with the goal of killing her. The way he fought in the East Watch was also very obvious. He disguised himself as a Night Watcher in the East Watch worm tunnel. When she came here to save them, he would catch her off guard and take her down with a sneak attack. Perhaps, when Blackie was roaring and informing the people in the worm tunnel, Lalo was listening at the side and decided to parasitize the body of a Night Watcher in the worm tunnel. This is an evil god called Painted Skin Monster. He hides in Sir Hugh's body and devours Sir Hugh's soul, bones, and flesh, leaving only a human skin on his body. TSK, so it's a painted skin monster. It's indeed terrifying. Evil god. Evil god. The night is long, and danger is everywhere. The evil god has descended. The King of Light bless us. Danny was talking nonsense with a straight face, but the others believed her. After all, the monster head really came out of Hugh's body. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. This kind of painted skin monster is almost impossible to guard against, DeShiong said worriedly. Indeed, this time, it's all thanks to Oni's Kate Black who discovered Hugh's abnormality. Danny looked around and asked curiously, where is Oni's? He's dead. The servant of the frost god burned him into meat sauce. A Night Watcher replied loudly, Sigh, may the Holy Father forgive his sins when he was alive. May the Holy Mother take his soul to heaven. Danny's face was filled with compassion as she lied out of kindness. Your Majesty, Danny Alice, how is this servant of the frost god compared to the king of deviant ghosts? Sir Richard was both expectant and fearful. If the king of deviant ghosts was stronger than the Minotaur, then would his king have any hope of defeating him? If the king of deviant ghosts was weaker than the Minotaur, then how was he, who had killed the Minotaur evil god, compared to the Savior? They each have their own merits. Danny frowned as she started to worry. The king of deviant ghosts' defense and power might not be as strong as the Minotaur, but it might not be weaker than the Minotaur. It was a very simple logic. If the Shadow Lalo's clone could kill the king of deviant ghosts, then why would he need to plan for the child of prophecy thousands of years in advance? Therefore, it was very likely that the Minotaur monster would not be able to defeat the king of deviant ghosts. Thinking of this, it was very scary, considering that the king of deviant ghosts was not just one ghost. There were hundreds of deviant ghosts and millions of ghouls around him. It was even scarier. The king of deviant ghosts and the painted skin monster each have their merits. Sir Richard's face was filled with joy. "Ha! The Light King bless me. I killed a servant of the Frost God who was on the same level as the king of deviant ghosts. Long live the Light King! Long live Richard Hope!" The other 6 Red God believers looked fanatical as they raised their swords and shouted. Hiss! The Minotaur monster that was cut beyond recognition spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Its body twitched a few times before it died completely. Danny had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A bright light flashed in her eyes. A thought was separated from the ring of wind in her sea of consciousness. It flew out of her sea of consciousness with a big black dragon spirit and entered the void. From the perspective of the soul, a soul that looked like a black sun separated from the Minotaur monster's body. It drew a black light and was about to leave the Westeros and disappear into the Far East. In the next moment, Dany's Green Prophet soul caught up with it, just like how she chased after the second life of the 6 forms man Valimir. Just like how she chased after the dragon spirit of the red dragon Balerion. She caught up with it. Without any nonsense, the big black dragon under her opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the rune circle that Dany had prepared was activated. It immediately sealed the black sun and sent it to the 7 gods' kingdom to be suppressed. Boom! The void shook. In the dark shadows of the east, there seemed to be a demon god roaring angrily. Dany smiled coldly, and her soul returned to her sea of consciousness. Boom! The blacksmith's dragon flame, which could melt steel, poured out and covered the whole pit where the Minotaur monster's body was. The dragon flame was like water, filling the pit and turning it into a lake of red flames. Under the lake, the Minotaur monster's blood, broken scales, and purple-black meat were burned together, turning into a waterfall-like black soul, as well as a large amount of divinity of gray shadow and fire. There was no divinity of light, so she couldn't be sure that he was the king of light. Dany saved the divinity of fire first, planning to eat it when her song of fire made some progress. The divinity of shadow and black soul were all poured into Big Black's sea of consciousness. Big Black was perfected. He activated the clergy of the 7 gods again. Dany was a little hesitant. In theory, she should choose Stranger without hesitation. Stranger was the god of death of the 7 gods' believers. He should be able to control part of the god of death's authority. However, after the Minotaur monster's assassination today, Dany also found a problem. She had the Han's face-changing technique, and the evil god also had a special stealth method. She didn't notice Xiaofu's abnormality before. The Holy Father represents justice. This justice will definitely give the Holy Father's divine power special ability. Maybe it can sense evil? Dany was looking forward to it. However, she also knew that her expectations might not become reality. Glancing at the Night Watcher who was sorrowfully cleaning up his companion's body, Dany sighed. She hoped that coerced Black Goat would be more powerful. She chose Stranger for Dahe. Chapter 760. Stranger Dany felt very awkward at this moment. The priesthood of the 7 gods was similar to the god summon in Xianxia. For example, the god summon of earth that was conferred by the heavenly court could immediately turn a mortal into a land. At the same time, he could also obtain all the knowledge that a god of earth should have from the god summon of earth. Even if he was an illiterate soldier in his previous life, He could master the extraordinary knowledge of maintaining the power of the earth and improving feng shui the moment he obtained the god summon of earth. If it was in the world of gods like the Pharaon continent where extraordinary power was standardized, the priesthood of the gods was almost equivalent to the heavenly court summon of earth. But this world did not have a complete system of extraordinary power. To put it bluntly, everything was in the initial stage. But before the gods could start their own business, the company entered the stage of bankruptcy and liquidation. The world began to degenerate, and it was difficult to protect oneself, let alone start a business. Therefore, the priesthood of the seven gods was formed unconsciously by the power of faith of the believers under the tacit approval of the rules of the universe. It was a kind of summon of earth. The knowledge in the summon of earth was either given by heaven and earth, which was a natural summon, or the heavenly court's big shots instilled their own knowledge and skills into it, just like a master tape recording a CD, which was a heavenly court summon. Even large immortal cultivation sects were qualified to create summons. The priesthood of the seven gods did not have the corresponding knowledge given by the universe, nor did the big shots inject experience points into it. It was all accumulated by the believers over time. Simply put, the knowledge that the believers of the past knew was only known to the seven gods. Therefore, the warrior of the seven gods was the position with the richest knowledge among the seven priesthoods. Blacksmithing, forging, farming, hunting, and all the other labor-related skills was second, followed by the Holy Mother, healing and medicine. Perhaps the old woman, who represented wisdom, could surpass the blacksmithing, but the Holy Father of justice, the pure maiden, and the stranger of death were difficult for the believers to inject extraordinary knowledge. Especially the stranger. After Dani and the stranger of the great black dragon spirit, she only received the knowledge of silence and her sister how to deal with corpses. This, the Dragon Queen, would definitely not be willing to be a corpse collector. Therefore, unlike the warrior priesthood that helped Dani become the god of swords, the stranger did not help her increase her knowledge. But this did not mean that the stranger priesthood was useless. In stark contrast to its lack of knowledge, Moku's divine power was wondrous and powerful. Your Majesty? The Xiong rubbed his eyes and opened them again. The Dragon Queen was right in front of him and had not disappeared. But when he blinked and looked again, under the dusky sky, the Dragon Queen's body seemed to have merged into that gray and white darkness. She disappeared? Or was there a layer of shadow blocking his view? The others also noticed this, but although White Knight and the four shield-bearers did not understand, they immediately stepped forward and protected Dragon Queen in the center. Your Majesty? Big Bear was surprised and couldn't help but take another step forward. This time, Garth and the others were sure that there was no shadow around the Dragon Queen, but her figure was indeed looming, as if she was wearing an unqualified invisibility cloak. Not only was her figure not completely invisible, but even the cloak itself showed traces. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Big Bear asked in a low voice. The Dragon Queen finally turned around and glanced at him. Ah! Big Bear's eyes met hers, but he lost his voice and couldn't help but take a step back. What a terrifying pair of eyes. They were still the color of violet, but it seemed to reflect a world of death. Countless ghosts let out soul-stealing wails and stretched out their thin and shriveled arms, as if they wanted to reach out from the purple eyes. They wanted to climb out of the world of death. And even more, they wanted to pull in the living people who were gazed at by the purple eyes. Big Bear felt cold all over. The soul in his body was like water in a pool that had been opened, pouring into a gray and cold world. I was praying just now, praying to the stranger. Dani returned to her valiant appearance of the tall and slender Night Queen, exuding a trustworthy and gentle aura. She turned around and looked at all the people who came over in surprise and said with a smile, "Today, many Night Watchers died in battle. Their belief in the seven gods was very shallow, so they were not qualified to enter heaven. But as Night Watchers, they sacrificed their lives for the seven kingdoms and deserved to be rewarded. So, I prayed to the stranger and led all the heroic spirits to Mountain Paradise to rest for a few years. When the long night ends and summer comes, They will be reincarnated into the beautiful new world that they fought and sacrificed their lives to create. Your Majesty, what you said is a little complicated. I don't really understand, Alma said in confusion. Not only did the old ranger not understand, but everyone around him was also confused. Tell me, where do people's souls go after they die? Danny asked instead of answering. To the 7 levels of hell? Alma mumbled. Bad people go to hell, and good people go to heaven, a night watcher knight said loudly. We believe in the red god. After we die, we will go to a world full of sunshine, gardens, wine, and sex, Richard said excitedly. Danny looked at him strangely, nodded and said, in general, after people with faith die, they will be rewarded by the gods according to their faith and their lifetime achievements. In other words, they will go to heaven, or they will be punished by the gods and go to hell. Then, what about people who are neither good nor bad? She asked again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 Stars Bible seems to say that the stranger will bring them into reincarnation and return to the human world, Garth said hesitantly. In the original version of the 7 Stars Bible, there were only 2 choices, to go to heaven or to the 7 levels of hell. Only underage children would enter a new reincarnation outside of these 2 choices. The centaurs had such a tradition as well. The bodies of adults would be cremated and enter the night kingdom of the horse god. The children would be buried underground and enter reincarnation again. After that, Danny made limited changes to the teachings of the 7 gods. What Garth said was the content of the new Bible. However, such changes were only known to cultivators and those who studied the new 7 Stars Bible. Most of the night watchers present did not even know how to read and had never gone to the Holy Church to pray in their lives. For example, Alma, who had lived for more than 60 years and believed in the 7 gods, had never read the complete 7 Gods Bible. So, Alma pointed at the corpses of the night watchers lined up in a row, waiting to be cremated by the dragon flame, and asked in confusion, are they being taken away by the stranger? Are they going to reincarnate? What's the benefit of reincarnation? Is reincarnation not a benefit? Isn't it good to wait until the long night is over and summer comes again? Danny was puzzled. She had just turned into a stranger and entered the world of death to put the souls of the night watchers who had just died into the space of faith. Well, except for the believers of the old gods and Inami in the northern region. They were nowhere to be found. Danny did not see them and did not look for them. On the contrary, because of the faint threads of faith, all the believers of the 7 gods, including Oni's Kate Blake, appeared around her at the moment when the stranger entered the world of death. Even at this moment, the believers of the 7 gods who had died in other places also came to Danny as if they were attracted by a black hole. For example, the night watchers who had died under the collapse of the Great Wall 2 days ago. However, Danny did not care about others and only collected the souls of the night watchers. The world of death was attached to the real world and was equivalent to the shadow of the real world. The scenery was exactly the same as the real world, but it was a gray and cold world. The souls of the dead wandered around. There was no death god or oxhead or horseface to manage them. There was no need for management. Those souls were emitting spiritual essence into the world of death every minute and every second. When the spiritual essence was exhausted and the life imprint no longer existed, they would vanish into thin air and completely return to the world. The world of death was similar to a spatial crevice. Activating the stranger's godly power would allow her to fuse into it. Hence, Danny's figure was faintly discernible, like a gray mosaic shadow. What does reincarnating into another person have to do with me? Alma mumbled. Danny was stunned. It seemed that this was not wrong. Unless there was a chance to awaken innate wisdom. After reincarnating, she would be considered as another unrelated person. At least it's better than going to the 7 levels of hell. The EC Kingdom was 30 kilometers away from the Great Wall that had yet to collapse. The Night Watchers could not mobilize their army and transport all the resources in the castle's wormhole to Dark Castle. If they really did that, the other ghost army would come back, and even the Dragon Queen would not be able to save them. Hence, They built a simple 3-story sentry tower at the only exit of the wormhole. Their main purpose was to observe the movements of the other ghosts. Only a team of 30 people was left in the entire wormhole. If they encountered the other ghosts, they did not need to fight. They only needed to immediately retreat into the wormhole, close the door, and wait for reinforcements. This is the secret key to the communication center of the magic net. Danny handed a glass candle to the alchemist and instructed, "Every day, report to me regularly about the wind, temperature, weather, and the movements of the other ghosts in the East Sea Kingdom. If the other ghosts surround and attack the sentry tower, you can also send me a message." The magic net center on Dragonstone Island had lost its suppression and regained its long-distance communication function. The alchemists who stayed behind at the East Sea Kingdom could contact the Dragon Queen at any time. Not only the East Sea Kingdom, but the 17 castles that originally belonged to the Great Wall also had alchemists. Back then, the reason why Danny built the Magic Net Center on Dragonstone Island was to obtain the ability to instantly communicate during the long night. Hence, she had long sent a group of alchemists with real skills to the Great Wall. They were from the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. Before the long night, the alchemists were responsible for preparing wildfire. When the long night officially arrived, Danny would activate the magic net communication. Unfortunately, when the long night came, the Great Wall collapsed. Most of the alchemists died in the tide of zombies, and the human resources were wasted. Back at Dark Castle, Danny once again lived in the King's Tower. When Mance Rider's wife, Dana, helped her tidy up the room, the Dragon Queen took the time to separate a part of her consciousness into the faith space. "Who are you?" A black sun floated in front of Danny. The sun was tightly bound by white chains. The black sun struggled a few times, and the chains rattled, but there was no sign of breaking free. "I am the God King of the darkness, the master of shadows, the shadow cast by the first flame between heaven and earth." The black sun's voice was like thunder, and the whole faith space trembled slightly. "Are you Lalo? Don't be so secretive." Danny was impatient with beating around the bush and asked directly. "I am not Lalo. I am also he," the black sun said in a deep voice. "Okay, you are Lalo, the shadow devil." Danny waved her hand. "Why do you look like a bull head and a snake body? You should be asking why the bull and the snake look so similar to me." "I thought you were a flame or a shadow," Danny said strangely. "To survive in the material world, one must have a material form, and that is my form. The bull and the snake that were born later referred to my appearance." Chapter 761. Every living being in the world was created with reference to the form of the gods, including you humans, Black Sun said. "That's a novel way to put it." Danny nodded, then asked, "What's the principle of the spell you use to enter the Night Watcher's body? You want to learn?" Black Sun teased. "I'm just curious. But if you insist on teaching me, I'll have no choice but to listen to you." Black Sun seemed to be stunned. After a while, he said proudly, "That cowardly human fell into despair after the fall of the Great Wall. Desperate humans attract the attention of the dark gods. I filled his empty and dead heart, and his heart gave birth to the person I am now. I didn't wear his skin. I've always lived in his heart. You won't be able to learn this skill." Danny looked at him coldly. "So, you didn't come to the Eastern Sea to ambush me after Orlas's explosion?" "Sigh, I came a long time ago, but I mistakenly thought that you were in a state of reverse overclocking. That's why I acted so recklessly. I should have waited for a better opportunity. At least there shouldn't be so many Night Watchers present," Lalo said regretfully. "Why did you plan to deal with me?" Danny frowned. "Because of fate. Speak human. You were born with a mission. According to fate, you should have become the torch that dispels the long night. But now, you've betrayed your original glorious and great mission," Black Sun said angrily. "Torch?" Danny's eyes turned dangerous. "Tell me, can you give me a satisfactory explanation for this Xianhua? Why don't you sacrifice yourself to save this world? This is your destiny. Lalo said angrily. Tell me the details. How should I sacrifice myself? As the torch? Do you know how the sun came out last time? Lalo didn't answer. Mother Lone sang the Song of Water to summon the sun back to the world. Danny frowned and said, Then, do you know who will summon the sun this time? There was a hint of pride in R. Hiller's tone. It can't be you, right? Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, You are the King of Light. After the sun is extinguished, you should have died immediately like the Lady of Light. Even if you can survive as a shadow devil, you won't have the power to summon the sun. You know quite a lot, Lalo said in surprise. That's right. The past kings of light were all spirits of the sun. They were born from the newborn sun, and their power and life came from the sun. They were responsible for carrying the sun to illuminate the earth, rising and setting in the morning, day and night. As long as the sun disappears, the King of Light will lose his divine power and the foundation of his existence. There is a high chance that he will fall into eternal slumber, just like the Lady of Light. But I'm not just the King of Light. Before I became the King of Light, I was the fire god at the beginning of the world. It was I who sang the Song of Fire and separated the final first flame from the earth's core, allowing the mother goddess of the lone river to extract it and forge it into the sun of this era. So, do you understand? The sun was born because of me, not because I was born from the sun. I won't fall into slumber because of its extinguishment, Lalo said proudly. So the King of Light was born from the sun. Danny was stunned. Then she asked in confusion, Why are you the King of Light of this era? You had the Song of Fire, so there was no need for you to occupy the eternal Song of Light. The Song of Light can't be eternal. Can the Song of Fire and the other songs of law be eternal? Black Sun's mocking laughter had a trace of sadness and resentment. Danny was silent. Wasn't Lalo the best example of the Song of Fire can't be eternal? After discovering that there was only a trace of the first flame left in the Earth's core, I had a premonition that the Song of Fire would undergo a huge change in the following era. So I wanted to rely on the Song of Light to protect myself. But I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, the Song of Fire would change hands twice, Lalo lamented. No wonder you lost the Song of Fire. You lacked the courage to break through the single-plank bridge. Danny sneered. What do you know? Lalo was furious. If it wasn't to raise the level of the Song of Fire, why would I waste my time and energy to help a group of shepherds create the Megalosaurus and help them develop the Earth Fire and Dragon civilization? You've embarked on the wrong path. Cultivation is the most personal thing. How can you let others do it for you? Danny mocked. If that's the case, hand over the thing that Weirwood gave you. You said that cultivation depends on oneself, Lalo said calmly. You've embarked on another wrong path. Of course, cultivation depends on oneself, but that doesn't mean that you should reject opportunities. I'm just saying that you should focus on cultivation. Don't force things like opportunities. That sounds nice. Am I not working hard? I've been working hard since the beginning of the world. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years have passed, but I still haven't improved. Lalo said angrily. Danny was stunned. She sighed. Your talent is really bad. Yes, my talent is bad. The Black Sun didn't hide anything. After hundreds of millions of years, I finally realized this. I know that I can't rely on myself, so I have to find another way. You humans have short lifespans and poor foundations, but your cultivation talent is really amazing. If there's a human Holy Spirit that can help me complete my talent, I'll definitely be able to change the tragic fate of the world. Dream on. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to help an evil god like you? Danny sneered. This is your fate, Lalo said loudly. It's my turn to summon the sun in this era. But the last of the first flame has been exhausted. If I fail, the entire world will fall into darkness, and you will all die in the end. Don't you have the resolve to not be afraid of sacrificing yourself to save the world? I only have the resolve to enjoy the world. Foolish actions like not being afraid of sacrifice will never have anything to do with me. Danny waved her hand. I really should let old Blockhead see what kind of person his successor is. Lalo said angrily. It was as if the Dragon Queen had taken advantage of him. Danny sneered. She didn't continue on this topic. The door god told me that the first flame has been exhausted. The door god? The Black Sun was confused. The old blockhead you speak of, the weirwood, the wind god. Lalo was silent for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, the first flame he spoke of should be the flame that gave birth to the world. The first flame I speak of is actually the secondary first flame, or the embers of the first flame. In the beginning, the sun was forged with the true first flame, which lasted for tens of millions of years. There was no winter back then. The entire world was in eternal summer. Flowers bloomed and never withered. When we began to forge the sun with the secondary first flame, winter came. The sun's lifespan was even shorter, from millions to hundreds of thousands. This era is only 8,000 years. Now that even the secondary first flame is gone, even if there is another era, it won't last long. Only I can change this. Give me your talent. I can sing the true song of fire and summon the song of fire of the first flame. This is the reason why fate allowed you to be born. Why can't I summon the first flame? Danny smiled faintly. You? Haha. The Black Sun laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Is this funny? The smile on Danny's face disappeared. Her eyes became dangerous. You're just a prisoner. How dare you laugh at this, king? Do you have a death wish? 2 problems. The Black Sun sneered. You have to solve 2 problems. First, sing the complete Song of Fire. Second, become a true god. Even your ancestor, the Valeglia's sheep egg, took more than 1,000 years to take the Song of Fire from me. How old are you? When you sing the Song of Fire, the entire world will be taken over by deviant ghosts and will forever be in the cold and dark winter. 1,000 years. Danny was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes flashed as she thought of someone else who had said something similar. You must come. This time, I really want to help you. At least, I can save you 1,000 years of cultivation time. Blind in river text. Did he see something back then? If she cultivated normally, Danny estimated that it would take 1,000 years before she could sing the Song of Fire. But she ate weirwood paste. It was very likely that Blind in river text knew something and wanted to help her. I have good talent. I am confident that I can sing the Song of Fire in 10 years, Danny said confidently. Impossible. The Black Sun refuted. No matter how good your talent is, it can't be that fast. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I cheated. I ate weirwood paste. Danny did not plan to let the evil god in front of her go back. Naturally, she did not care if her secret was exposed. Weirwood paste? The Black Sun was slightly confused. It's a divine medicine that can develop a human's talent to the limit. It's a fruit born from the roots of the door god's body. I've never heard of such a divine medicine. The Black Sun's tone became uncertain. Think about the Green Prophet and the Three-Eyed Crow. If they didn't eat weirwood paste, how could they have turned from ordinary people into the omnipotent Green Prophet in a short 1 or 2 years? The Black Sun was silent. After a long while, he sighed and said, We have always wondered why the Green Prophet grew so quickly. So, it's because of weirwood paste. You are really lucky. A descendant of Valeglia is favored by old wood. No, it has nothing to do with the door god. The previous Three-Eyed Crow was a member of the Targaryen family. Even though he was a scoundrel his whole life, he took advantage of the last moment when his mind was clear and helped me get in through the back door. The Black Sun, the Three-Eyed Crow, helped you change your fate? Did he forget his duty of protecting the world? He asked in disbelief. At first, he did his best to protect the predetermined fate, because according to the predetermined fate, he would be able to safely get through this long night. But I didn't want to. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Danny had a foul mouth and said something inauspicious. Even if you can quickly chant the Song of Fire, you're not a true god, and you still can't summon the sun. Must I be a true god? Danny frowned. Of course. If I'm not a true god, how can I come into contact with the core of the world's lost sea? Why do you think that I can't become a true god? It's not what I think, but the current world can't give birth to a true god. Just look at the sheep egg, and you'll understand. He was able to snatch the song of fire from me, but he's been stuck at the threshold of a true god his whole life. The sheep egg has always wanted to devour me, but I can also devour him. If I devour him, I'll be able to break the shackles and become a true god, Danny said. Lalo hesitated. He was silent for a long while before he shook his head and sighed. If it was before, you might have had a 30% chance. But now you can't. Why? Because the sheep egg is ruined. Chapter 762. Crippled? Danny asked doubtfully. Did you think that I caused the Orlos explosion just to take your life and that it didn't affect Sheep Egg at all? Black Sun smiled coldly. He was heavily injured, and then I took away a third of his strength. Now he's incomplete. Even if you swallow him, you won't be able to break through to the true God realm. You stole my gift package. You're forcing me to kill you. Danny's eyes were filled with killing intent. Your gift package? Black Sun sneered. What do you think my goal is in raising Sheep Egg? You and he are both my big gift bags. Okay, you've successfully packaged yourself into a gift package that I can't refuse. Danny's eyes no longer showed any hesitation. Black Sun teased. Do you think there's still room for reconciliation between us? Danny gave him a thumbs up and praised. You're still the one with high awareness. Then she waved her hand, and the blacksmith's divine flames that could refine all things surged from all directions and enveloped Black Sunday. Aoo, Black Sun boiled in the blacksmith's divine flames, melting like ice, but also like ice in the flames. A large amount of spirituality and divinity evaporated. He was howling in pain and cursing loudly. I curse you, Danny Alice. I curse you madly. Curse the Night Watchers and those blasphemers. When you enter the world of death, I'll let you know what the ultimate horror is. Don't think that the demon god's curses were just empty words. Their words carried great power, enough to affect the fate of most people in the world. I am the ruler of death and shadows. Just you wait. Death will descend upon you one day. This is an eternal fate, and I will AOO. Danny's expression was cold and unmoved. She only increased the intensity of her flames, causing them to boil. In order to frighten others, she even pulled over the other demon god suppressed in the pond of faith. Yes, Sheep Egg only had 2/5 of his soul left. Haha, I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Lalo, how does it feel? Sheep Egg wasn't scared, instead becoming excited, laughing happily. Tell me Lalo's secret, and his retribution will be even worse, Danny said to the Sheep Egg. Young Dan crazily laughed. Do you think my hatred for you is less than this bastard? I'm happy to see him in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see the two of you fighting each other and both of you falling. Danny nodded and sighed. I have to say that your words make sense. Burning you makes me happy. Burning evil god Lalo makes me even happier. Now boom! A red, crystal-like blacksmith's divine flame landed on Sheep Egg's soul. Aoo, aoo, the Sheep Egg howled in pain. A large amount of spiritual essence and divinity evaporated, but they only passed through Danny's wind divine soul once before returning to the Sheep Egg's divine soul. There was no damage to the sheep's eggs, only endless pain. Of course, the spiritual essence that returned after the evaporation was imprinted with Danny's will. However, Danny's whispers seemed to have no effect on him. After the spiritual essence returned to the Sheep Egg's divine soul, the imprint she left in the spiritual essence slowly disappeared. Sheep Egg even sensed it and mocked loudly. You want to control my soul? Dream on? It's all right. At least you can persevere forever without dying. It's worth it to only hear your wails. Just like now, as you said, I'm so happy to see you two evil gods in pain. She smiled and said to the Sheep Egg, I curse you. I'm going to curse you madly. The Sheep Egg started to imitate Lalo. Language is like the wind, and curses are also language. Only the weak will scream unwillingly, Danny mocked. The black sun evaporated spiritual essence and divinity richer than the bull monster's corpse. It was pure divinity of death and shadow. It was still all given to Blackie to absorb, but strangely, no new divine position was born this time. Instead, it gained a large amount of divinity of death. That's right, Blackie gained a large amount of divinity of death. Previously, Blackie didn't have a divine position of death. Even if it absorbed the divinity of death, it would be like how ordinary people absorb glucose and amino acids in food. It would all be converted into the divinity of Megalosaurus that strengthened the divine soul and body. Now, it had an additional divine position of stranger, and stranger corresponded to death and mystery. To give an inappropriate example, men ate sheep's eggs to replenish their eggs. But without eggs, there was nothing to replenish. Now that Blackie had eggs, it could replenish its eggs by eating sheep's eggs. To put it bluntly, gods of the same divine position had the possibility of robbing each other's divinity. Yes, the three divine positions of blacksmith, holy mother, and warrior also had divinity. However, Danny had never encountered divinity of the same kind in other evil gods, so there had never been a case of robbing divinity before. This was the first time for Stranger. One could imagine that in the Song of Ice and Fire, a world filled with evil gods, the probability of encountering the divinity of death was very high. Although there was no new divine position, the sudden increase in divinity of death also brought Danny a huge surprise. There were two specific points. First, after taking on the divine position of Stranger, she had a stronger adaptation to the world of death. She could almost break away from the real world and hide 99% of her body in the world of death, leaving only a dark shadow in her original place. Yes, just like those dark demon gods. There was no way to be invisible, but it was high class, which was very in line with the identity of Stranger, symbolizing death and the unknown. Perhaps there were other functions, but Danny hadn't developed them yet due to the short time. Second, the range of the domain of death that Stranger could control was wider. Perhaps, one day in the future, Danny could really help Blackie build a 7 levels of hell. Westeros talked about the 7 levels of hell almost every day, but there were no 7 levels of hell in the world. Just like how Danny teased Tyrion before, saying that he would meet his father in the 7 levels of hell, that was complete nonsense. The 7 gods were fake, so how could there be 7 levels of hell? If Danny wanted to build 7 levels of hell for Westeros, the model would probably be very similar to the ghost city of Fengdu and the hell of Mount Tai in Chinese mythology. The underworld was the cave of Fengdu. The world of death was the shadow of the real world. To build 7 levels of hell in the world of death, one must first find a place in the real world that connected yin and yang. Well, Danny had to find a place similar to Fengdu and Mount Tai in the Westeros and build a cave called 7 Levels of Hell. Building 7 Levels of Hell was still too far away. But with the sudden increase in divinity of death, Stranger did have a new skill, using Stranger's divine power to bring the souls of the dead to a designated place. For example, if Stranger Danny entered the world of death, as long as she was willing to consume divine power, she could bring all the souls of the dead in a certain range. Not only the believers of the 7 gods, but also all the souls that had not dissipated. There was nothing special about this ability. If God of Death could not even control the souls of the dead around him, how could he be called God of Death? But Danny had a flash of inspiration. She was inspired by the Atonement Scroll made by Christianity in her previous life. If she could store Stranger's divine power in runes, could she bring the soul of the person who held the runes to 7 levels of hell or heaven after his death? Now that 7 levels of hell had not been built, they could only go to heaven. Well, no one would spend money to buy an atonement scroll to go to 7 levels of hell. Danny's atonement scroll was not a joke. She was inspired. Before getting 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard for ascending to heaven was as high as 200 points of faith. Now, after absorbing 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard was lowered to 100 points of faith in Westeros. But Dany's subordinates, even a devout believer of the seven gods like Old Bart, only had about 60 points of faith. In the Battle of Meereen, many of her subordinates who had followed her for many years died. Their souls all entered the world of death and disappeared. If they turned into spirituality and disappeared automatically, it would be fine. They could finally return to heaven and earth. But if she was targeted by a demon god and captured to play with as he wished, don't doubt with Dany's popularity, there would definitely be many evil gods who would hate her. They could not do anything to her, but they could torture her followers to vent their anger. Who asked you to help Dany rise deal with me when you were alive? The evil gods might think so. Just like before, the curse of Shadow Demon Lalo. When you enter the world of death, I will let you know what the ultimate horror is. The long night that followed was even crueler. Her subordinates like Big Bear, Quero, Grey Worm, and Beavis were not devout believers of the seven gods. After death, they could not automatically ascend to heaven. Of course, Dany could help them get in through the back door, just like what she did to Aegon. But she could not watch them all the time and watch them die. Actually, Nephew Goo's death was also a coincidence. If Dany did not get 1% of the Green Prophet seal, she would not have heard his cries, his pleas to the Holy Mother. If Dany and Blackie were not in the state of the seven gods when Big Bear died, she would not have heard Big Bear's prayers. Just like the old Snakewood City cultivator who was burned to death with Nephew Goo that day, Dany went offline and could not hear it. She could not hear or sense it, so naturally, she could not help them get in through the back door. Maybe Big Bear was not afraid of death. Even if Dany happened to be in the state of the Holy Mother, he was very calm before his death and did not pray to the seven gods at all. She could not hear it either. If she did not know, she could not send down a miracle to bring his soul into heaven. Therefore, it was necessary to carry a heaven admission ticket with them. If possible, Dany wanted to give one to each of her followers. After all, heaven was opened by her, so her followers who died for her naturally had the right to enjoy the best treatment. What kind of title do you think I should have? Painted Monster Killer? Doesn't sound good. Minotaur Demon Killer? Sounds terrible too. Think about it. Is there a mighty, domineering, and catchy title? As soon as Dany walked out of the king's tower, she heard the pockmarked knight loudly boasting about his great achievements in the courtyard. Not only were there knights of Red Heart beside him, but there were also hundreds of night watchers and barbarians who had nothing better to do. Even the red-nosed old doctor was among them. They widened their eyes and listened attentively. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, making the pockmarked knight even more proud. After the story of Richard bravely fighting the servant of the Frost God was told for the nth time, the main character in the story began to think about giving himself a famous title. For example, his former companion, Gordiffelin, became the giant killer because of the corpse-picking giants. Dany walked over and said with a smile, "Why don't we call him Demon Hunter?" "Ah, the Dragon Queen is here." Everyone was shocked and immediately turned to salute Dany. Dany waved her hand, indicating that everyone was at ease, and said to the Knight of Red Heart, who had become a little reserved, "Let me give you the title of Demon Hunter as a reward for your contributions in the attack of the servant of the Frost God. How about it?" Chapter 763. Richard's expression changed. The Dragon Queen gave him the title herself. Think of the famous Roseless Iron Guard Brenny. He was much stronger than Brenny, because he had killed an evil god. An evil god was also a god. He killed a god. Now his achievement of killing a god was officially recognized by the Dragon Queen. The pockmarks on the pockmarked knight's face lit up with excitement, like little light bulbs. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He bowed solemnly, raised his head, and said, "Isn't Demon Hunter too ordinary? There's nothing special about it." Dany said seriously, "Although the name is ordinary, there's a deeper meaning in the ordinary. A fancy title only represents your past, that you killed a skin-painted demon. But your glorious life has just begun. In the future you will face other ghosts, other ghost kings, and countless demons in the dark. Your glory cannot be limited." Therefore, the simple and low-key title of Demon Hunter can better show your ability and great achievements. Indeed, Demon Hunter contains a wild, domineering aura and low-key luxury. Professor Periston nodded and praised. Hearing you say that, it's really... The pockmarked knight was overjoyed. Demon Hunter Richard? Good. From today onwards, I'll be called Demon Hunter. Clutton Sange on the side cracked his mouth full of rotten brown teeth. His expression was fearful and expectant. There will be countless dark demons in the future. Countless does not mean that there are countless demons, but I don't know how many there are. There may be many, or there may be only a few. Danny said, "Are they as strong as the Minotaur that Richard killed?" Sir Clutton asked nervously. "Definitely not as strong as the Minotaur. As long as there's no fear in everyone's heart, we can definitely defeat them if we work together. Just like 8,000 years ago, Yeser and Ahai led the warriors to expel the demons from the far east with the light emissary." Danny encouraged the knights of Red Heart loudly. "For glory, for His Majesty Stannis, for the Light King." The Demon Hunter shouted excitedly. "Very good. You have fighting spirit and courage. Why worry about not achieving great things?" Danny praised him with a thumbs up. Then, she took out a stack of parchment the size of movie tickets and handed it to the Demon Hunter. "This is the temporary residence permit in heaven that I got from praying to the Holy Mother. Take it with you. Even if you unfortunately die in battle, you can still enter the heaven of the seven gods. Come on, 7 of you have participated in that battle. Isn't it God's will?" Danny stuffed a movie ticket into the Demon Hunter's hand and gave one to each of the other 6 Red Heart Knights. A Red Heart Knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in bewilderment and mumbled, "We believe in the Red God and are believers of the King of Light." That's not contradictory. The 7 of you are the 7 sons. Now that you have the citizenship of Lalo and the 7 gods, you can choose freely in the future. If you want to go to Lalo's kingdom, you can go to his kingdom. If you want to go to heaven, you can go to heaven. But the Demon Hunter with a pockmarked face was conflicted. The Light King is the only God. Don't the believers of the 7 gods also preach that the 7 gods are the only God who can do everything? Those words are just to fool ignorant fools. Knights, you are so wise that you should be able to see through the tricks of the monks easily. Danny said casually. She said it so casually that the jaws of the people around her dropped. "Your Majesty, you are the Archbishop of the 7 gods." Dr. Periston reminded her with a twisted face. "Yes, I swear on my identity as the Pope of the 7 gods that what I said is true." Danny nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Isn't this blasphemy against the gods?" The pockmarked knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in confusion. "Lying is blasphemy. What I said is the truth. Is the descent of the Holy Mother fake? Is the Light King fake? Are the gods at the cities of Ursos fake? And the dark realm to the east of Yashia, with so many evil gods, are they fake? Evil gods are gods too." Dragon Queen asked a series of questions, leaving everyone speechless. They were not sure if the gods of the free trade cities were real or fake, but the Holy Mother and the Light King had both shown miracles. At least the 2 of them were real. Then the theory of the only God had been disproved. Seeing the hesitation on the knight's face, Danny smiled strangely and said, "Trust me, you won't regret taking it. If you refuse, maybe a few days later..." "Oh, right, where's Stannis? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't brought Melisandre?" Dragon Queen was not sure if Lalo would be too embarrassed to complain to Aunt May about the crime of the Red Heart Knights, Rainbow, piercing the sun. But as a loyal follower of Lalo, the red-robed woman must know the true name and appearance of the Shadow Demon Lalo. Just like the diary of the Shadow Demon Tam, there were all kinds of blood witchcraft that seemed like horror stories. At the same time, there were many sketches of the evil gods. If you wanted to sacrifice to an evil god, you would at least know the evil god's appearance, name, and specialty, right? So, when Aunt May heard the details of the 7 sons' sword piercing the sun, she would most likely be able to guess the true identity of the bull-headed snake monster. At that time, the situation would be very awkward and terrifying. Danny spent 2 days in the house to get the seven gods version of Heaven's entrance ticket. Including the day, she brought people to dig the worm-gazing passage in the East Sea. Erlu had already left Dark Castle for 3 days. He should have returned with Aunt May long ago, but the two of them were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they were delayed by something? Peristan said uncertainly. But your majesty, have you and the three-eyed crow found the king of strange ghosts? He asked again. The various armies of the strange ghosts have already been found, but I'm not sure where the king of strange ghosts is. Danny's expression became serious. The strange ghosts don't move together. The million corpse ghosts are led by a few hundred strange ghosts. Each strange ghost is equivalent to the commander of an army. More than 200 strange ghosts lead more than 200 troops and form a dense sieve. From the north to the south, they clean up all the living beings on the land. The human villages, graveyards, and beasts in the forest are all targets of the dead. Their numbers are snowballing and growing every day. I'm not sure if there were 1 million before, but now it's definitely more than 1 million. Soon, we should receive news of the fall of the great nobles' castles. Yes, the Northern Territory is really finished. Even if Stannis is the savior, it's too late now. The old doctor's face was pale, and his voice trembled. The Knights of Red Heart, Night Watchers, and barbarians around them also had heavy expressions and fell silent. Why didn't the king of strange ghosts attack Dark Castle? Strategically speaking, with the fall of the Great Wall, Dark Castle has no value to attack. But strange ghosts shouldn't talk about strategy. Aren't they too smart? After a while, Gale's Hightower said worriedly. Dr. Peristan shook his head and said, strange ghosts were originally transformed from humans. You can kill them like animals, but you can't think of them as stupid as animals. Maybe Dark Castle can really become a stronghold to attract strange ghosts. Danny looked up at the cracked wall and said thoughtfully, what do you mean? The red-nosed doctor was confused. I want to repair the Great Wall. The Great Wall had 2 layers. The inner layer was made of huge rocks, just like an enlarged version of the Great Wall of China. The magic runes carved into the Great Wall were in the rock layer. The outer layer of the Great Wall of rock was covered with a thick layer of ice, as if it was wearing clothes. Most of the ice came from the frozen river in the haunted forest. The Night Watchers dug out huge ice blocks from the river and dragged them back to cut them into small pieces that could be lifted and piled on the surface of the Great Wall. The small pieces of ice stacked on top of each other were poured with boiling water in between the cracks, and they immediately solidified into a whole solid ice block. The work of covering the ice layer lasted for hundreds of years. Today, the 210-meter-tall building that could allow 12 knights to ride side by side was created. If the Great Wall entered the eternal summer, all the ice on the Great Wall would melt, and the Great Wall would be a third shorter and half thinner. For 8,000 years, the walkways on the Great Wall had never been cleared of snow. It was 500 kilometers long, and there weren't that many people to do it. Of course, it was even more unnecessary. The thicker the ice layer, the stronger the Great Wall. In order to not slip on the ice, the Night Watchers would lay a layer of gravel path on the section of the Great Wall that they were stationed at. The Great Wall that could allow 12 horses to gallop on was too wide, and it was impossible to lay gravel all over it. It only needed to be enough for 2 Night Watchers to walk side by side. When a layer of gravel was covered by snow, another layer would be laid. Year after year, the Great Wall became a 60-meter thick 1,000-layer cake. Usually, this 70-meter thick 1,000-layer cake wouldn't cause any trouble for the Night Watchers. But today, when the horn of winter was blown, the ice layer of the Great Wall was cracked all over. The cracks were dozens of meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide. It was like an abyss that swallowed the Night Watchers. In fact, in the past few days, many Night Watchers had accidentally fallen into the abyss at the top of the Great Wall on their way to Dark Castle. At this moment, in Stonegate Village, which was 160 kilometers away from Dark Castle, 2,500 Night Watchers were blocked by a giant crack. It was as if a god had raised a machete and slashed it with all his might, leaving a mark on the Great Wall that was 20 meters wide and 70 meters deep. If a torch was thrown down, one could see the rock layer inside the Great Wall. Sir Mallister, why don't we go down? Stonegate Village still has a few stone towers and a wide tunnel. The commander of the Sentinel Tower, Sir Savon, said with a trembling voice. Let's wait. Her Majesty Dany Lilith is repairing the Great Wall, the old knight said in a low voice. These night watchers came from many castles in the west. After the Great Wall collapsed, they received a message from Dark Castle's messenger crows. They led their troops up the Great Wall and moved to the east. However, they were blocked by a giant glacier crack. After that, Blackie flew around the Great Wall and told the migrating night watchers to stop moving and stay away from the crack. The 2,500 night watchers had been waiting in the snow for 2 days. 7 of our brothers have frozen to death in the past 2 days, Sir Savon said in despair. There are too many of us. If we go down the Great Wall, we might attract deviant ghosts. More people will die then, Sir Mallister said with a frown. The Great Wall is full of cracks. Even if it can be repaired, it will take at least tens of thousands of people and decades, right? No, the Queen will use magic to repair it. Just like that day, 7 gods above. Before Sir Mallister could say anything, a flame lit up under their feet. Chapter 764. The glacier under their feet seemed to have a series of light bulbs buried inside, and then pulled the switch. As the current flowed, the light bulbs lit up one by one. However, the red light was too dim and wavering. It was more like a candle flame swaying in the wind. 7 gods, the Great Wall is burning. No matter how dim the light was, it was still visible to the naked eye. Cries of surprise rang out from the Great Wall. Looking up, the entire Great Wall was covered in a thin layer of red light. In this snow-covered land, it looked like a rope of fire on the ground. The red light came from the magic within the Great Wall. The magic repaired the magic circle and drove it to operate slowly. The operating magic circle automatically gathered the magic between heaven and earth. This was a virtuous cycle. The magic flowed into the Great Wall and slowly filled the cracks in the glacier. Crack, crack, wherever the magic flowed, the glacier began to heal automatically. It was like a wound on the skin being healed by a healing spell. Sir Severin was stunned. This is repairing the Great Wall? It's like a miracle. It was the same last time. Even though it was not the first time Sir Mallister had seen it, he was still very excited. As long as the Dragon Queen is here, we will not lose. Even if the Great Wall collapses, it can be rebuilt. I heard that 30 kilometers of the Great Wall collapsed at Eastwatch. Shadow Scholar Tamulin shook his head. Sir Mallister said in a low voice, we can build a stronghold first and then repair it at Eastwatch. 8,000 years ago, the Night Watchers could build 500 kilometers of the Great Wall. Can't we even build 30 kilometers? Even if it's repaired, the other ghosts might blow it down again. I heard that the king of the other ghosts got the Horn of Winter, Sir Severin said helplessly. This time, it might be different, Sir Mallister said uncertainly. Don't worry, it's different this time. Even if the king of the other ghosts loses his voice, he won't be able to blow down another section of the Great Wall. Dark Castle Sir Elisa had a similar worry. The Dragon Queen comforted him with a proud expression. The Horn of Winter specifically targets the wind power of the weirwood, but I used a full set of fire power. I also adjusted the magic circle inside the Great Wall. I've been modifying the magic circle for the past 2 days. At this point, Dany's expression became a little strange. As she said 2 days ago, she had arranged for Blackie to inform the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. However, it was not until today that the repair of the Great Wall officially began, because she found that the Great Wall was in a very special position. The Great Wall was in the front yard of the world, the Green Prophet Sanctuary was the gate, and to the north was another world. The area beyond the Great Wall was the buffer zone between the Westeros and the outside world. Such a special location also brought about special benefits to the Great Wall. First of all, the Great Wall was the place where the world's magic power gathered. 99% of the magic power used by the spell formations in the Great Wall came from this place. The last time Danny replenished the magic power of the Great Wall, the magic power of 2 Megalosaurus was of no use to a colossus like the Great Wall. Why was it able to last for so many years without being depleted? The main reason was that the area where the Great Wall was located was rich in mana. The mana of the Megalosaurus drove the magic circle, and after the magic circle was activated, it would automatically absorb the free mana in the air. This was also the reason why Melisandre's mana had improved so much after coming to the Great Wall. To explain it in Xinxia terms, the Great Wall was built in a blessed land. In addition to the rich magic power, the law of nature around the Great Wall was also very active. This gave Danny an idea. Could she use the Great Wall as her training ground? After that, she returned to the place where she first met the door god, the Long Night Fortress. Once, the Long Night Fortress was ruled by the Night King, and the deviant Ghost Bride and the Night King ruled the Long Night Fortress for 13 years. Once, the most famous violation of guest rights in Westeros occurred in the Long Night Fortress. Rat Chef was born in the Long Night Fortress kitchen. Once, the 79 guards escaped from the Long Night Fortress, but they were brought back and buried in ice. Once, a brave girl named Danny Flint learned from Hua Mulan, disguised as a man, and entered the Long Night Fortress as a night watchman. Later, her companions found out that she was a woman, and she was raped to death. Once, the legendary hero Star-Eye Samian saw 2 hellhounds fighting in the Long Night Fortress. Once, Mad Axe slaughtered his own night watchman. Once, Dragon Queen entered the Black Gate in the Long Night Fortress, and then burned the Rat Chef to death. The Great Wall was a strange place in Westeros, and the Long Night Fortress was the most strange place in the Great Wall. Countless legendary events happened here, and countless legendary monsters appeared here. Danny revisited the Long Night Fortress and accidentally found a strange place. The door god was gone, and the Black Gate had disappeared. However, there was a space behind the wall where the Black Gate was. She took a plastic bag and blew into it. The bag bulged, and then she tied it with a rope. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was the bag, the Great Wall was the bag's mouth, and the strange space inside the Long Night Fortress was the space fold at the bag's mouth. Once, the door god's kingdom was placed here. Now, Blackie opened the space door, and Danny entered it. She was surprised to find that she heard the world singing. At the beginning of the world, the Song of Law was open to all creatures. The door god heard the Song of Wind, and then he sang his own Song of Wind. After that, the world gradually became stingy, and the Song of Law was hidden. Even the holy spirits could hardly hear the song of the world. Anyway, Danny was learning meditation. Before she met the door god, she had never heard the Song of Law of the world. Now she heard it. She seemed to have returned to the beginning of the world. God, this is no longer a holy place for cultivation. This place itself is a treasure. Danny named it Source of the World and made up her mind to occupy this treasure land. She spent 2 days modifying the magic circle so that the magic circle in the Great Wall could perfectly match Goldie. Well, Dragon Queen was busy every day, and she couldn't stay here even if she wanted to. However, she could let Megalosaurus stay. Megalosaurus was the source of magic and the control center of the magic circle of the Great Wall. It could also use the treasure land of the Great Wall to cultivate. Blackie, Little Green, and Little White had to fight with the Dragon Queen. Little Red was too young and couldn't take on the responsibility. Thus, the 2.5-year-old Goldie was called over and stuffed into the Great Wall to act as a battery. I feel that Goldie will surpass the 3 of you and become the big brother, Danny said to the 3 big dragons with a strange smile. This wasn't a joke. From now on, whenever Danny cultivated, she would be with Goldie as a dragon spirit. Goldie might not be able to grasp the Song of Law that she mastered, but he would always be watching, listening, and experiencing it personally in the form of a dragon spirit. Wouldn't his experience increase by leaps and bounds? Also, staying in a place like the Source of the World all year round, even a pig could become a spirit. No matter how stupid Megalosaurus was, it was still smarter than a pig, right? Caw, caw, caw. Very good. You actually left Megalosaurus in the Great Wall to maintain the magic circle. That's great. Dark Castle, the 9th floor of the King's Tower. At the window, a red-eyed crow flapped its wings excitedly. Even if the King of Strange Ghosts returns to the Great Wall with the Winter Horn, the Great Wall won't collapse. After the Great Wall's magic circle was activated, the temperature of Dark Castle didn't rise? Danny was puzzled. Of course it didn't rise. In the future, when the sun is completely extinguished, the temperature will drop even lower. The Great Wall can only slow down the temperature drop, but it can't increase the temperature. Only the new sun can bring summer to the world. The excitement in the crow's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of helplessness. You haven't found the King of Strange Ghosts? Danny asked again. The King of Strange Ghosts took 1/10 of the green prophet seal. I can't spy on its tracks through the trees, but I can guess its direction, the crow said in a heavy tone. Danny said calmly, I don't need you to guess. It's Winterfell, right? If it wants to take over the northern region, it won't let Winterfell go. Will you save Winterfell? Bran's voice was as light as a gust of wind. That depends on whether it's worth rescuing. I think it's worth it. Winterfell can be the bridgehead to stop the strange ghosts, Bran quickly said. Danny waved her hand and said, I don't care what you think. I want what I think. Dark Castle's affairs have come to an end. I'll go to Winterfell personally. Now, you should give me the reward for repairing the Great Wall. Bran looked deeply at her and spread his wings to fly into the dark sky. After a while, a group of crows flew over from the north. There were too many crows circling above Dark Castle like a dark cloud. The already dim sky became even darker. The night watchers below were all alarmed, and they all pointed at the sky. Danny didn't care about what they thought. She sent a mental wave to the crows in the sky and said, I'm the chosen successor of your mother goddess. I can give you a new life. If you're tired of your current life, you can start a second life with me. If you don't want to leave the three-eyed crow, I won't force you. Just as she finished speaking, a ray of fire shot out from Dragon Queen's left eye. It was like a fluorescent gauze that flew 7 to 8 meters in the sky. Suddenly, it expanded and transformed into a cawing crow. When the crow flew into the sky, the other crows looked at it in surprise. Look at it. It looks like Carbon Tooth. It's Carbon Tooth. I remember that Carbon Tooth and Fruit left with the Human Queen. Carbon Tooth, where have you been these days? It feels like you've changed. The crows were chattering in a language that humans couldn't understand. Carbon Tooth? I'm not Carbon Tooth. Carbon Tooth sounds terrible. My name is Fog. You can call me Little Fog. The big crow cawed loudly. Pom! It exploded into a bright red sun. It was about the size of a plate. In the middle of the sun, there was a little girl's face. At this moment, the little girl's face was scrunched up. She looked left and right and pouted. This place is so cold. Don't you feel cold? Carbon Tooth turned into a fireball. Carbon Tooth, is this your second life? It's so strange. Carbon Tooth, it's so cold. If you turn into a fireball, will it be extinguished? The big crows sensed that the little sun's form had changed, but its aura hadn't changed. They weren't afraid, and they all surrounded Little Fog and cawed. Ah, look! A sun appeared in the sky. Are you stupid? How can there be such a small sun? It must be Dragon Queen's fire magic. Don't you think that the sky is much brighter? It's like a small sun. It's too dark. If you hang an oil lamp on the Great Wall, the people below will think that it's like a sun. It's different. On the ground, the night watchers also started shouting. Pom! The little sun changed again. Under the instigation of the crows, Little Fog turned into a beautiful girl who flapped her dragonfly wings. This is my daily form. Little Fog pulled on her skirt made of flower petals and twirled around proudly. So ugly. Mother Goddess, Carbon Tooth has become so ugly. He looks like a human. Chapter 765. If a person looked like a pig, would you say that she was ugly? By analogy, if a pig looked like a human, would other pigs despise it for being ugly? It was the same for the children of the forest. I'm not ugly. I look like Mother Goddess. I'm proud, proud. Little Miss put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. As a human, you and Danny Alice aren't ugly, but you used to sing praises of the earth. The children of the forest are the most beautiful creatures in the world. Even Mother Goddess said so. You can't be too harsh. Carbon Tooth has already started a second life. It's normal for him to change forms. That's right. No matter how ugly humans are, they're still better looking than crows. That's true. Look at Carbon Tooth's wings. They're sparkling like fire crystals. They're much prettier than us. The crows cawed. Some despised them, while others thought Little Mist was pretty. Do you want to go with Mother Goddess? I'm quite lonely by myself. Little Mist widened her eyes and said pitifully, Where's Mugwa? Didn't Mugwa leave with you? A crow asked curiously. Mugwa? You mean Afu? Sigh. She was burned away by Mother Goddess. Little Mist sighed. Burned away? The crows were shocked. Mugwa is dead? She's not dead. Little Mist hurriedly said. Oh, I thought she was dead. The crows heaved a sigh of relief. Little Mist continued. She's not completely dead. I think it's worse than death. There's only one left. She scratched the back of her head and thought for a while before saying, Afu was burned away by Mother Goddess's divine fire. Her soul was destroyed. Only her life imprint is left. Hiss, the sky warmed up because thousands of crows sucked in a breath of cold air. That's too scary. The crows were trembling. Little Mist, what nonsense are you talking about? Dragon Queen ground her teeth below. Little Mist touched her chin and spaced out for a while before remembering her duty. She hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. This is what it's like to start a second life. You'll all be burned away, and then, caw. I'm afraid of fire. I don't want to be burned away. How painful would it be to have one's soul scattered? It's better to quietly blend into the trees and the earth. The crows were even more frightened, and they directly interrupted Xiao Wu's next words. It doesn't hurt, the fire doesn't hurt at all. Look at me. Little Fog turned around and turned back into a little sun with a human face. She said proudly, When Mother Goddess ate hot pot, she let me squat under the pot and boil the soup in a short while. I'm hotter than ordinary flames, so how can I be hurt by fire? That makes sense. If they all turn into fireballs, they shouldn't be afraid of being burned by fire. The crows were skeptical. Well, it should only become a fireball after being burned, not a fireball first and then calcined. Back then, Little Mist had also been burned until she cried out in pain. Unfortunately, after becoming a fire spirit, she had forgotten all of her memories. What's the matter with the wooden fruit? Why is she still a life imprint? Why didn't she become like you? A crow asked in confusion. All living beings in the world have their own attributes. Generally speaking, they are more compatible with one of the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. I am closer to fire element, so I burned it into a life imprint and reincarnated into a fire spirit. Little Fog sighed. Afu was unlucky. She is neither a fire spirit nor a wind spirit. However, Mother Goddess hasn't sung the Song of Water and Song of Earth, so she can't turn into another elemental spirit. But don't worry, when Mother Goddess sings her own Song of Earth and Water, even if it's just the beginning, Afu can immediately start a second life. What? Danny Rise wants to gather the songs of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water? Bran was too shocked and couldn't help but interrupt. Her ambition is too big. If she really gathers the songs of the 4 elements, won't she become the Divine King? She's daydreaming. Long live Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess is omnipotent. Mother Goddess will definitely gather the songs of the 4 elements and become the world's first Divine King. Little Fog turned back into a little spirit, raised her little fist, and shouted fanatically. Danny facepalmed. She was just showing herself and pulling people into her group. Such a simple task, yet she managed to do it like this. Mother Goddess's secret has been exposed by you. Danny Rise, you're lucky to be able to sing the Song of Wind and Song of Fire at the same time. Even if it's 2 songs of the elements, you'll still feel the lack of time to cultivate, right? You can't master all the laws in the world. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Bran went straight to Dany and advised her. Cultivation is my own business. Why are you so agitated? Dany said in annoyance. Bran said in a low voice, this isn't just about you. Don't forget your mission. Don't let down Mother Goddess's trust in you. If you can't sing a complete song of the laws before the night ends, the world will be doomed. Unless you're willing to sacrifice yourself to help Lalo and let him summon the sun. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Dany waved her hand and said impatiently. What do you mean? You don't have time to waste. You don't have time to take the wrong path. Bran was a little angry. Since you're in such a hurry, why don't you help me with all your might? You said you want crows. I brought all the crows here. As long as they're willing, they can all follow you. It's already like this. How do you want me to help you? Bran said angrily. Help me convince them. Don't push your luck. The crows are my companions, not slaves. You make it sound like I'm going to make them slaves. After a pause, Dany asked curiously, I thought you'd give the mission of summoning the sun to Jon Stark. I hope so. Unfortunately, he lacks too much opportunity compared to you. Bran's words were filled with resentment. Mother Goddess's inheritance should have been given to Jon. Mother Goddess, I've convinced 200 crows. After a short moment, Xiao Wu excitedly led a group of crows and landed on the balcony of the king's tower. She proudly reported the results to the Dragon Queen. The crows opened their red, gold, or green eyes and sized her up curiously. Only 200? Dany was dissatisfied. Bran didn't go back on his words. He brought all the crows here, and there were close to 4,000 of them. In the past, there were only 3,000 crows as animal companions. They were busy running around for the three-eyed crow. The other 1,000 crows were too old, and their souls were too tired. They didn't do missions anymore, and they usually slept on the weirwood. Now, they were all here. However, Xiao Wu only managed to get 200 of her companions. Well, without Xiao Wu, there might be more crows who came to seek refuge with the Dragon Queen. When Dany thought of this, she looked at the little guy with a gaze filled with resentment. What's wrong? Mother Goddess, there are 200 of them. Xiao Wu had a blank expression. Forget it. I'll let someone else speak next time. Looking at the crows on the windowsill, Dany completely excluded Xiao Wu from the propaganda team. I'm going to Dragonstone Island. Do you want to come with me? Dany looked at Mance and his wife and asked. Mance's expression was serious. He shook his head and said, most of the free people on the Great Wall were recruited by me from beyond the Great Wall. How can I leave when they are fighting with their lives on the line? Do you think the battle in the south will be easier than in Dark Castle? Dany disagreed. Also, your son is still on Dragonstone Island. He's 2 years old now, right? No, he's 2 months and 7 days away from 2 years old, Dana quickly corrected. Do you miss him? Dany asked. The female savage's gentle and beautiful face was filled with deep longing. Of course I miss him. I dream of him every day, but I can't leave his father. He can live a good life on Dragonstone Island. He's safe, and I can rest assured. As she spoke, Dana's eyes reddened, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Mance patted his wife's shoulder and said comfortingly, if King Strange Ghost really crosses the neck and goes to the south, we'll go to Dragonstone Island. What about you? Dany turned her gaze to the silent savage Princess Whale. Do you want to go to Winterfell? You haven't seen Jon for almost half a year, right? Whale frowned and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, I don't want to be his vassal. Besides, he doesn't need me. Lastly, Hoothfire, the Amber family's castle. Excluding the Night Watcher's castle, this was the northernmost castle in the Seven Kingdoms. The weather in the north was cold. Hoothfire was not like Winterfell, built on top of a hot spring. Its architecture was more in line with the style of the Northerners. They built their houses underground. Not the entire house was built underground. Half of it was underground, and the other half was above ground. It could also be said that it was a stone building with a multi-story basement. In the summer, they lived above ground, and in the winter, they lived underground. Ordinary villagers would dig holes underground and build multi-story wooden houses at the bottom of the holes. The Amber family wouldn't do that. After all, They were earls with thousands of years of history. They were a prominent duke in the north. Their main castle was similar to the Taiha Palace in the Forbidden City. It wasn't the architecture, but the foundation. Both used earth as a platform, and on top of the platform, grand buildings were built. However, the Taiha Palace was built directly on the platform, while Hoothfire's castle was built on top of the platform with multiple stories of basements. The buildings that were exposed above the platform were also very low. The edges of the V-shaped roof even reached the ground. The structure of Hoothfire was also very simple. It was 100 meters wide and 200 meters long. It was a long strip facing north and south. The forest of heavenly trees was in the north and took up 40 meters. The castle on the platform was 50 meters long and wide. Around the main castle were towers, stables, and warehouses. The castle was surrounded by a stone wall that was 18 meters tall. The top of the wall was wide enough for 2 horses to walk side by side. Of course, just like Winterfell, outside Hoothfire there was a market for the commoners. Was the 18 meters tall city wall tall? Not to mention the great Celestial Empire. Even in the southern Westeros, 18 meters was considered very tall. But it was different in the north. In the vast plains of the north, the snow in winter could be 10 meters thick. With the walls blocking the wind, snowflakes could accumulate to 15 meters and even overflow the walls. For example, in the original plot, why didn't Theon fall to his death when he jumped off the Winterfell walls with the fake Arya? That was because the Winterfell walls were 15 meters tall and the snow outside the walls was 12 meters thick. Jumping down was like landing on a cotton blanket. In previous years, even if the snow overflowed the walls, the people in the castle wouldn't be afraid of an enemy attack. To attack Hoothfire, one had to cross thousands of kilometers of snow and ice. A large army couldn't cross, and a small army attacking the Earl's castle was equivalent to suicide. But this time a large army came. They stepped lightly on the snow, and it was easier than walking. The walls were lost immediately. As Dany led the 3 dragons past Hoothfire, she saw a scene similar to the one in the game from her past life. Corpses with glowing blue eyes crawled all over the squarish Hoothfire citadel, and even the roofs. Chapter 766. Hoothfire, Main Castle, the staircase leading to the second level of the basement. The biting sounds of deviant ghosts, the battle cries of warriors, the clashing of weapons, and the desperate cries of humans came from the main hall above ground. Dear gods, we should listen to the night watchers and leave the north immediately. We should go to Winterfell, the valley, or even Bravos. Eyed Amber closed his eyes and said in despair. He did not even dare to turn his head because the basement of the second level was filled with children and women who were hugging their children's heads and crying softly. He was ashamed and did not dare to look at them. He was the second son of Jon the Elder. After his elder brother Junior Jon died in the Red Wedding and his father Elder Jon was rescued by King Aegon from Conch River City, the 14-year-old Ide became the official successor of Hoothfire. He was supposed to be the guardian of Hoothfire, protecting his subjects and family in the castle. When deviant ghosts were rampaging in the town outside the castle, he went up the castle walls and fought with the enemy. His swordsmanship was not high, but because he had the strong physique and tall stature of the Amber family, he slaughtered his way through the pile of corpses, waving his sword and sending limbs flying. But those severed limbs slowly but steadily crawled towards him. Severed hands grabbed his boots, heads opened their mouths to bite his cloak, and even dead people who were cut in half at the waist, even if they only had 2 long legs and half of their abdomen left, still had a pot of rancid intestines splashed on his face. At that time, he slid to the ground and did not dodge, but used his face to receive that pot of feces and intestines. That taste he fainted immediately. Then he was dragged back to the main castle by the guards. When he regained consciousness, his 12-year-old sister Anna cried and told him. The town had fallen, the castle walls had fallen, the platform outside the main castle had fallen. The deviant ghosts had charged into the castle hall, and the next and final battle was on the basement level. There were no warriors on the basement level, only women, the elderly, and children. The main hall has fallen. Retreat to the next level and guard the staircase. Ah. Dire wolves know. Use fire, torches, quick. Bastard, I'll kill you. Soon, B1 was also filled with suffocating black smoke, swaying red light, and thick cold fog. Dead people could not scream. Only the roars and howls of humans could be heard echoing in every room of the basement. My lord, we must make a decision as soon as possible. Huthfire's guard captain found count-eyed and said sorrowfully, I am willing to live and die with Huthfire. I gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice trembling. But those women and children, the head of the guards had lost his helmet. His grayish-brown hair, which was wet with blood, sweat, and ice water, stuck to his dark and rough scalp. There were a few bite marks on his square face, and half of his cheek was almost bitten off. Every time he spoke, air would pass through the teeth marks and form a string of tiny bubbles in the bloody wound. There were 3 deep scratches on his chest armor, which had almost pierced through the steel plate. These injuries were all caused by the direwolf ghouls. If it were zombies, he would have joined the zombie army long ago. Luckily, the ghouls were magical and not sci-fi. Ugh, alright, there are always losses. Zombies could headshot, so they had no need for weapons. Ghouls, on the other hand, were not afraid of headshots. Normal weapons could not deal damage to their vitals. Dying in the fire is better than becoming a monster. The head of the guard's words leaked out, revealing the despair and determination in his heart. The so-called final struggle began from B2, using kerosene to ignite the entire castle, and perished together with the ghouls and other ghouls that had entered the castle. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated. When I received the messenger crow from Dark Castle, I should have left Huthfire through the river. I'd hugged his head and said in pain, Leave through the ghouls' river. The river is already frozen. The head of the guard spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. It's frozen? I remember that half a month ago, there were longboats transporting large amounts of food for us along the Mo River, Ed Amber said doubtfully. Amber was, after all, an old noble who had lived for thousands of years. He was used to the simple lifestyle of the Northerners, and he did not have a Linus daughter-in-law. He finally had some gold at home, which he used to buy food and bravos. This was John's request, and he knew that the eternal night was real. Probably on the day the Great Wall collapsed, a thin layer of ice formed on the river. The head of the guard's face was ashen. He shook his head and sighed. The Northern Territory is finished, and the river is frozen. Are the White Blade River, Winterfell, the Wailing River, Terrorhold, and the Shattering River, Horwood Castle, exceptions? Stark, Bolton, and the rest are all finished. They have nowhere to run. Woo-woo-woo. The women who overheard their conversation no longer suppressed their emotions. They burst into tears, and in a short while, the whole castle was filled with their cries. Sigh. Sir Cruz, go make the arrangements. Amber's eyes dimmed, and he waved his hand dispiritedly. Boom, a loud explosion came from above, and the whole basement shook violently. Mud slid down the wooden planks on the ceiling. The violent and hot air rushed out from the stairway from basement 1 to basement 1. The army of the dead on the stairs were like pieces of paper in the wind, and they were blown into the hall. The people in the basement felt their ears ring for a moment. What's going on? I'd patted his ears and looked at the ceiling in shock. There was silence, and there was no second explosion. The head of the guards avoided the ghoul fire and walked out of the stairway to basement 2. He stuck his head out to look at the entrance to basement 1. When he saw the red flames floating in with the wind, he suddenly realized and shouted in joy, Someone is here to save us. It's a kerosene bomb. So fast. Our messenger crow was just sent away less than an hour ago. Winterfell and Dark Castle couldn't have arrived so quickly. Amber was puzzled. No matter how puzzled they were, they accepted reality happily. After the explosion, more than half of the ghouls in basement 1 collapsed. The soldiers of Huthfire didn't know what was going on, but their morale was boosted. They charged forward bravely, and their swords burned the ghouls. 10 minutes later, They cleared all the ghouls in basement 1. Eyed Amber, under the protection of 3 shield bearers, carefully climbed out of basement 1. Just as he stuck his head out, Eye's body stiffened, and he was stunned. Did you see it clearly? What happened upstairs? Why did they only throw the kerosene bomb once? The head of the guards behind him asked anxiously. I saw it. Fire. There's fire everywhere. Eyed Amber said in a daze. There's no danger, the shield bearer said, and walked out of the stairway. Then, a group of soldiers followed the young Earl out. The head of the guards understood what Eyed Amber meant. Yes, fire. There were bonfires everywhere. It was as if the entire castle was raining fire. High platforms, stairs, courtyards, walls, roofs, there were bonfires everywhere. They were densely packed, and the smell of burning corpses filled the air. They saw clearly that every bonfire was a burning corpse. The number of ghouls was as dense as the number of ghouls. The castle was silent, and only the crackling of the burning corpses could be heard. Black smoke and red flames filled the sky. In this cold winter night, they felt a heat they hadn't felt in summer. Only these few people left. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the main hall of the castle. Who's there? Eyed Amber stood on his tiptoes, widened his eyes, and tried his best to look. But his vision was blocked by the red flames, and he couldn't see anything. Well, the main hall of the castle was filled with ghouls, and even the roof was stacked. Now, they all turned into burning matches. The roof was blown away, and the corpses in the hall were piled up like a mountain. The red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, and the thick smoke covered the sky. Walala! The reed-like flames in front of them came to life. They moved to the sides like soldiers in formation and made a 2-meter-wide path. At the end of the path, there was a tall throne carved from red iron ore. There were 3 steps, and including the back of the chair, it was 2 meters high. But everyone's eyes were attracted by the young woman in blue and white armor, who was sitting lazily on the steps with her hand on her forehead. Her long sword was placed on the steps, and her mask was pulled up, revealing a face like the autumn moon. But her delicate facial features couldn't hide her valiant appearance and her domineering temperament. Looking down on everything, it was all an illusion. Dragon Queen only felt a little bored, and she was worried about the situation in the north. Then, she sat on the steps and thought, while absorbing a large amount of ghouls' spiritual essence. She didn't have any intention of shaking her body and releasing the aura of a king. The people of Fireplace Castle thought she was domineering, because in the blazing red flames in front of her, there was a ferocious black dragon with half-closed eyes lying on the ground. Put a dog on the back of a megalosaurus, and people would think it was the ruler of dogs. In an instant, everyone understood the identity of the female ruler. Dragon Queen. They were shocked and delighted. With the Dragon Queen's arrival, they were finally saved. But in less than 15 minutes, the Dragon Queen had wiped out the endless ghouls in Fireplace Castle. How did she do it? Even though the flames made a path, Eyed Amber and the castle guards couldn't walk over to thank the Dragon Queen. Because the flames burned around her and the megalosaurus, the bricks on the ground were boiling hot, and the iron swords and armor on the ground were even burning red. The dragon and the man didn't feel anything, and they were relaxed. But they couldn't stand it. Even standing in the side hall, far away, they were sweating profusely, and their cheeks were red. They almost fainted from the heat. Blackie stayed outside, and the Dragon Queen was invited into the basement hall. Under the light of the torch, Danny saw hundreds of sad and lost faces. These are the only ones left, Eyed Amber said bitterly. Fireplace Castle originally had more than 15,000 townsfolk. The town outside the castle fell immediately, and the castle walls couldn't stop the ghouls. Normal swords and knives couldn't kill the ghouls. In less than half an hour, only those of us hiding in the castle survived. More than 50 guards, more than 400 old, weak women and children. It was terrible. Tomorrow, a team of pterosaurs will come and send you to Winterfell, or somewhere in the south. Danny sighed. This was a long night. Not everyone was as strong as her. Normal people didn't have the megalosaurus and didn't have magic. Facing the tide of ghouls, they were like people who didn't know how to swim in a tsunami. They struggled and splashed, and then were swept away by the waves. Your Majesty, you seem to have killed all the ghouls. Is Fireplace Castle safe? Hearing that the Dragon Queen wanted to send the pterosaurs to take them away, Amber was in a dilemma. Killed all? Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. Take a guess. How many ghouls attacked Fireplace Castle? Endless. At least 40,000 of them. The head of the guards, Sir Cruz, said confidently. Wrong. Danny held up 2 fingers. Only 2. 2? That's impossible. How can there only be 2 of them among the densely packed dead? Dragon Queen's words caused an uproar in the hall. Everyone looked at her strangely. Could it be that the domineering Dragon Queen couldn't do math? Chapter 767. You don't know how to differentiate between deviant ghosts and ghouls? Danny's tone was even stranger as she faced the strange gazes of the soldiers. The soldiers looked at each other, not understanding the situation. On the other hand, Captain Cruz and Amber were deep in thought. This is the first time we've seen a real undead. The previous message sounded as distant as Grandma's story. Cruz smiled bitterly. News of deviant ghosts appeared a few years ago, right? I've been promoting the United Front against deviant ghosts. Huthfire is the closest vassal to the Great Wall, yet we didn't prepare for it. Danny was bewildered. How could we prepare? We only know that dragon crystal weapons can deal with deviant ghosts, but dragon crystals are expensive, more expensive than white bread. We don't have the ability to store them in large quantities. Earlide said dejectedly. That was the truth. Although Danny was happily digging for dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island, dragon crystal ores would only appear near volcanoes. How many volcanoes were there in this world? The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was larger than Earth, but the only places with active volcanoes were Dragonstone Island and Valeglia. Other places had volcanoes. For example, the Children of the Forest's dragon crystal weapons came from beyond the Great Wall. In the East-West trade, Asia's dragon crystals were one of the most important exports. This meant that Asia and beyond the Great Wall once had volcanoes. But after thousands of years, the Earth core fire dwindled, and the volcanoes were extinguished. Actually, even with the dragon crystal weapons, we can't defend the castle. A few years ago, during the War of the Four Kings, Huthfire's male population was almost depleted. We don't have enough manpower, the captain said bitterly. That was the truth. During the first harvest feast after Robb led his army to the south, the 2 acting castellans of Huthfire requested Bran Stark. After Robb left, the 8-year-old Bran became the acting Winterfell castellan, to help them harvest their crops and defend against the barbarians from Seal Bay. Because the War of the Four Kings took too long, the Northern Territory's golden wheat was left to rot in the fields. More than 90% of the northern warriors that Robb took with him were farmers. You said before, even if it's a small town outside the walls, there are 15,000 people in Hearthstone. Danny frowned. 1,000 conscripted soldiers and at least 3,000 family members left behind. Sir Cruz's face was so bitter that he could wring out a big bowl of bitter gourd juice. We sent a total of 3,000 soldiers to follow King Robb to battle, but none of them came back. The rest are the old, the weak women and children. Count-Eyed spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood. It's not that there are 15,000 citizens around Huthfire. Instead, all the commoners in House Amber's territory have moved to Fireplace for the winter. There are only 15,000 of us. How big was the territory of the Amba family? At least, it is bigger than South Korea. With such a large area, there were only 15,000 people left. P.S. You have to leave? Danny's tone became more determined after understanding the situation in Hearthstone. As you said, there are 40,000 ghouls attacking Hearthstone, but that's only a small portion of the total number of ghouls. Perhaps it's only 1%. If you don't leave, sooner or later, you'll be wiped out by the zombies that make a comeback. 1%. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they cried out in surprise. That can't be right. If 40,000 ghouls is only 1%, then the total number is no more than 4 million? 4 million, dear gods! Idambua's young face that was still covered in fine hair instantly turned as white as snow. Perhaps it was only 1 million at first, but Danny looked around. You're all used to burials, right? Even the corpses in the graves, they won't let them go? Do they still have any humanity left? Captain Cruz's expression was grim. Why do you think they have humanity? Danny asked curiously. Why would the gods allow such monsters to appear? Sir Cruz muttered. Now that they have appeared, we can only accept the reality and study their habits and weaknesses. The living dead that are resurrected from the dead are ghouls, and ghouls are resurrected from other ghosts and are also controlled by them. Killing a different ghost, all the ghouls under its control will die and become rotten corpses again. Ah, I understand now. Idambua suddenly understood. His Majesty must have killed a different ghost, and then all the ghouls under its control in Fireplace Castle died. I was wondering, there were hundreds of ghouls on the second floor, and half of them died after the explosion. Danny nodded and smiled. Something like that. At that time, there was a different ghost standing on the platform in front of the castle, looking proud, as if savoring the fruits of victory. But it stood there alone, and it stood out so much that I couldn't help but throw a dragon flame fireball at it. But it was only one of the different ghosts that attacked Fireplace Castle, and there was another one outside the castle. Seeing that the situation was not good, it immediately disbanded the ghouls and hid in the snow forest. I was worried about falling into an ambush, so I only cleared the remaining ghouls in the castle and did not chase after it. You can imagine, when I leave with just the other ghosts that escaped, it will be difficult for you all to survive. Idambua expressed his gratitude to the Dragon Queen helplessly, and then agreed to leave his hometown according to her arrangements. Since they had decided to leave, the people of Fireplace Castle began to prepare their luggage. Food and valuables were sealed in the deepest part of the basement, and the pterosaurs could only carry a limited amount of weight, so they could not bring anything other than warm clothes. Idambua and the guard captain were busy in the basement, while Danny climbed up the tower to face the cold wind and closed her eyes to cultivate. With the little golden dragon spirit, her consciousness returned to the strange space inside the Great Wall, and the laws of the world were open to her. Just like the holy spirits at the beginning of the world, she could directly listen to the Song of Laws. Before this, she had the 3 megalosaurus breathe fire along the wall, melting the snow that was more than 10 meters thick into water, which flowed into the river. This way, even if the other ghosts returned, the wall would be able to hold them off for a while. Just like that, half a day passed, and Danny, who was cultivating in silence, was awakened by the creaking of the gate. Looking down, she saw a group of more than 100 people, holding spears and carrying bows. They seemed to be preparing to leave the city for battle. What are you all doing? Danny looked down at the crowd and asked loudly. Ah, it's the Dragon Queen? There was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that they had wanted to avoid her to do something bad, but now that they were caught red-handed, they were panicking. Danny's eyes narrowed. There were men and women in those people, but all of them had white hair. There was not a single adult, nor was there a single child. She was getting more and more curious. She leaped down and landed from the 18-meter-high wall like a piece of cotton, causing another round of exclamations from the crowd below. Where are you all going? Danny's gaze was stern as she scanned the old men in tattered fur coats. They lowered their heads, embarrassed. Finally, a lame old man with green eyes stepped forward and bowed to the Dragon Queen, saying, Your Majesty, we are going out to hunt. Perhaps you will be able to eat fresh roasted venison tonight. Nonsense. Where would there be deer in this kind of weather? Also, there are other ghosts hiding in the forest. Are you all going to die? Danny said calmly. Ah, other ghosts? Someone shouted in a low voice, as if awakened. There are other ghosts outside the city. We can't become the living dead. Sigh, what should we do? An old warrior stomped his spear and sighed. Your Majesty, I am took his Amber, Big John's uncle. Can I have a word with you? The lame old man approached Danny and whispered. There was a faint pleading in his voice. Danny felt it and could not bear to reject him. Then they went around a pile of black snow that had been burnt by the ghoul fire, avoiding the eyes and ears of the crowd. So, to be honest, we are really going out to hunt. But the people of the northern region hunt in winter for a different reason, the old lame man said bitterly. Danny suddenly remembered what Xiong had said. The old men of the northern region would pick up their bows and arrows and tell the young people that they were going out to hunt when winter came. But they never came back after they went out. They were not going out to hunt at all. They left the village because there was not enough food at home to survive the winter. They had to leave the food for the young people. You only have so few people. Isn't the food enough? Danny frowned. The old lame man's eyes lit up, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this mysterious and powerful dragon queen also knew about the glorious tradition of the people of the northern region. If Fireplace Castle can be defended, we can hold on for a few more years. But you said before that the pterosaur can't carry so many people at once. Besides, if we go to Winterfell or other places, there won't be enough food to eat. I've lived long enough and know better than anyone that during the rebellion of the Four Kings, the northern region didn't have any food reserves. Even if there were no other ghosts, more than 3 years of winter would starve the northern region to death. Now the long night is here. We have lived long enough. Let's leave more chances for survival to the young people. The old lame man sighed. Listening to a story and experiencing it firsthand was different. When she heard the Xiong story, Danny didn't feel anything. Now an old man was standing in front of her and saying the most desperate words with the most honest attitude. She was deeply shocked and even more agitated. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. I won't allow such a thing to happen in front of me. Go back and take them all back with you. I'll stay at Fireplace Castle for a few more days. The pterosaur will transport all of you to the south in batches. Her face was red as she pointed at the castle gate and shouted. Dragon Queen's voice was too loud and agitated. The group of old men at the castle gate crept over and tiptoed to watch. The old lame man glared at his old companions who were peeping. Then he turned to Dragon Queen and looked into her determined purple eyes. He said with a wry smile, such things happen in the northern region every winter. You can stop it this time, but can you change everything in the past? Can you stop everything in the future? I reckon that the old men in the other castles have started to take action. You can't change all of this. The past can't be changed. The future is uncertain. Perhaps the northern region will get rid of this bad habit in the future. But I'm only concerned about the present. As long as I can change the tragedy that's happening in front of me, that's enough, Danny said seriously. Tragedy? It was you who stopped me that led to this tragedy. Thousands of years of history have proven this point. Either one lives or the whole family dies. This isn't a bad habit. We northern region people have been able to reproduce for tens of thousands of years because of the old men's fearlessness and sacrifice. The old lame man's tone was full of pride, as if he was about to carry out a holy and glorious mission. Danny waved her hand and said firmly, Come with me to Crab Claw Peninsula and Dragonstone Island. I'll take care of you. I've been helping the refugees in the Three River Basin and saved thousands of people. I don't need you old men. Chapter 768. To be honest, after hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Old Cripple was very touched. The legends were true. Every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide if he was great or mad. Old Cripple had experienced the era of the Mad King and knew how mad he was. Now that he saw the Mad King's daughter being so saintly, he was filled with emotions. Your Majesty, I am very touched by your actions, but I do not agree. Old Cripple decided to let the Dragon Queen understand that being too saintly would only lead to an even more disadvantageous situation. You must understand that the total amount of food is fixed. If I eat one more piece of bread, the children will have one less piece of bread in the future. Perhaps you have enough food now to feed all of us, But 3 years later, 5 years later, in the War of the Four Kings, it is not only the north that will be crippled. Hajian, the west, the royal territory, the Stormlands, and the Riverbend will not have any harvest. Last time, the long night lasted for a generation. This time will only last for 5 years. In the foreseeable future, the Seven Kingdoms will experience a large-scale food shortage. Today, saving us useless old fogies who can't even lift a sword is just an illusory mercy. Before the long night ends, we will all starve to death. In the future, let the entire human race live on and survive the long night. That is the true mercy. Old Cripple was so sincere that he was almost touching himself. To think that I have such resolve. As expected, I should emulate those who are worthy. I did not have such noble thoughts before, because I have not seen the great and benevolent king. Now I have. Go back, go back. I have a way to solve the food shortage. Don't worry too much. Even an old dog can guard the door at night. You are not that old. There will be a suitable job for you. Who knows? You might even see the next summer. The Dragon Queen did not appreciate his kindness, nor did she understand his great resolve. She only waved her hand impatiently and chased him back to the city. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Your Majesty, don't shout. Don't call the children. That will not be a good sight. Old Cripple kept shouting. That night, the stable in the northwest corner of Hoothfire was suddenly set ablaze. The fire started very suddenly and spread very quickly. Danny arranged the 3 dragons to take turns to hover above the castle, in case King Igue led his army to kill her. Therefore, when the fire broke out, Danny was the first to receive the news. However, when she arrived, she only saw that the stables were packed full of elderly people. There were men and women, more than 100 of them, and they were all elderly. In the afternoon, they were forcefully chased away by the Dragon Queen, but at night, they gathered together, splashed oil all over their bodies, and set themselves on fire. Don't save me. I can't save him either. Danny's face was livid. When she entered the burning stable and waved away the raging flames, the old cripple's eyes were about to melt, but he still sensed her arrival. Let us die with dignity. How shameful it is for an old man to eat bread made from the last of his children's wheat. If he died, at least he could make one last contribution to the children who were still alive. Alas, I was once young. For the past few decades, I would see old people going out to hunt every winter. There's not enough food. Someone has to starve to death. If someone has to die, let us old people die. He was in a daze and spoke incoherently, but what he said was the same. Don't worry about us. This is the best place for us to go. Danny stood in the middle of the half-burnt corpses. The flames raged, but they could not get close to her. However, the smell of burnt meat and the painful moans before death made her feel tormented. After a while, she closed her eyes and activated Requiem. All the old people who were crying in pain fainted. Then the fire, like a flood breaking through a dam, filled the entire shed in an instant. The next morning, Big Bear brought 40 pterosaurs and landed in the last fireplace castle. Big Bear, Garth, and Quillo rode the pterosaurs with her to the Great Wall, but when she repaired the wall, the 3 of them, pockmarked-faced Richard, and 7 other pterosaur knights left. Dark Castle could not afford the daily food of 10 pterosaurs. After all, pterosaurs were legendary creatures. Even ravens could survive in the northern snow, so there was no reason for them to freeze to death. However, there was a prerequisite. They had to be provided with a lot of fresh meat. When they were full, they would not be cold. However, the colder it was, the faster they would get hungry. This, Baristan was transporting the Unsullied and volunteers to Dragonstone Island. The 30 pterosaurs were the transport planes. Danny came to Fireplace Castle. After deciding to save people, she sent a message to Dragonstone Island and asked the pterosaur army to come and rescue this group of people first. Speaking of which, Baristan's volunteers were almost finished. The pterosaur army's task was not heavy. Your Majesty, this is the tradition of the people of the North. Since the fire in the stable last night, Dragon Queen did not return to Fireplace Castle. She only sat cross-legged on the city gate tower in a daze. After Big Bear and the others heard the reason, they were worried that the queen would be affected. Under the lead of Eyed Amber, they came to the city gate tower. After seeing the Dragon Queen, they were a little surprised. The tower had no walls. Other than the circular dome, there were holes in all four sides. The wind and snow poured in directly and covered the ground with snow. However, the Dragon Queen was clean. The area around her was also clean and dry. It was as if the wind and snow had a life of its own and deliberately avoided her. "Your Majesty?" Big Bear called out carefully, a tradition that deserves to be eaten by the other ghosts. Danny ended her cultivation state and opened her eyes. She turned to look at the few people who came over. The North needs to implement the most comprehensive reform. The current productivity and production methods are too primitive. It's almost no different from when our ancestors crossed the narrow sea to the west 10,000 years ago. Change it to a rural commune at Slave Bay. Big Bear nodded thoughtfully. After the long night ends, we can arrange for the nobles of the North to study at Slave Bay for a few years. I'm afraid that after the long night ends, there won't be many nobles left in the North. Garth Hyder's expression was serious. Fireplace Castle is not an exception. I suspect that Keho City, Deepwood Castle, and other castles near the north have all been attacked by the other ghosts. Do you want to go to Keho City to take a look? It's just next door at Seal Bay, Amber said worriedly. Let's leave here first. I'll go take a look. Danny stood up. Keho City in the House of Stark was only 500 to 600 kilometers away from Fireplace Castle. It would take the Megalosaurus about 3 to 4 hours to fly there and back. She did not go there herself. She only let Whitey take a detour in the southeast direction. Actually, Keho City could no longer be called Keho City in the House of Stark. The current owner of Keho City was the Thurn family. When she watched the TV series Game of Power, Danny only felt that the male lead was a little know-nothing and a little silly. She did not think that he had any great political skills. She was wrong. In other words, the TV series Game of Power had played the role of an idiot. The real Awkward was not only sensitive to politics, but was also naturally proficient in political tactics. For example, he killed Slint in Dark Castle, Chapter 431, to avenge his father. For example, he cleaned up Rob's mess and completely solved the hidden danger of Starkard. Ricard Starkard, who was beheaded by Rob, had 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Harrion, was captured by Lannister. The second son, Ide, and the third son, Torrin, died in battle for Rob. Only the daughter, Yali, was left at home. Ricard also had an uncle called Elf. Elf had 2 sons and 3 grandchildren. Elf secretly sided with Bolton, but purposely brought his second son and 3 grandchildren to Erlu as spies. Elf's eldest son, Cregan, planned to forcefully marry his niece, Yali, in order to become the Count of Keho City. Yali was unwilling, so she fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Cregan thought that this was Starkard's family matter. He chased her all the way to the Great Wall and asked for her release. Elf arrested her and locked her in an ice cellar under the Great Wall, where she froze to death. From Yali, Jon also found out that Elf was a spy. He then informed Erlu. With Erlu's personality, how could he tolerate betrayal? The 5 Starkards received their lunchboxes together. Thus, the Stark House of Stark had no male heirs, and Yali was the only direct descendant left. After that, Elf did something that angered all the Northerners. He married Yali to Magna of Thane. The Thane people were the only tribe among the barbarians who knew how to smelt bronze, establish law, and the concept of a lord. Because of this, the Thane people were the strongest force among the barbarians. They had thousands of tribal soldiers. However, this force was not owned by Dragon Queen. On the contrary, the new leader of the Thane people was very hostile to her because she killed the Lord of the Thane people, CD. When Danny went to the Great Wall for the first time, she happened to see Dark Castle being besieged by the barbarians who had climbed over the Great Wall. Magna of Thane, CD, was the leader of the barbarians. CD raised his axe and rushed towards the Dragon Queen, but was slashed in half by White E's tail. After that, CD's brother, Snow, was killed by Erlu. CD's son, Saigon, became the new lord of the Thane people. After all, CD had killed his father. No matter how strong or merciful the Dragon Queen was, Saigon would definitely hold a grudge against her. Thus, he and the Thane people did not go to the Queen's corner to be Dragon Queen's barbarians. John and Erlu both took a fancy to the Thane people's strength. John married Yalika Stark to Saigon, and Erlu accepted Saigon's allegiance as the king. Thus, Saigon officially established the Thane family. Its emblem was a white sun surrounded by crimson flames. The Stark House of Stark's emblem was a white sun. Except for the color, the two were almost identical. The meaning was very clear. Let Thane take Stark. With the help of Saigon's thousands of Thane warriors, Yali easily took back Karhold City. Nominally, Yali ruled Karhold City as the successor of her captured brother, Harion. In fact, her husband, Saigon, had become the true lord of Karhold City. John, the king of the north, and Erlu, the king of the Seven Kingdoms, recognized him. At this point, the blood feud between Stark and Stark had completely disappeared. In the War of Conquerors, Theon Bara, Aegon's illegitimate brother, married the daughter of the last Storm King, Lord of Storm's End Castle, Theon Bara. The Lord of Storm's End Castle was changed from Bara to Theon Bara. The Stark family was replaced by the Thane family almost yesterday. The House of Stark was no more. No matter how great the feud was, it was resolved. Also, because the Lord of Karhold City was replaced by the former barbarian, Saigon Thane, its ending was different from Hearth. The only thing that could stop them was the Great Wall. Now that it has fallen, the North is finished. Tens of thousands of ghouls are outside Karhold City. Duke Stark and King Stannis can't save us. They can't even save themselves. Saigon lamented. Saigon was a short, thin man. He wasn't handsome, and his hairline had receded prematurely. He looked a little old, but he had always been gentle to his wife. Yali hugged the baby in her arms and cried, "But he's my child. He's my son too, but we have no choice." The soldiers don't even have many dragon crystal weapons. In 2 hours, there will be no survivors left in Karhold City. No matter what, this poor child won't survive. If we hand him over, we can still protect thousands of our subjects. Saigon closed his eyes in pain. "Are you sure the dead will leave?" Yali loosened her arms. "I'm sure. It's no secret beyond the Great Wall." Saigon took the baby from his wife and choked out. Yali grabbed the baby and struggled. "Can a commoner's child? It wants our child now. Our child has a noble bloodline." "Whoa." Yali covered her face with her hands. "Why is this happening? Why?" Then, through White E's vision, Danny saw a peaceful Karhold City with smoke rising from its chimneys. The biggest enemy of the anti-Japanese United Front wasn't the Japanese soldiers, but the option of surrendering. Now, before the Anti-Ghost United Front was fully established, the biggest enemy had appeared. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.